Mapakita ko yung sarili ko, tapos mahalin ako ng mga tao. Sobrang saya lang talaga. Laging first impression nila sa akin. Lagi nila sinasabi sa akin na mukha akong masungin, mukha akong intimidating, ganyan. Hindi naman talaga. Kasi si MLBB talaga, masiyahin talaga, lalo na pag nakabanding mo. Ang pinaka nag-inspire talaga sa akin para mas galingan ko pa is yung family ko talaga. Kasi gustong-gusto ko talaga silang tulungan, especially yung mother ko. Masasabi ko na natutupad ko na yung pangarap ko pa konti-konti. Siguro ang pinaka natutunan ko as a pro player is, hindi ka laging tama. Matuto kang tumanggap ng pagkakamali mo, and matuto ka rin makinig sa ibang tao. Pag naging totoo ka sa ibang tao, mas nakukuha mo yung trust nila, mas pinagkakatiwalaan ka nila, mas pinaniniwalaan ka nila. Especially as the captain of MPL-PH, para mas makinig sila sa mga decisions ko and sa judgment ko in game. Kung magpapakatotoo ka, mas madaling mabuhay, mas madaling maging masaya. And mahirap kasi magtago sa isang shell. Pakita mo lang sa tao kung ano at mamahalin ka na nila doon.
Let's get this over with. I'm starting to get bored.
Mega kill!
I am only a shepherd.
Monster kill! An enemy has been slain!
Name in the holy light.
An enemy has been slain!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
This godly power.
What is this?
Yuzhong has combined the reverse scale and the primordial spirit. He cannot leave here. The Black Dragon has returned. No one, nothing, can stop me now. Let's take him from the side! Now! Death to all who oppose me. No! So this is what I'm truly capable of. Wake up! Yuzhong! How is this possible? You are getting rusty, brother.
No! How did it end up like this? No!
Welcome to reality, girl. Where the strongest rules them all.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
In hopes of stopping the Guardian Dragons from fully regaining their strength, Kraken sent his minions to attack the Dragon Sanctuary. The shield protecting the sanctuary was growing weak. Attack after attack, the Guardian Dragons barely had the power to guide the Dragon Warriors. How can a warrior from the Northern Vale enter the sanctuary, and what would await ahead?
Your Your team destroyed a turret. Mega kill. Double kill. Your team destroyed a turret. Mega kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Legendary.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Killing spree. Double kill. Godlike.
I'm perfect. Behold!
Legendary.
Behold! My
Legendary. Triple kill. Maniac.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
rocks need no protection from the wind.
You have slain an enemy. You have slain an enemy. Double kill. Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill. Legendary. Double kill. Triple kill.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means
Game over.
but the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
Game changing.
choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life?
Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Watch me, feel me, feel me.
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Good day and welcome to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Philippines. Now on its Season 6, we are your casters. I'm your anchor, Shitbo with the one for an eye with my analyst partner here, Wolfcast, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we would like to take the biggest we would like to give the biggest shoutouts to our sponsors, our official telco partner, that is Smart. Forge stronger bonds with your team as you heard the battlefield with Smart Giga Games. Enjoy 1 GB games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Dial *123# and choose Giga Games 99.
MPL-PH Season 6 also wants to thank our official sponsor, Realme. Realme is celebrating their first Realme Fan Fest and hashtag Dare to be Realme campaign. Visit their official page at Realme Philippines to know more.
Of course, our official sponsor, we got Gillette. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Hashtag Shave the Day with Gillette.
MPL-PH Season 6 also wants to thank our partner in eSports, PayMaya. Get 5% balikbayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya, the better way to pay. The promo runs until September 15, and you can also get free 50 PHP credits from PayMaya when you download and register using their code MLBB. Just upgrade and add money to your account very easily and use the 50 pesos reward to level up your gaming by buying gaming pins through PayMaya.
Of course, we get our partner in esports. Check out MLBB in TikTok Live. Ladies and gentlemen, get amazing skins and of course a chance to win goodies from MLBB by checking out their page on TikTok Live. And of course, our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G. And the MPL-PH Season 6 is powered by Moonton.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the weirdly hyped matches here in MPL Season 6. You might not be familiar of what is happening here in the Philippines if you're not from the Philippines. For the Filipino fans out there, you probably know the story of the day, the highlight of the day. It's not about the standings. It's not about the previous champions or whatsoever. Throw that away.
Yeah.
This is bad blood.
Pure bad blood, ladies and gentlemen. This Friday, this broadcast, of course, you are watching here in the English broadcast, the MPL Season 6, Week 3. But we also got our Tagalog broadcast being done there by Rob Luna and, of course, Rock Hart. And we are betting that this might be one of the highest viewership broadcasts that we will have just because of the bad blood that is happening right now between these two teams. To give you an idea, especially for our international audience, let's name them. We got Execration versus NXP.
NXP solid, a rookie in the scene, but also very known nonetheless. I mean, this is their first season in the MPL-PH season, MPL-PH, but they are very known in the scene because of they're the streamers, right?
Yes, they are the team under the belt of the face of Mobile Legends in the Philippines, which is ako si Doggy.
Yes, that's
and that's why they're very well known. I mean, this is their third attempt, and they were successful in entering the MPL. But even before that, they became an MPL Pro team. They're already famous.
Definitely. And of course, Execration, the first face of MPL, Zapno, absolutely very known in the scene as a streamer back then. And obviously, his performance when playing for Ops Gaming from before, now Execration, definitely became the face of the franchise. And what they're doing outside of MPL-PH broadcasts, that's one thing that we should be looking at. I mean, it's funny because normally as casters, as analysts, we go for in-game stats.
We go for in-game stats.
But
I actually there is one stat. There is one stat, especially in the team head-to-head, that I usually make fun of, and that is the Facebook support stat. I always make fun of that. I always love it. I always laugh whenever I see that stat. But I think it's the one it might be the big headline stat that we have right now, because I'm very curious about the Facebook support stat between these two teams, right? Because these are the two biggest fan base right now in the MPL here in the Philippines for MLBB Philippines. I'm actually curious who is winning right now.
Wow, you know what? This might be the closest one. You know, it's weird enough. Nevertheless, we were talking about the fan bases of both teams. Execration for the longest time has been gathering a lot of support as a franchise, and obviously Nexplay solid because of their fan base. And they're leading. Fortunately for Execration, they have the upper hand when it comes to their previous performances after only losing once. That is against Aura PH. It seems like Execration found their new flame, aggregating about 7 points total with a 66.7% match rate on top of Group A, while Aura PH trails just a little bit with more games. And Nexplay solid is there. which is weird because they're pretty solid in the middle.
Yes, you actually may want to check out the performance here of the two teams. If we're comparing NXP Solid and Execration, in match ratios, they are actually tied at 2-1 in terms of series counts. On aggregated points, there's just one deficit here, and that favors Execration. And that's why it's really hard to gauge these two teams.
Exactly.
All I can say is both are racking up momentums, right?
That's right. Which is important. Both teams have weird losses in the first week.
In the first week, yeah.
And then second week, it was they're the big winners, right? It was Bren, it was NXP, and Execration, the big winners of week number 2.
All 2-0, if I'm not
all
mistaken.
2-0s, that's right. And you really would love to see how they are prepared for week number 3 after the debut of the 10-ban system. Meanwhile, Group B, I think they also merit our attention now. Bren eSports, another big winner, 2-0s.
Yeah.
3 total match wins. 8 points. That is such a dominant display. Signal Ultra is the opposite end of the spectrum with back-to-back 0-2 losses last week, and it's going to be devastating heading into week number 3.
Especially for these groups. And remember that the back-to-back loss came in from just week number 2, in the 10-ban system got introduced here for Signal Ultra. Without a doubt, that this is one of the teams that suffered with that big change in our league.
And you know what? BSB has been also going down. 4 losses, but technically speaking, they're getting more points compared to Signal Ultra because they also tie up their series. I think
out of the 4 matches,
is such devastating for Signal
for
Ultra.
Signal Ultra. Out of the 4 losses of BSB, that's why I keep on putting my cash on BSB, banking on BSB, because their series have been lost at 2-1.
That's right.
At 2-1, and still it cannot be helped that BSB can actually perform well on this league, without doubt. The thing here is of their sickness of not closing games, right?
That's right, absolutely right. Now, to kind of point that out, BSB, they know how to win games. Unfortunately, they don't know how to close games and series. And I think that's very important now. Seeing Execration, that was their problem back then, and they kind of improved on it. And you can see the differences between teams that are winning because they can close out games and series. And that's important for any team.
And they got really strong players, you know. You got Wilson, who's really good on the side lane. You got Anna as well, who I consider as the Chogad. But enough about BSB. We got our match here, you know. Execration and NXP. Let's check out Execration's video.
Kasi siyempre, from the start naman, hindi ko alam magkakaroon ng malaking tournament yung Mobile Legends, magkakaroon ng mga pro players, ganyan. Sinabi ko sa tropa ko, balang araw magkakapangalan ako dito sa ML na to. Naglaro lang ako, nag-grind, tapos nagtapon ako sa buong mundo.
Alam naman natin yung career ng pagiging pro player dito sa Pilipinas. Hindi naman siya ganun ka-secured. Pipiliin mo siguro mag-aaral o ituloy yung passion mo sa paglalaro. Kasi alam naman natin yung passion minsan hindi siya nagiging successful. So,
kasi ano yun, kailangan mo talaga sumagal pa yung gusto mo ng isang bagay. Kasi hindi mo mabili mo kukuha eh. Pag nag-coach ka pa rin para makikita mo kung ano talaga yung problema ng isang team.
That is Execration's a little bit of story. The growing pains of Execration, so they say, but nevertheless, it's still Etomax, Benicute, Chaknu, Sagito, and Hate with Zabnu in the backlines. The 6th man of the team acting as a coach, he says, but he's actually a 6th man, so he can be activated. He can play, and that's what I hear from the social media.
Yeah. I mean, like we said before we start our broadcast here, everything is so heated up back in social media, guys. There's actually this running banter between Zapnu and the 6th man here for Execration and the support player for NXP, Chester.
Yeah.
That came in way back even in week 1. Week 1 or week 1, week 2.
Maybe
week 1.
It was the first week of MPL-PH Season 6 where they are exchanging their trash talks and BMs in the social media.
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, it started when NXP fell 2-0, 0-2 against Blacklist.
That's right.
And actually had a match wherein they won 0-14 and with all bronze performance rating.
That's right. And that was interesting because we didn't think that it was already growing before that. And when you ask the big fans of both both franchises or both organizations, apparently it is a serious business that they're really wanting to win over the other, not only in game but also when it comes to their trash talk. And as
that's not just, those are not just Facebook statuses.
That's
some actually came in the form of vlogs.
That's right.
Some actually came in the form of side comments during live streams and even live stream captions. That's why there are a lot of fans watching about how the conflict between these two teams boiled up. And everyone is really anticipating this match.
Yeah, and this is interesting because Zapnu told us that he will be playing, at least told in social media. But the question is he going to perform well now? And is he plug and play in Execration? Because you know what? Execration has been performing well even without Zapnu.
Even without Zapnu. Might be, I mean, I'm not hating on to Zapnu, but might be better if Zapnu wants this.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. Again, the main reason why Zapnu is like the playing coach or like the 6-man coach is because he is supposed to really be the eye outside the game.
Exactly.
That's the role he is fulfilling, and that's the role he wanted for his team. That's why it's very curious because there's a lot of pressure going on around social media for Zapnu to play, and that came from the NXP team, that came from the NXP fans themselves. Right. This is the NXP solid lineup. Got Chester, MB, H2, Renny J, Yawi, and Gymnast. Gymnast yet to play for this regular season, but I just want to emphasize, there you go, you got Chester here.
In the front lines.
Yes.
And it came to a point where the tagline or the hashtag here in this matchup, and this is the elephant in the room.
Yes.
It's the one with the broken legs versus the one who breaks legs.
Yes. The one with the it's like
what's the Tagalog term for it?
Of course, the Tagalog term is
Pilay?
Pilay versus pipilayan. Usually the term pilay in Tagalog means it's like a handicap. You're like limp. But in gaming terms, when you say pilay or limp, it's something like you're disabling the team.
Exactly.
You're
disabling.
You're like
you're like anchor.
Yeah, removing the anchor, removing the disabling the leg.
Exactly.
Just so there's no better footing for the team. It's one of it's actually kind of an old banter and BM here in the Philippines.
That's
and
right.
yes, guys, yes.
It
We
is.
are totally discussing this now.
We are. Yeah, you're hearing this.
Because this is the elephant in the room.
Exactly.
This is the biggest headline of this match, ladies and gentlemen. This is the league. This is the league. This is NXP versus Execration. And the even if we don't say this, the fans already know this, right?
You know that expression, right? The elephant in the room will scare off the guests.
Yes.
And this is exactly what's happening.
Yes.
This is the talk of the town.
Yes.
And we cannot help but to address it. And of course, for the sake of our viewers outside of the Philippines, we need to acclimate you with this. We need to tell you how heated this is and how important this is for both teams and the fans.
Yes, this is more than just points getting earned.
Yeah.
Yes, we may say it may be for pride, it may be for ego, but it doesn't matter. The bottom line here, no matter what is mentioned, what is said, what is posted online, whatever vlogs are put out there, in MLBB, all that matters is you win.
Yeah, exactly.
So
you win the actual match.
What we want to emphasize here, is the value of winning this match.
Exactly.
For these two teams, because it is going to be very crazy. The fans are getting wild. Yes, we might be under the global pandemic right now, but if this was done on an on-site event, I have no idea what venue here in the Philippines can handle that capacity of these
Nobody can hold that, man.
rampaging fans.
Imagine two mobs of fans. Getting at it.
Both are angry.
And you know what? This is weird. This is the only time I realized this. This is Execration coming up from the Obs Gaming fan base. And then you also have the Nexplay Solid from the Aether fan base, which is one of the oldest and literally oldest rivalry in terms of fan bases here in the Philippines. That goes way back MPL Season 1.
Season 1, yes.
3 or 4 years ago. Then big franchises with Doggy, Zapnu, and all that jazz.
It's like a saga, man.
It's a saga.
It's like a saga. It's like your favorite anime characters having kids. And they're gonna be continuing on their father's legacies. They're gonna be the one fighting. I mean,
yeah,
I don't want to mention any anime here, but you get the
you get the point, right?
Here, right?
Like Doggy is already one of the elders that goes like that, and then Zapno is still relatively young and still can fight, but he will have to let his kids do the job, do the bidding for him.
Yeah.
Now, which makes me kind of want to talk about the performance of both teams.
Yeah,
right?
let's get into the matchup. Let's get into the head-to-head.
Right. Now that we have already addressed the outside of the game,
let's
whatever.
Get into the game.
Let's get into the actual game. So
look at that. Same unique heroes pick here. Same pool almost, right?
Yeah. And one thing that I want to also take note is that I don't really feel that Execration will be better with Zapno in it. Like I said, he might not be plug and play inside the team, and I don't think that's a good sign. If this is a really valued match, and I really feel that Zapno wants to play, he better be plugging. He better be prepared for this.
He better be prepared for this. Yes, it will be very heavy. Not to mention that maybe the rest of NXP. That really depends. There are certain required rotations, especially in competitive play. But there is a lot of chance that NXP might even target Zapno here. But of course, going into the head-to-head, guys, you're going to be seeing the first blood count here between these two teams. I would dare say that if you get a simple look of this stats, it would be more of the blue getting the majority of the space against the red. And that is because of the momentum getting built up for Execration. 2 consecutive wins for them, and actually quite well-earned wins on the belt of Execration.
Nexplay, I think that they have this taste of line of whatever their lineup is. They are prepared for this, and wow. Okay, scratch whatever we said. Let's go back to this.
Let's go back to this. Oh my God, a lot of people will be taking a screenshot of this.
No, definitely. So Zapnu versus Chester, it's a little bit different when it comes to the playstyle. Obviously, these are the stats of Zapnu from season 5 because that's what that was the season that he played in. In fact, it wasn't that impressive because Zapno is already playing in a more utility role for the team, right?
Yes.
And Chester, for the longest time, have been the tank support of the squad.
Not to mention, Execration back in Season 5 was rolling sustained compositions. Right? Sustained compositions. So more so not really that aggressive compositions for Execration. But my oh my, it's crazy. We've been seeing the face of these two back in social media. There are some contents out there that fully documents the banters between these two between these two individuals, ladies and gentlemen, because for the most part, this heavy rivalry, this is the boiling point of this is the boiling point of the match. NXP and Execration, it is between these two, Zapnu and Chester.
You know what? Whoever watches this coming out from the different fan bases, right? You better just screenshot this, put each guy's statements against each other, and that's gonna be one of the best matches for sure.
Yes, man. We're like watching wrestling, honestly. You know, if you got a recap between these two teams, if someone can put a voiceover on what they have been saying.
Here's the thing, as unconventional as it may look like in esports, this is already ongoing in traditional sports.
Yes, of course.
They BM each other,
UFC,
they trash talk each other.
UFC, WWE, wrestling, and even in basketball.
That's
right.
I believe that there's a little bit of a mental battle that happens between players, between athletes. And it's part of the competitive scene. I think.
Even in boxing, you get that boxer face-off, right? Where the weigh-in happens, right?
Yeah, like literally they face off.
Really like an inch from each other, right? They literally face off. So wow, it's actually part of the league. It's actually part of the production to really establish how heated the fight is.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Because people love rivalries, right?
People love stories, and this is what we live for. I mean, for the longest time, we've been dealing with Mobile Legends. I mean, it has been 6 seasons already. We're the 6th season of MPL, and I like that a very solid story really developed.
Yes. But I think we're done with the running stats. No other stats were flash. So I want to dive onto some.
Okay.
Like, I want to hear your thoughts about
Alright,
some
sure.
player matchups between NXP and Exit.
Okay, so for me personally, even when there's a friction between Chester,
Chester and Zapnu. There are other matchups to
the
really
real
watch out. Right?
matchup for me
Yes.
is Hate versus
H2 for you. All right.
And my hashtag here is hashtag channel the hate versus hashtag conserve H2.
H2. It would be one consideration there. I actually, when we did our last session, we were asked to teams. We asked to give our predictions. I give my prediction for NXP because I think you're looking forward to that matchup. So that kind of signifies that there might be some sort of even level between Hate and H2. But for me, it's not.
Okay.
Mine would be, I think H2 is a bit more consistent compared to Hate.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my point. That's why I voted for NXP on that part.
Yeah.
But if I'm gonna be suggesting another matchup, that will be between Chaknu and Yawi.
Oh, definitely. No, I will agree with you.
Yeah,
A very nice
aggressive.
segue, man.
Yeah.
This is the next matchup that we need to talk about because they are really the enablers of the team.
Yes.
Hate will not be channeled if Chaknu doesn't pop off.
Yeah.
And that is also true with Yawi in relation to H2O.
Yes.
H2O is a good player, but a good player cannot do much if the
Yeah,
tank
if you're not
will
playing-
not be able to support
Not to mention
him.
your playing core.
That's
Your playing
right.
core, for me, what makes a good core is actually consistency and explosiveness by the late game.
That's right.
And that's where H2 excels at. But in terms of Chaknu and Yawi, they can be explosive at minute 1.
Oh, definitely. And there's a... It seems like they have switches, right?
Yes,
you snap,
yes.
and these guys perform well. The question is, how will the draft work around Yawi as well as Chaknu?
Yes.
Because again, 10-man system,
10-man
not
system.
only that, there are limited number of tanks. They also share this
Yes.
Atlas pick.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the stats right now, the stats that I've gathered. There it is. And there's a lot of Atlas that I'm seeing right
There's
now.
a lot of similarity between the pool of Chaknu and Yawi, with a big difference that Chaknu actually rolls and tries to pull off a
That's
tank PNK.
Mhm.
Yawi doesn't avail that, right? But let's see. Let's see, guys. We got the draft in. It's time. It's time for the fans. It's time to settle this.
Oh, man.
It's time to settle this.
Can you do the Bruce Buffer voice? It's time.
It's
for the
time.
I dare you to do that,
We're at the start of the game. Let's try.
Okay.
But here we go.
For Nexplay Solid, definitely you want to prioritize the Atlas, the Kufra, and the other tanks like Hilda. So this is weird because both teams are just taking on the sidelines and the supports. Now, I really like the Serena ban. I am a fan of the Farsa ban as well.
Yeah.
The Villier, not so much, but maybe they are prepared. This is something that they consider as one of Nexplay Solid's standard picks. And it is actually. It is actually
Chester. All right.
one of the big picks now for Nexplay Solid.
Yeah, I'm actually curious why the value ban as well. Are they eyeing too much onto Chester? NXP is now targeting the PNK, but that leaves the Atlas open, but Execration prioritizes the Hate hero.
Yeah.
Alright.
You wanna go for the Yisun Shin first? It's also one of their solid picks. Now, NXP, I think you're looking to secure the Atlas now as a deny pick against your opponents. Not only will you secure this for your own, you also amplify other of your side laners. I'm looking at Cho, actually. Cho might be a point of consideration for both teams.
Yeah.
As it's one of the flex picks.
But I think they're eyeing the Kufra and Atlas here for that part.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
So that's why there is freedom for Execution to prioritize the YSS, because even if they denied the Atlas, gave that to Yawi, there's still Kufra for Chaknu.
Yeah. And they also, NXP Solid, even before, they go Kufra Ling as one of those 1-2 combos, but obviously Esmeralda is
Kufra
available, so you go double side lanes now.
All right.
NXP already showing their hand, and this is an Execration special, going for the Terizla instantly against NXP. They like the support that you get from it, and by the way, the resistance of a Terizla doesn't rely on shields. That's probably why Renegade... that's probably why Execration opted to go for the Terizla instead.
Yeah.
And Hylos is one of the classic counters to Esmeralda.
Yeah.
It's not as effective now, but I guess in the hands of Execration, they are really wanting to shut down this Esmeralda.
Not to mention, the Terizla picks makes any all-in composition awkward.
Also true.
Right? So the moment that the Esmeralda jumps, there is a very easy counter with a penalty zone on, I think maybe Etamax or Benny Cutie.
And that's probably why...
Zapnu's playing!
Oh, there it is. Zabnu.
Zabnu is playing.
Okay, so this might be the reason why there are a little bit of change-ups when it comes to the picks. This is interesting for me. Going for the backshot for NXP Solid, knowing that Atlas and Kufra both are available. Although backshot makes a lot of sense because it's anti-sustain, it's also good against your marksman.
Yeah.
Backshot is gonna be great against the natural revitalized build of the Hylos. It's also great versus the Terizla lifesteal. So at least they're getting in there for the backshot pick. Now, what I don't feel like is good is that I think that there's a lot of initiating problems for NXP now. I mean, obviously there's a Baksha and Esmeralda, but for me that pales in comparison to something like the Terizla penalty zone as well as the Glorious Pathway.
Yeah, not to mention everyone can still be spotted out easily by the Mountain Shocker.
Oh, that's
right?
Also true. That's also
and
true.
Again, entry point is very important from the Thams, especially on the Esmeralda. If you get spotted out on the Esmeralda, everything is awkward for you in landing that Falling Star Moon.
I wonder what is the idea here for NXP Solid and both teams that, in fact, not getting the Khalid in the first round of picks.
Yes.
Even getting the Terizla over it.
Yeah.
Makes me think that they are indeed prepared for this execution. And they're also fielding Zapno this time. I like the
It might be because they're not really following the meta.
Maybe
and they're
so.
really
Maybe
very preparing.
No, that is true.
They're totally preparing against each other.
For the longest time, man, Execration has been playing either on their own meta or on a delayed meta. Like, for example, when they were playing Season 4, they are still known as the team that plays like Season 3 MPL. And when it was MPL Season 5,
they were playing Sustain Heroes.
Right? That's Execration for you.
All right, H2, Harry. All right.
Okay. So this is your carry now for NXP.
Yeah.
It cannot be caught.
Chester Hero is not yet revealed, huh?
Okay. MPL Season 5 and MPL Season 4, when Zapno plays, there is an S-test with him.
Yes. This is a very old comp.
A very old composition. They are so ballsy. They're playing against a Baksha. And then NXP Solid, they're thinking, oh my goodness, we should have not banned the Khalid. Should have taken it.
Yeah.
What is the other side lane now for NXP?
I think NXP would be choosing Chester Hero. Probably here. The utility support right now.
Okay.
Let's see here.
So it's
Lowy.
Alright, so this is the classic Tham side lanes and Esmeralda with the Baksha in there.
And the Lowy fits really well in trying to catch the Estes.
Wow.
So, and, if you put the Necklace of Durance on Lowy,
it
has a lot of maximum area.
You know what? I really like the Louis last pick for NXP.
Yeah.
Because, again, Execration, they tend to group up. Because this is an Estes lineup. They want to group up always. And you will suffer from that duality vacuum that we're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm also quite how do I say this? Questioning this sustain lineup of Execration in the face of a Baksha. But you kind of feel what Execration, because this is how Execration deals with counters. If there's a counter to their matchup, they double down on their lineup so that the counter feels like it's not gonna be enough.
It's not gonna be enough yet.
Like
yes. Who will you target?
Force.
Right?
It's brute force.
Yes. Like if one tank is countered, they'll add more tank to it. Maybe something like that. It's the logic for Execration. What is your prediction here?
Oh my. Okay. Honestly, this is an NXP game.
You think it's an NXP game?
I
will be honest. I'm just sticking to my prediction because my Saturday meal is at stake.
That's right. Me too.
Magic,
I betted for Execration actually.
All right.
But in this game, unless there's something special that I'm not seeing yet for Execration, I might just say NXP Solid.
NXP,
but look at this. Lunox.
They're utilizing Zapna actually on the Terizla. And they got him on the front line. My worry here is actually by the by the 4-minute mark when anti-heals already up on support items. Let's see here. The first blood might be in for Zapnu, but the body of the Smith should that be enough. Yep, gonna be secured here by H2. And flicker in done by Renegade. 2-0 quickly against EXE.
Oh man, they traded for the purple buff. 2 kills in their name. Terizla support is not as strong when it comes to manning up in level 1, but it does deal a ton of damage against minions and creeps. That's why you felt that Execration really wanted to go for that invade. And you will argue now, is it worth it? And absolutely, and NXP Solid says no. This is a Harith Esmeralda lineup with the Louis. Any early game head start that you give to us, we're gonna hammer it against you.
It will be taken advantage of. Normally, the value of the buff is higher than a kill.
Yeah.
But 2 kills, not good news. You know why? Because of the Mystic Shop.
That's
right. Again, that really accelerates H2's gold.
That's true.
We might be expecting the first item to pop off just around, pre-4 minute.
And by the way, when you go for the invade now in the meta, you need to reduce your opponent's HP first before you try to go for the invade so that they will not think about defending it.
Yeah.
That wasn't available. Nevertheless, by 2 minutes in, this is amazing. You get level 4 already on Zapno with the penalty zone. You can easily initiate. And they're going for a little bit of a power push up or maybe just some pressure. And maybe wait for Etomax as well to get his levels up.
Yep. They got a vision down. Actually, Renegade has an idea that someone is hiding up top.
Yeah.
I actually see Yaoi rolling already. Spotting heat here and Chaknu.
This is an incredibly greedy lineup from Execration, especially with the way they play. I thought that this was going to be a full funnel.
Look at the flag on Zapnu.
Oh, it's just some damage being dealt now. Anyway, I want to go back to what I was saying. Execration going for a very greedy approach in the game. I thought that they would go full funnel Yi Sun-shin on Benecutie, but instead Hate is a little bit. There's a little bit of a mixture when it comes to their distribution of wealth.
Yeah, I'm actually curious who has the majority of wealth here for the side of EXE. Mounting Char gets casted here, and the buff is still secured by the members here of NXP. Zapnu once again might be punished here. Might be the third blood for this game. Focus on Iaknu once again, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. A quick 2-0 on the same spot here by NXP. So, Lid.
Oh man, I wonder what Execration is seeing there that they did not change their mind. They fully committed on that. We do know that with the level 4 available in Yaoi, it's impossible for them to win the fights. Why? Because of the ultimate. And there's a natural counter of the backshoot against the sustained strats. That's why I felt that this is a questionable Estes pick coming out from Execration.
Indeed.
It kind of felt like Execration is saying, we're not looking at your heroes. We're building our own draft. And unfortunately, that won't work against this lineup of NXP. At least in the early game.
Yeah.
At least in the early game.
And the thing here is that they are diving way too deep. If you look at the Gillette Instant Replay, they're diving way too deep against an initiate comp.
That's right.
Of NXP. Like, NXP can easily dive on that choke.
Yeah,
right?
So easily. And because of this,
man.
the turtle though,
well,
gonna be
that's
secured by
good.
Hate.
Yeah, for Execration. Yeah, we will be just getting some damage down for Hate, but I think that's it. That's one turtle again for Execration.
The strength of Execration, though, is that they can really go for the power pushes like this, the jump from the penalty zone, and yeah, we might be in trouble.
Yeah, you did mention that they can go for the power push, and I will be doing so. Artillery minion gets cleared quickly. There's good distance between the mid minion. Chester is still there, and of course, H2 and MB took the time in getting the kill against BenQ.
Problem now with having this double, not really a double funnel because that won't exist.
Yeah.
But yeah, you sacrifice one core as Zapnu gets a value kill out of MB in their bottom lane.
Very interesting stayed there by MB. They were able to get a kill onto Benecutie. They didn't rotate on the mid. Just stayed there. Maybe wait up for Zapnu to engage. And MB, I mean with the thumbs, just, stand in front of the Terizla. He got the full combo in.
Man.
So there's some mishaps as well on the side of NXP.
The third round of buffs again contested. 3 times the charm for Execration. Not gonna be the case.
They have to walk away. Hate here, soaking up a lot of damage. Of course, gonna have his Order of Brilliance proc, but still, that's gonna be it. I think they're gonna be giving away the Little Wanderer.
Well, a very primal approach from Execration, Shinbu.
Yeah.
That they're going for this two core setup.
Yeah.
Not a funnel. A 2-core setup.
Yeah.
Which from our experience playing as an esports won't work so
yeah,
much.
Yeah, and we were doing this actually, me and Manjin as the 2-core. But the thing here is that if the game drags on really late, like on plateau of strength, it might favor Execration. Might, okay?
Yeah, no, Shinbu, that really segues into my second point of how primal this is as an approach from Execration. This is a classic, let's just get to the late game and we'll outplay you.
Yeah. I think let's just get into the late game.
Why?
That might be the shining light here for Execration.
You know why I said that, Shinbu? Because there's a lot of wave clear in Execration and they also have this arrival.
Yeah.
And they're doing their best, putting their bodies against turrets so that they can defend.
Yes, alright. But they still can fight this turtle. They're securing turtles here. That gives insurance for Execration to come into the late game. Zapnu catches 3 from the penalty zone, and that's what we are talking about. This is a team that has been explosive since Season Season 1. Now on Season 6, they're gonna be delivering a fix against the face of NXP. 3-4-1.
3-4-1, and that was Execration showing us how it's done.
Oh my god.
Very primal in terms of form and approach. Just outplay your opponents. Wait for that wonderful initiation by your opponents and
a play by Zapnu.
All of a sudden. Saying, I'm not washed out. I'm going to show you how it's done, man.
Yeah, look at that. Old Mobile Legends. Old style Mobile Legends. Very old style Mobile Legends. Bang.
And even the usage of the Retribution is wonderful from Hate. And this is the classic approach of winning matches. It won't matter how much lead your opponent has. If you land that big stun, big ticket ultimate, you might win the game.
Yeah, fight as a team, but it doesn't necessarily mean that NXP cannot fight this back. Let us see. Ladies and gentlemen, down for the front line, Betty Cutie will be slain quickly. MB to the front line, gets clapped on by Hate. That's going to be it. The Chaos Darkening activated coming in from Hate. Keeps the distance. There is going to be the brush. Yawi is holding on to that one. And there's the re-engage once again. H2 here. Hate will proc his brilliance. He has it on. Still the first kill. He's trading up. Half health. He was able to get a kill. Still, Hate has the brilliance. Hate has the brilliance. Beating up. There you go. But the problem is, where is the distance? Renegade dancing around. Yeah. Very weird positioning there by
Yeah, he could have just backed down,
back out, yeah.
And maybe just sacrifice E to Max. Now they might both die together. And that's going to be a kill.
Oh, yeah. Wow, very willing to fight this Execration squad.
They are fighting again in the terms of NXP. No, very cutie.
Bad blood! Bad blood, ladies and gentlemen. No one's backing out. No one's backing out.
There's no other explanation but bad blood, especially this clash, man. Yeah. This is pure. What is the English term? It's just aggressiveness. It's just friction. It's just tension between two teams. Normally, other teams will just say, okay, just go get your own purple boss. We're just back down. By the way, a bad call there from Execration, losing Benny Cutie.
Yeah, losing Benny Cutie. Not to mention, even Hate here, really very willing to trade with H. So I can imagine this guy shouting while playing. But let us see. There's going to be another fight. This is what we are talking about in this matchup. Execration and NXP, nobody's letting up. We are, ladies and gentlemen, already into the mid game. This is the main event.
The main event, man. And we're on our feet now. Chester, there it is. Hate and Chaknu grouping up just to get a kill on that squishy support. And on the other part of the map, however, NXP, solid, they are able to get something. Yeah. There's a lot of wave clear. This puts them a little bit ahead of Execration, but it's not going to be.
Look at that. A possible team fight. What is new?
What is new? 8 and 13, 21 combined kills in 9 minutes of game time.
And still just, less than 500 gold lead. Iyakno here with glorious pathway. Look at the backside. There is gonna be Renny J. They're not committing into this fight. Maybe Execration was able to spot out where Renny J can come in. Had it been they committed, that would have been NXP's win.
Yep. Here's the thing. Execration, they do have very good turnaround when it comes to team fights because of the penalty zone, the heals, and the fact that they can layer together with the Mountain Chakra. Renegade with the ultimate trying to run away now, Shinbu.
He did flicker out. That's gonna be it. Yawi forces the brilliance away from Hate. This makes it awkward. Chaknu sacrifices himself. Yep. You know why? Zapnu goes for the split up top. Hate gets caught out still, and Etamax knows it. No one can fight this. Push might be completed as well by NXP down for the bot.
And we know that this is the power spike of NXP Solid. This is their timing. They can constantly just fight and fight and fight, and evidently now in the mid game they have gotten everything they need. This is not a massive lead for NXP Solid, but the fact that the items are present on big cores and that they are fighting to utilize it to get push and to get kills, that's good for NXP Solid.
And as you explained that, actually Chester not letting up Zapnu there. There is his diversion. Just to corner Zapnu. Renegade is left here. Falling Star Moon committed against Benny Cutie down for the front line. Chaknu spotting out where the members of NXP may come in. They're focusing now for the purple. Gonna be securing that buff there. And now, not anymore a turtle, but the Lord started on by NXP.
Power, the study, the theory of mid-game versus late-game, knowing that you have a lot of mages on the side of NXP. They flourish in the mid-game when they do get their items. And Benny Cutie hasn't really established his dominance yet in this game.
Yes.
In fact, as a marksman, he doesn't have enough items yet against his opponents. His 6.1k, the Blade of Despair in, and if you compare that to these massive mages from NXP Solid, he cannot win a team fight for sure. With Execration, they'll need to wait for a lot of time for that Will the NXP let them have it, though?
Yeah, that's, I mean, you want the late game. You need a
Yeah.
lot of time. I mean, we did get our fair share of early mid-game team fights, right? But without a doubt, Execration, biggest strength here falls into the late game. They got 2 cores against H2. The problem is, will NXP stop strangling them? They're going to be focusing on the mid, and the inner will be given away by Execration.
How disciplined is Execration on their defense? How strong are they?
Oh
Doesn't
my God.
look that much. Their wave clear requires them to be in front of the minions or the Lord, which might be a problem against the NXP Slot in this specific match now.
Yup, and NXP wants to push forward, get a decent stack here down for the mid, and one fell down. There's gonna be the arrival coming in from Zap now. As you know, he can wave clear the top. The Lord will be falling down. Critical health for Yawi, down for the mid. Renegade is quite quick. There's still 1 artillery, 1 for the melee, and 1 for the mage. And Renegade gets focused on by the member of EXE. Bottom lane is destroyed. There's still 1 artillery in the mid. Second inhib, secured by NXP. And that's it for Zap and P. No more late game here for EXE because you got the minion waves coming in as the base gets destroyed.
No
and
way.
NXP takes this methodically. That's it. NXP takes game number 1 against Execration.
A little bit of sugar and spice and everything's nice for NXP Solid. Because literally what they just did is to punish
Look at
what
that.
Execration is doing.
Look at that.
Use their draft to their advantage, and I'm sure that they're happy with
Yeah,
this.
look at that. Look at the.
You know what's perfect now
Yeah.
for NXP? They
Yeah.
defeated Execration with Zapnu in
With
it.
Zapno in it. Yeah, that's
I
one.
Man, I really want to go to the chat for both the Filipino and the English coverage, and that will be a treat for me, for
crazy.
sure.
It's crazy. You can actually see how proud.
Yeah.
Like whenever they're raising their phones,
That's
seeing
right.
the result, showing the result. Because of course our players are playing at the comfort of their homes.
That's right.
You know, you can feel. Yeah, game 1.
Oh man, how many times have you hyped it? And you know that it's great because here's the thing: NXP against Execration, it went down the wire when it comes to the team fights, which is weird because it's not much of the method. It's more the madness when this game 1 happened.
Indeed. I'm actually just happy because Manjin bet. This battle is also between me and Manjin. And for our Saturday meal.
If you don't know, guys.
Yeah.
Because we cannot bet on real money.
Yeah.
We betted our lunch.
Our lunch, yes. It's really crazy, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that's still 1-0. I cannot but feel that Execration has a lot more to answer against NXP. That's a very unique lineup, by the way.
It was a risk that they had to take, and it did not bode well for them.
Let's look into Butter's analysis for this.
Number 1, sobrang linis ng pinakitang performance ng dalawang teams. But there are a bit of lapses in terms of decision-making na nagawa dito yung side ng Execration. And let's talk about it more in just a bit. Pero ito lang yung masasabi ko doon. Reactive plays actually hurt you more dun sa inaakala mo. Medyo nagkaroon ng reaction dito yung Execration. They really wanted to go for the invade. Kaso nagiging problema nila is they can't really fight. And that's where Chester and Yawi actually made a point. Nakikita ko naman dito kung anong gusto talaga gawin ng NXP. They really just wanted to give everything para kay H2O. Execration, ang sabi lang naman nila dito, invade natin yung purple para malimit natin yung pwedeng gawin ng Harriet. And they did just that. And by the way, this certain item na ginawa ni MB dito, the Deadly Blade, ng maagang-maaga, he just went in with this. Ay, not that. Hindi yan. Ito, yan. He went with this item, first item pa lang, even if may back siya na sila kay Yawi. And what they did was, they just shut down yung hero dito na ginagamit ni Eto Max. And Chakno dito, hindi din, sabihin natin, maganda yung performance ni Chakno, pero kasi nag-rely sila sa isa't isa. And kapag may Deadly Blade ng tumama at may ultimate na ni Yawi, o yung passive ni Yawi dito ay nag-play out para sa kanila, lahat ng pagiging, sabihin natin, tanky and sustainability dito ng side ng Execration ay unti-unting nawawala. So, that is about it. Let's see here. Nagkaroon pa ng onting sulat dito, ladies and gentlemen. Ayun natin dito. But right now, let's see yung kanilang mga graphs. This is the post-match data. Renegade Esmeralda dito doing a very great job just controlling the lanes. Ito yung sinasabi natin na hindi mo kailangan masyadong, what do you call this? Hindi mo kailangan masyadong magpakita ng ideas in terms of what you're gonna do. Ang ginawa lang ni Rena J dito, sumunod lang siya sa agos dito ng ating team. So, ang ginawa niya is he always looked out for the right position. Kung papansinin nyo, every single time na may away na mangyayari, what Rene J does is pumupunta lang siya doon and he gives the idea na lagi akong aalalay kapag kakailangan nyo ako. On the other hand, Benny Cutie, hindi niya nagawa yung kanyang gustong gawin dito. Obviously, he really wanted to get a lot of items, just have the damage to take down people here onto the side of NXP, kaso doon nagkaroon ng onting problema. He was really shut down and nabigay yung priority kay Hate. So that is a lot of things going on here. Kung napapansin nyo, meron namang idea for both teams dito. Actually, Execration nga, nahawakan naman nila kahit papano yung Turtles. But in a way, yung collapse na nangyari sa kanila dito is very uncharacteristic. You don't really see that from Execration in the other games. But for this game, pakiramdam ko, NXP did their homework and napakita naman nila na, hoy, tama yung ginagawa natin dito, ipagpatuloy lang natin. I do not really expect anything na magbago for the side of NXP, but for Execration, back to the drawing board sila dito. So what is the thing na pinaka-importante dito para sa both sides? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a sustain. Sustain. Teka lang, medyo mabagal ako magsulat eh. Sustain, and that is what really happened through all of the game. Lahat ng sustain na yan is na-ekis dito for both teams. And what really just happened there was, accounted for naman lahat talaga ng heroes na ginagamit dito ng side ng both teams eh. But the problem was, sabihin na lang natin, hindi talaga nagkaroon ng pop-off moment dito si Benny Cutie. Yawi, on the other hand, phenomenal performance coming out from this guy. Once again, nakita natin yung kufra niya last week and right now he's doing a great job just giving out etong mga positions na to para sa kanyang team. Chester, kung nakita nyo at this moment on, nakakuha siya ng Necklace of Durance and it really helped the idea pa na kahit papano ay talaga magkakaroon pa ng mas malaking lamang dito, Nexplay solid. And right now, if you would see this is the time na talagang sabihin na natin, NXP just won that game. So H2O will be our player of the game, MVP of the game rather, and this is really his style. H2O Harith, sobrang komportable niya dito, ladies and gentlemen, and this is not new to us. Lagi natin napapansin to, na kapag ka nakuha niya yung buff at nabigay sa kanya lahat ng kailangan niya gawin, he just goes for it at hindi siya magdadalawang isip doon. So, looking at it, Star Shard, Holy Crystal, everything that he needs, one death. Ito yung pinaka nagiging bentahe dito ng isang H2O. 7-1-11, ladies and gentlemen. And that's the thing about H2O. That's the thing about good assassins, good carries, is that whenever you have this stat, napakababa ng deaths mo, you are most likely to succeed in the game. And just win the game, all rather. So, right now, we are just gonna go back into sabihin na natin ang ating analysis dito for game number 2. The thing I would like to question is, ano nga ba yung things na kailangan ayusin dito ng side ng Execration? Giveaway code is right there, ladies and gentlemen. Pamimigay natin yan. And dahil mabait kayo, meron pang isang ibibigay, which is another giveaway code na nandito kasi meron pong sumaling 20,441 participants sa ating Mythic Glory draw. So that is going to be exciting, ladies and gentlemen. Pakiramdam ko, ibalik na natin to sa ating mga casters. Rob Luna, Rockhart, Wolf, Shinbu, kamusta kayo dyan?
Thank you so much for the good insights, Butters PH. And yeah, I would agree. It was of the sustain. It was of the counter on the first hand. But I would also agree on your point earlier.
Yeah.
It's a very hard... They have a sustain comp.
Yes.
But ironically, it's a very hard to sustain comp because it's greedy.
It's incredibly greedy.
Yeah.
What we're talking about greedy is that you need the stars to align.
Yeah. To make that work.
To make it work, basically speaking. So there are two layers here. First, that they need to make work is that it is a double core setup.
Yes.
Normally, we say channel the hate for the side of Execration because they always channel and funnel everything onto hate. This time, they had Yisenshin and the Lunox. And from experience, it won't work. Or at least it's not easy to pull off. The second layer that we want to take note here is that they are going for a sustained composition that we know Execration did before.
Yeah.
When they did it in MPL Season 4 and Season 5, they were successful with it because there wasn't any existence of a Baksha yet or a Deadly Blade.
Yeah.
They were totally countered here.
Look at
what I don't like about the way they drafted is that Baksha was already available for the opposing team, and they still picked up the Estes, and that's where the questions now come into place.
Yeah, I also want to emphasize because I cannot but feel that I'm quite good in observing player tendencies. Cannot but feel like if someone is getting wasted on one role or on one hero, and yeah, I mean, YSS is good for a carry, for a core. But I think Benekit would be enabled more on some more proactive heroes, especially for the early games.
Yeah. I think,
for the most part, I mean, it's if you are a core, if you're playing like on a core hero like YSS, whenever a fight happens, there are two decisions coming into your mind. Will I farm?
Yeah.
Or will I try to convert somewhere else? Or will I join the fight?
Yeah.
Most of the time, on Benekit, especially when he is playing Cho, he joins the fight. He makes impactful plays on that one. Sometimes he even initiates, right?
That's right.
And
there came a point where we were talking about Execration. That was last week, and we were saying, "Oh, Benekit is valid for an MVP of the week because of how well he plays around his team, how he participates into team fights."
Yeah, and actually observe the past games. I mean, he has been rolling on more proactive melee heroes here. You got Lancelot as well on the hands of Benekit here. So why not? Why put the YSS here?
And what is this?
Wow.
An overreaction from Execration meant that they will give away the Selena to NXP Solid, the 100% picked and banned hero.
Oh my god.
Nevertheless, Execration, I like that they have solidified their side lanes now.
Yes, with Khalid. The Khalid pick is good. I just cannot but feel that the Selena, not banning the Selena is too much. Trading the Harit for the Selena is too much here.
A backshot pick once again from NXP Solid. And
Chester.
they are gonna go with a Cho.
Chester will go Super Saiyan here.
Oh yeah.
Chester is very angry, you know that.
Yeah, his focus is
he wants to get he really wants to destroy Zapnu. He really wants to I mean my term here is indeed that. Destroy Zapnu, destroy Execration.
Yeah.
And what more enables him with that?
Yeah.
But a Selena, right?
Yeah, you can see it from NXP. This is an Aether special, to say the least. For the longest time, one of the runners of this Selena. Yeah. But obviously, this is one of the better picks in what we know as the running meta. Now, Execration, while it's true that they have secured very good heroes, this is still them showing their hand.
Yeah.
It's showing both of your side laners. That might be the best. Oh, Valier pick from Execration. What does his answer so far? Well, it's good against jumpers because it can do the pushback with the searing turret. So that's good. It's percent-based. The damage is also good against the tank heroes of NXP. What I don't like, though, is that there's not much execution factor now for Execration.
For Execration. Not to mention the Valier is left vulnerable here. I'm accounting for the next bans for Execration side. And I was looking into a ban towards a Lancelot, a Ling. Well, maybe not the Ling anymore, but a Lancelot. The Renegade hero here, Hellcurt. Because that Valier might be an easy target here now for the remaining picks of NXP.
Look at NXP now, Shinbu. We're talking about how important the tank support matchups are. And we know that somebody needs to take over for both teams. And NXP Solid answering that with the straight-up ban of the Atlas and the Kufra, the Chaknu specials. And we know that Chaknu is such a good player.
So
but if he's not enabled,
there we go.
He'll not have it.
Yeah, and there we go. That was a good ban, the Lancelot. Especially against H2. What I'm worrying now, the only left pick here for Chaknu would be the PNK.
Yeah. And I don't like the side of a PNK plus the Valier combo. There's not much initiation in it, although there is Khalid. And we might go into that realm of that no tank setup for Execration where your tankiest hero could be the Khalid, and I like
exhausting the Chaknu hero here.
Chaknu heroes. What is left? Maybe another Hylos? That's not going to bode well for Execration. Is it time for the Grak, however? Is it time for the Grak?
Grak might be good.
Roger.
Oh, you go Roger first, and they last pick the Chaknu hero, the Chaknu special. So this is Execration all in on the duels. And there's a lot of melee heroes for Execration that they might be punished now for NXP. Looking at possible side laners now for NXP Solid. We were talking about the Carmilla. And NXP Solid is a team that we know
Roads out the Carmilla effectively, quite effectively.
Yeah.
And let us see, there you go. We will have the Ling. This might be a nice dent.
Oh man,
against the formation of NXP, but it got reinforced quickly by the Gatot Kacha pick. But look at that.
Oh man, here they go
Chakno
again.
hero will be
the Khalid.
Khalid.
And what I do like about Execration is that there are no gray areas for this team, man.
Yeah.
If they're all in, they're all in.
They're all in.
If there's no tank, there's literally no tank for Execration.
Right. Man,
they went full sustain previous game, and they said, we don't do balance.
Against the Baksha,
There's no balance in Execration. There's only greed. And well, greed is not there, but double down, triple down, all in for Execration. That's how they do it. They're gambits, man.
Yeah.
They're gonna do. They're gonna go all in.
Yeah, I'm actually accounting for the picks. The Alice pick is good against the Gatot Kacha. Gatot Kacha was good against the Roger. It was shown, right? There is the Ling. The Ling is quite weaker right now because of the heavy hits on him on the recent patch, right? There's the nerf down onto the Ling. But this is still H2 we're talking about. And yes, even though there is the nerf on the Ling, that's still a core. All the core, I mean, whenever nerfs are done, usually it's a reduction against the explosiveness, not necessarily on the consistency required for a core. And I can't help but feel this is H2 we are talking about. He can still get into the late game monster that he's always done. He has always done.
Yeah.
So
Ling is gonna be a big problem, Shin, but there's no catch.
Yeah. So there you go.
It's a 2-0.
Easy lunchtime for me. Easy bonus lunch for me for tomorrow against Manji.
Everything from NXP solid. Every single hero is good against each matchup. The Gadokacha destroys the melee composition of Execration, and it's gonna destroy the Roger.
Yeah.
The Selena is gonna amplify the objective taking potential as well as the jungle clear of NXP Solid. If there's anything that's good for Execration, it's gonna be the side lane push coming out from the Thams as well as the Alice. But when the team fights will happen, and that's gonna happen in the mid game, they're not gonna be favored at all.
Yeah. Oh my, Zapno is actually taking some tower dives here. I'm actually very curious about the running invades. There goes Chakno. H2 secures his own buff. Forces the flicker out on Chakno. He might be able to walk away. Where is any? Are there any flickers? No, none. Coming in from NXP. Pushback done in by Etomax. Chester here with the arrow. He go for the bite. He will.
Oh, they know.
No! I thought Etomax might deliver the trap onto Chakno. Chakno gets spotted here. And there goes Hate. He gets the kill onto Chester. This might be 2 kills done for the main carry of Execration. But H2 re-engage. Those are early kills.
Oh, not.
My man for the Ling. Not gonna be very good use here. Yawi backs up. There's gonna be Hate. Goes for the Cyclone Eye. Re-engage. Yawi might be another victim falling against an EXE. Very cutie on attack. Oh! He got the brush down. There's no more auto-attack available here from the Alice, and that's it. That settles 2-1 in favor of NXP.
Okay. So NXP definitely get the upper hand in there, especially because they gave 2 kills to the H2 hero.
Oh my god.
And also, a kill on Hate is good. One thing that maybe Execration can look into that specific clash, because it went too long, at least their cores or their side laners get the farm on the side lanes. However, there is no save for this for Execration. That is definitely a couple of mistakes on their part. And I like that Yawi has survived in there.
Execration is always wild, you know.
They are.
Very, very
wild.
wild.
Hate misses. Oh, this is how you feel that Execration is not in the groove.
Yeah.
Even Hate with that Lycan pounce really puts himself against the wall and not going to be able to get out in there.
Yeah, and look at the here. H2 knows the lead that he has.
Yeah.
The only problem right now for the Ling is the patch.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it, but H2 is feeling confident. He's been jumping around, trying to spot out where Execration will exit from their own jungle.
Yeah.
But that's it. This establishes... the gold lead falls in favor a bit for the side of NXP, but this is... NXP is now on the driver's seat.
For Execration, they need to control the early game because that's the Roger lineup. The moment that they lose their foothold of the game, that's the moment that they also lose.
Yeah,
also,
Roger lineup, man.
This is such a good Ling game that you're feeling it, and H2O feels it. He's diving because he knows that it is a good Ling game. Looking at the heroes that it can burst down, literally everyone. The problem with the Khalid is that the sustain is a little bit fake on the Khalid, so
Indeed.
that he needs to ramp it up. It's not solid, tank it up like how Baksha does it or how Kufra or Agrok does it. Khalid needs to pray before he's able to strengthen himself up as they take another one, the bottom lane. Chester and Red J pairing up for a kill on Zapnu.
And stickers are popping out.
Chester and Zapnu,
from
man.
Chester, man. Especially onto Zapnu. That's 3-1. Ladies and gentlemen, Chaknu doing what he can. I really feel like, the Chaknu playstyle fits, durable tanks.
You know what? I am tasked, Mr. Shinbu, to make sense of of both teams' lineups.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I cannot find anything that will save Execration now. I thought that if they do secure the first 2 minutes of the game, they might have a chance.
Yeah.
But they are now far from it. 3-1
Yeah.
with 1,000 gold, more than 1,000 gold for NXP Solid,
Yeah.
and a Ling that's very happy with what he has.
Yes.
This
And
is
we're not
big
even
trouble.
we're not even in the mid game.
Not even.
We're not even in the mid game, Wolf here. So, especially we have a Selena
Yeah.
and Ling that flourishes down for the early game. All that is needed is 1 kill there. But yeah, let us see. There is, of course, an adjustment from Execration. Playing quite safe. But the pressure is really heavy. Down on NXP. Chaknu stays into the mid. Chaknu will fall down. That is for sure. Blade of Tempest gets casted. Of course, makes it awkward for members of Execration to rescue Chaknu.
Yeah. And it's going to be harder and harder now for Execration. I'm looking at a little bit of timing in their part. Maybe when they get the items up, but it seems like it's not going to happen now.
Yeah, that
Or
was a
is
good
it?
answer there. Coming in from Hate down for the dive of Chester. The turtle is still going to be secured here by H2. It is secured down by the Retribution. You got MB here, becomes a gate. And EXE trades in 3 just so... NXP trades in 3 just so they can secure the turtle.
So that is good for Execration. I like how Hate identified that it is time for him to pounce. NXP Solid, they felt overly confident in there, and I cannot blame them for it.
Yeah.
They know that they are ahead. And unfortunately, NXP Solid, they are trying to hit a lot of birds with just 1 stone, and that is the turtle and winning the fight.
Yeah, winning the
Unfortunately,
fight,
they can only get 1.
1, yeah. And that's the turtle.
Indeed, the turtle, not a bird.
Didn't win the fight, ladies and gentlemen. But still, the main headline of this lineup is a Ling, look at the damage now being dealt by the Ling. That's around 500 already, a 471 down on the crits. Yeah. And still, like you mentioned earlier, Wolf, no easy catch for the Ling.
H2, this is still his game. It's going to be up to him and how he manages his energy, and that might be the only thing that will set him up for a bad game in this game number 2 that we have. Even the arrows are falling in for Chester, and that's how you know that that you're reining in. And here's the thing, right? It's Selena is more like you wake up one day, you're a good Selena player. Though you wake up another, it's a bad day for you. And it seems like Chester, it's a good day for Selena.
It's a good day for Chester right now. He will feel very confident. There's a lot of vision.
Yeah.
There's a lot of vision provided by H2, by Yahweh there.
Yeah, exactly.
And without any tanks, every arrow is so rewarding. Every arrow is so rewarding right now. Like whoever receives the arrow there, even the Tams will be punished heavily. They got H2 here dancing around. He got a ledge just so he can pinch points out. And now you got Yaoi secured bagged by Hate. Soul of Lava, lots of damage delivered against the shell of the turtle. MB will be the next victim here by EXE. That is a clear win there by EXE. Nice pick up there.
You see how NXP Solid dealt with it. They said, okay, there are our 2 supports, or at least the supporting crew. It was MB as a core, but we can trade for map control when we lose 2 members, and they know that they only have to last long enough for them to have the upper hand.
Very interesting pathing there by H2 actually. Did forward, went onto the side with the Blade of Tempest. That was a good catch though by Rene J.
Yeah.
Yeah, onto Zapnu. It seems that the Thams here might not anymore be any factor against NXP. Rene J dancing around. Actually, both 2 teams are dancing around this turtle.
Yeah.
And no one wants to start.
That's a very important kill coming out from Rene J. Really establishes his pressure onto the side lanes. And that's one thing that NXP Solid needs to be doing now is to push the turrets. And I like the fact that they're killing from the side lanes. And they're not really fighting head-on against Execration.
Because this is officially the mid game.
That's right.
And this is a nice opportunity for Execration. Because the mid game is starting, lanes are starting to converge. They could take on 4v4 or 5v5 team fights. And it might be a nice turnaround for Execration. But look at that, because even though the lanes are converging, that means a more field is gained in favor of NXP including the field or the so to speak, the river for the turtle here. Easy turtle for H2.
Oh man, real estate management from Nexplay solid by pushing against Execration and Chester. Because of the lead that they have, they can play like this, but unfortunately it will be duly punished by Itomax and Chakno. But that's ultimate.
Oh, Execration is willing to fight that. They have no ultimate onto Itomax. They will lose this one. They have no ultimate, by the way, onto Chakno. So yeah, at least they fall back.
Yeah.
You can actually see NXP trying to bait in for a fight here.
No, that's actually very smart from NXP. I thought that any other player, even us included, will definitely clash against Execration.
Yeah, yes.
NXP solid as well as H2O. They said, okay, we don't really need kills at this point. We need to clear the waves and conserve our turrets as much as possible. And that's what they're doing. They aren't letting Execration to push. They're giving away kills on supports, and as long as they are support kills, it's okay for NXP solid.
Yeah. All right. This
for
are
cute
kind of unnecessary here. They're kind of, totally underestimating the damage and pick-up capacity of Ling sitting at level 13 right now with your team. Well, you get hit on the level 13 as well.
So
but team fights will save Execration. That's all I can see here right now.
Especially now. I guess the term now that Execration need to do is to learn is urgency. Their path to forcing a game number 3 will depend on them ending this game in quite a few minutes from now, snowballing against NXP Solid. Because if they hedge their bets against the Ling in the late game with the Cho as well as the Selena in there, I don't think that it will end well for them. Again, no attacks for the side of Execration. And they also put Oracle on, that's Oracle now on the Khalid. While it is tanky against Magic, it's not going to help him survive against the physical damage output of the Gadokacha, the Cho, as well as the
Well, the thing here is, I think the Oracle pick is more of not really like a counter item, but like a staple item onto the Khalid because the Oracle improved regeneration scales really well with the regeneration of the Khalid. But here's one thing. I'm accounting for the inhibitor turret push of NXP. It's not that easy. They have the marksman. They need to have the Ling within the range. I think if Execration, Execration should realize while playing right now that one of the core objectives here would be vision control, starting for the Lord. Because Lord would be a heavy win condition for NXP in closing out this game. I really don't think that they can easily push an inhibitor turret without the Lord because they have no marksman. It's not a Yi Sun-Shin. It is a Ling. He needs to go down before he can hit the turret.
That's also true. And if you're looking at the wave clear potential of NXP, that's probably their weakest point. There's not much wave clear on their part.
Yes.
In fact, they will need to commit heavily on the lanes themselves. And that might be something of an opening for Nexplay Solid. Maybe if they realize, okay, Execration cannot defend... Execration can win if NXP Solid is always in front of the Lords of your... And that might be the opening for Execration if they do want to force game number 3. I'm still sticking to what I'm noticing on the game. It's still very crucial for Execration to win in the next coming minutes. And maybe their deadline, their absolute deadline, is the First Lord.
Is the First Lord. Yeah, we get it here. First Lord will come in at 5-second timer. Ladies and gentlemen, 8-7. With a 1K gold lead, honestly, in NXP Solid. I kind of feel that NXP is being too careful right now. They're being reactive against Execration. Maybe really wanting to get that layered team fight that will ultimately result to the biggest win of this match. Because so far, they're not as aggressive as they are back in the laning phase. All right.
They're forcing the second skill of Chakno, but Chakno is going to be smart about it. Just to hide his teammates. It's the arrow on the Roger, though. Are they going to fight this, Shinbu?
Oh, look at that. Even arrow on the Roger. I'm still not going to be committing it. Probably they need the traps onto the Roger. They need the maximum damage onto Chester. I did saw the arrow, no traps on that part.
Yeah, so it doesn't hurt that much.
Yeah.
But they will settle for the low-hanging fruit, which is Zapnu. And definitely going to be able to kill him down.
That's the problem now. Side lane foundation is a bit weak right now for Execration here. Heavy pickups being done by Renegade and H2. And these are very, very fast heroes. You know, Cho and Ling.
Can see now that the priority for NXP Solid is just to make sure that they are maintaining the game. It's not about winning.
They are.
At the point. It's all about maintaining because they know that maintaining pressure is their key to victory.
Yeah, they are. What they want is to reset the top lane side. There's pressure onto the top lane side. They will try to observe how Execration will
Oh,
respond
that
down for the
hurts.
mid lane. And they can start the Lord. That hurts, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see here. Yawi under the turret. Big
Okay.
mistake there. That is a big mistake. Nice jump by Hate. But of course, NXP didn't avail. MB here onto the side. Maybe he can catch someone. There's going to be the arrow onto Etamax. Hate once again into the front line. MB showed himself. And now Hate is targeting Chester. Hate falls back. Benecutie onto the side. Renny J.
Oh, he's just...
Everyone is just careful.
Yeah, that's... It's weird from NXP that they are either incredibly safe or incredibly aggressive. And
yeah.
that's exactly what happened in Yahweh. It's a flip of the switch. I guess he's like a raging bull against a red cape.
Under
And
the
he saw
turret,
it's,
right?
okay, I want to kill that the Chak guy. And the Kali just regen up, and we were kind of talking about the Oracle, and that's Oracle for you. That's why you pick up the Oracle, the tank Khalid.
Yeah. On the idea of Oracle
Dominance
mixes
eyes.
well on the concept of desert, right? In terms of like fictional lore.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, we'll see. Right now, we get the Enhanced Lord on. Side lane pressure established by Execration. Not so much. Is this Zapnu again? Round 2 onto Zapnu. He did cast the counter and Farna quite a bit late. H2, Blade of Tempest is gone. Hate may chase this one, but he gets greeted by Renegade in kill range. That's gonna be Yawi committing a kill against H2, who secured there by Etomax, ladies and gentlemen. Get MP onto the side. Benny Cutie dealing up with Yawi, soaking up a lot of damage with the Tortoise percentage still up. Chaknu has a lot of regeneration to actually sustain that, and I think they will fall back. Yeah.
Okay, what a nice snag on H2O. It's H2O baiting and then Execution counter baiting, but look at the damage from Renegade. He's saying,
man,
it's my time now.
Everyone is setting up death brushes.
Oh, yeah. It's all about the death brush.
It's all about the death brushes. We have a very... I mean, I would still believe, in terms of composition, this is NXP.
Yeah.
You know, they have a very, very stable composition. But the way they play here right now, it's
weird.
Trying to bait out skills.
Yeah.
Right? Trying to bait out skills.
It seems like at some point they know the strength of their lineup, but sometimes they don't, and they just run over Execration. And now Execration wants to punish them for it.
I just realized it might be Benecutie. The key to victory here for the members of Execration is putting up a lot of pressure here. No ultimate onto Benecutie, but still not going to be the target there. NJ chasing down Hate. Hate will be gone. Went for the final pounce. It is going to be H2 also saying goodbye. Benecutie is gone. There's going to be Chaknu. Etomax joins the fight. Zapnu is still alive. Renegade walks away. Did receive the first kill from Etomax, but it's still not going to be enough to get a kill onto him. That's Benecutie re-engaging. And look at that. This is the Alice I'm talking about. Might be the ray of hope here for Execration. He went for his own sticker as he walks away. Etomax also actually not giving way for this minion wave on the mid.
And all of that jazz, it only went down to 2 kills apiece. Well, Renegade, however, very nice positioning. I like that he did not commit his Way of the Dragon on the Roger and waited for the kill onto the Chaknu afterwards. And that's amazing control of this Cho. You would really love to see NXP Solid take over with H2O on the driver's seat. However, he's getting punished as well from Execration. It's gonna be difficult for him, honestly.
I'm starting to get a feel or a vibe that we have this game is. I mean, NXP is a very stable comp, right? We keep on saying that, and Zamnu is still falling on this Thams. But this might be anybody's game, just the way the team fights turn out, right?
Yeah.
I get Chaknu here. Will he regenerate? He will be able to regenerate, ladies and gentlemen. Must be able to walk away. Lots of spells thrown here by NXP. Yawi's melted. No one is able to deal up with Benecutie. And look at Benecutie, how he counters Renegade after the first kill. This opens up a lot of space for Hate trading with H2. It's not HT. It's still H2 getting the kill here. Now focus on to Zapnu. Benecutie dancing around with Renegade, getting the attention of Execration. And Etomax receives the kit. Very beautiful save there from the Way of the Dragon, just so he can make the kill when it matters. Takes 2 in exchange for 1. Now they're going to be securing the Luminous Lord on the side of NXP.
Or will they? Shinbo Execration wants to fight this in classic Execration fashion. They will fight. Fight and fight and fight. Contest until you die. That's Execration, man.
Yeah, that's Execration. I mean, I really believe they won't easily give out. this Lord. They got Chaknu dancing around. Ultimate is still available. Raging Sandstorm from Execration. Arrow will miss its mark. That's gonna be Benny Cutie. He won't be swapping out. Countered though by MB Stomp. It won't be as the security here sides from the sides for NXP.
And Thams, this is Zapno identifying we will not be able to get that Lord anyway, so I'll just push in the middle, in the bottom lane. And in the middle is a little bit pushed already for Execution. That was a trade-off of a turret for the Lord, for the Luminous Lord. And this is not the best for Execution. Dangerous, right?
Yeah, very dangerous. Look at the side lanes here pushing.
Exactly.
And I characterize Execration as a team who really crumbles under a Lord. Was very close. Etamax burns his flicker.
It's really, really close now.
Look at Renegade.
And Renegade is also trying to play
God.
aggressive at this moment. He knows that he can eliminate anyone at this point.
Yeah.
He has high and dry. And even Zapno might be taken out by Renegade.
Oh my God.
And I guess at this point, you need Queen's Wings massively on Execration.
Yeah. And at this point, NXP might start to trade in Malefic Roars. But let us see. They're going to be clearing this Lord easily. Zapno stays there. Gets poked down by H2. H2 on 3/4 health. Nice defense there by Execration. Fully completed on that part.
Yeah, so here's the thing with NXP Solid. They don't have the best sieging.
Yes, we mentioned earlier, right?
We were mentioning this.
Yes.
And you kind of need more. And Execration, they can depend on that. And as long as they are not getting wiped out completely by NXP, they're okay.
Honestly, they could have utilized the Lord with the Avatar of Guardian. I'm very curious why they didn't use that, right?
They're waiting for items, I think.
Probably, yeah.
And they know that they have the superior late game. And
well, this is still good. This is still some breathing room for Execration.
Yeah.
But I really feel that NXP can get an inhibitor at least, especially with the kit that they have. Just using the Avatar of Guardian. Because if they get the Link to come in first, it won't be a nice news here for NXP. Execration here, willing to trade. Chakno stays into the front line. Will have to fall back. Has his immortality on. Full regeneration. Benecuting once again. Goes for the back line. Tags in Chester. Chester onto the side. There's the brush. Misses the arrow. Ladies and gentlemen, and I think that would be it. Both teams may start to break out. Chakno still stays in the front line. Renegade! They're trying to guess where Renegade is. That's gonna be it. He will be showing himself. Gets the job. Down onto Hate. That's under turret. Dive followed up by H2. Still Renegade fails the mission. Now they want to target H2. Like and Punch completed. Whereas Benecuting zones at the rest of the members here of NXP. They're gonna chase down. There's gonna be the stun onto MB. And now Yawi for the side. They have no firepower really to melt these tanks, but it doesn't matter. That's a win there. That's a clear win there by Execration in the mid.
And then NXP Solid, they really badly want to layer their skills like a cake, but instead they went in very bad spots, and H2 was still alive. This could be, they could defend this.
Yeah, they could defend this. That's under turret. But it's Chakno getting the turret hit. And look at Execration. They're willing to take the turret. They really want to close this. And of course, you get H2 as well. Bad blood again, ladies and gentlemen.
And H2 showing us.
They want to finish the inhibitor turret without any minion. That's how much they want to get an advantage.
That's how bad the blood is. That's how thick this bad blood is, man. They are willing to really dive in. Here's what I was going to talk about. They want to layer it like a cake, but instead, they got a Venn diagram of skills that did not hit together in good synchronization, and you kind of feel what they're doing. There's the Way of the Dragon to isolate the core, and then the Avatar of the Guardian that they want to go for the backlash just to stop them from supporting the core. It's very smart from NXP. Unfortunately, it wasn't perfect when it comes to execution.
Oh my God.
And Execution duly punished them for it.
Yeah, and we are clearly into the late game. You know, items to plateau, 20-minute mark for this running game. Inhibitor turret might be easily pushed. There is the artillery minion. But what Chester is doing is actually making sure that there is an arrow consistently hitting in the mid. And Renegade is, classic always with this rotation. Whenever someone is pushing under their base, just hovering out to the side.
However,
was able to connection to Zapno. Zapno here is dead.
Zapno is very close to dying at this point, sustaining. And Renegade says, your time is up, my time is now.
Yeah, they're focusing on Yawi. That is the main tank. Arrow down onto Hate.
No!
Okay. Once onto the wolf form, exchange that. A gate is formed. Immortality still on. Pops onto Etomax. MB staying there. Chaknu also. Benecutie is not here. And I think that's it. NXP reads on. Benecutie is the win condition for the side of Execration. And yeah, Renegade got the attention of that. That's it. That's the rest of the members of Execration getting plapped out by NXP one by one. What will happen here is a push in the mid. But still, Etamax still alive. Benny Cutie joins the party. He is the ray of hope for Execration here. Big playmaker, switch in for his first kill. And now Etamax follows through, receives the arrow from Chester. And also we got Chaknu soaking up a lot of damage. A very interesting avatar of Guardian just for the backline. But it doesn't matter. Renijay knows the objective. Gonna be securing down for the mid. And that's it. It's Renijay saying goodbye. Chaknu also is gone. Benny Cutie once again on the first one. Chase on to Chester. Benny Cutie is forever.
Benny Cutie is forever, man.
Man, is not. No. I think there's no one who can really kill Benny Cutie anymore.
Oh dear! I thought that was a good play already for NXP Solid, but Execration on the back of Benny Cutie, the player that we're hyping out earlier, hyping up earlier.
Look at Benny Cutie.
And Benny Cutie, the third straight kill with the sticker on.
Oh, Alice, man.
Alice is here to stay.
Yeah, Alice is here to stay. That might be it. That might be it for this game. I mean, I'm not saying Execration will surely win, but this is the biggest lesson on the lineup of Execration.
Yeah. Now, big wave of minions onto the bottom means that they will be able to push. Now, in the middle part of the map, we can see that the Rogers are already working on the Lord very slowly.
And here's the thing. Between the two cores, Roger is more durable than the Ling.
Yeah. When it comes to just the raw survivability of both heroes. And I like the timing of how Execration won that specific skirmish, because it also meant that they can pressure the Lord area, force NXP Solid to either fight them under that area or be secluded against each other.
Yeah,
or even just the middle.
Hate is just focusing on the Lord. He got his brute force breastplate on, goes onto the melee. There's gonna be Yawi. They have an idea. NXP Lord is on reset. Renijay. Okay, he's going for the split. H2 as well.
Okay.
All right. NXP is starting to send a message that, you know what, we don't want to take 5v5 fights.
And Benny Cutie. Oh, what? No way!
Bye-bye.
I was literally going to commend him for what he is doing, and he was magnetized to the arrow.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, Selena, as we describe her, is really good at guessing. Hope we can guess. That's, you know, in Tagalog, sana makahula. And that's what happens here. Ladies and gentlemen, members of Execration, they're falling out of their own formation. They got hate here, focusing on the Chester. Of course, do not expect that H2 will ignore that. H2 will be coming in. Hate has to walk around. Etamax also getting some attention here onto the NXP side, but they have to fall back. There is the minion wave pushing in the mid. Zapno also joins the party, trades up with MB. I think that's it.
And there's no energy for H2O. That's why he didn't fight after the Roger went onto him. Would really be scary for Execration, but I guess Hate says, okay, he doesn't have energy, maybe I can fight now. But this time, it's not the best decision. Nice dodge, however, but he will not survive against 3 members of NXP Solid. Get back to where you came from, Hate.
This is why I keep on saying, it's so hard to become an Execration fan. They always fight this.
It's always heartbreak after heartbreak.
They always fight these very close games. And you know, someone get caught up to position. And those are great games, really. And you know what happens here? NXP Solid, they know they have a window. Benny Cutie has a 30. Second timer here. And Benny Cutie is doing a lot for Execration right now.
Man, I came from the future. The future says...
Oh no, Hate is on the timer.
90% of Execration fans have developed carjack problems in the future, just of how Execration toys with their emotions.
Yeah. I mean, you know, when you think there is a setup for the comeback, one member gets picked up on a side lane. So easy. Very, very easy.
It's never scientific when you're looking at Execration. It's always just emotions.
Yes. All right, let's see here. Renijay is not as durable, receiving a lot of damage here from Benny Cutie and Etamax. There's going to be the full fight all in onto the Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, let us see. Avatar will be the one that will slay on the Lord. That's a big slam dunk. There for the side of NXP, I'm losing bread here. Onto the side again, H2 focusing. Side lane is pushing. You got Chester falling back. This is Execration's win. But that might be enough minion wave to get the kill down for the bot. There is the push completed, and now H2's delaying everyone. He will join the party. Remember that Hate is gone here. No more carry for the side of Exe. And now also not going to be in reach of Benny Cutie here for his first kill. Chester flickers out. Everyone is going God mode here. Renijay goes for split. And
Oh
Zapno is
my
defending
goodness.
here. Benecuti also tries to respond. This might be at least a good defense here for Execration. But H2 setting up me for the mid.
Oh, H2O, what a nice snag in there. Going in,
All
baiting on the members out, picking up a blade, and then executing it. E2 Max in there. Even with E2 Max playing such a good Valier play, always readying up the searing turret against H2O, H2O still manages to win that fight for Nexplay Solid. But it wasn't a clear victory.
Yeah, not a clear victory. And H2,
Oh, what a
he
play,
will be
though.
ignoring Chakno. You know the late game Ling? It's actually split push Ling.
Oh,
it's very
that's right.
threatening actually on the side lanes. That's the thing about Ling.
And you also have that split pushing Renegade.
Yeah.
And making it hard for Execration. Now, it's true that the split push play is such a classic that you try to outsmart your opponents and have them running around the map, and the Execration can really fall for that. However, sometimes you get over your head and you over split push. That's also a thing. Split pushing can also make you overestimate your own strength. And many times in this game, from the 20-minute mark until the 27-minute mark, you kind of feel that NXP Solid, the way that they're trying to split push, is also them splitting their own team fight and sacrificing their team fight integrity. And that's happening time and time again. But at least in the skirmishes that do matter, specifically the last one, they won it.
And look at that. Because of the side lanes are now considered free lanes here for NXP, they know they can play this all mid mode. And Renegade
There it
gets
is.
pick up.
Overestimating your bounds, man.
Yeah. He's crossing borders there. And if they get wiped out in the mid, this is still Execration. They can go all in for the mid here. And MB, of course, got an Avatar of Guardian just to walk away. And still Chester. The Selena Arrow, always a problem down for the mid game. You know the problem about Selena Arrow? There's very little anti-crowd control items available. Just so you can make sure that the Selena Arrow is a non-factor. That's the problem. Oh! Wow! So explosive. Very cutie.
He knows. Okay, they're trying to make a case now in the middle.
Yeah. Zapno's not here, huh? Zapno's
at
not
MB.
here. He's defending. Okay. They're willing to take the fight 4v4 into the base. MB here is destroyed. Not giving any breathing room for H2. He went for the side. H2 knows what's up. You know, let's not fight. We're gonna go for the cut.
Okay.
You know?
H2 says...
This is not German cut. That is Brazilian cut, ladies and gentlemen. That's already the Brazilian cut.
Yep. Like everything is just clean shaved now.
Yes. Let us see, ladies and gentlemen.
Hashtag shave the day, man.
Hashtag shave the day. Hashtag shave the day.
Look at this, man. This is probably the closest we can get. It's 28 minutes in and nobody's leading when it comes to the gold.
Wow, look at H2. He was able to secure the purple, but no more escaping for H2.
Hurts.
One last spell there, but of course, it won't be Benecutie that is guessing where the position of H2 might be. Renegade is still hiding around.
The thing with Mobile Legends is that if you get those ever-scaling heroes like the Alice, the Clock of Destiny, as well as the passive, one misstep from a core, from a carry, even as squishy as H2O is, without the magic resistance, he melts.
My question, by the way, is there any cap on the scaling of Alice?
I think there's no cap.
Oh my god.
If I'm not mistaken.
I mean,
in terms of the damage output, when it comes to the cooldowns, there's a cap on those cooldowns.
Yes,
but when it comes to the AP that you get from it, I think that it's ever scaling. I mean, the general idea of mages nowadays, it's just that it's just inflated when it comes to the Alice as compared to like a Selena. Because Selena can still scale infinitesimally speaking, but not as inflated as Alice can do when it comes to just raw damage.
Yeah. I want to describe the situation right now for these two teams. Execration, they have to leave Zapno on two side lanes defensively. They will start taking fights 4v5 even. Right now, NXP, they know that they can still start losing team fights, even for V5 ones, but they have a very, very strong side lane pressure. They have a very, very strong split push capacity. They're all in onto Zapno.
Benecutie knows what a punish if they are able to close this one out, but Renegade is not. He's gonna hold his ground, I mean.
And magic resistance are building up onto the side of NXP.
Oh, there it is. Chakno gonna be caught now.
Yeah, he got his regeneration on. Alright, still has his immortality. Focuses on to Yawi. Hey, tries to get the timing down. Actually, what you really need is to catch H2. H2 pokes into the side. Very ballsy plays from H2.
In comes the Avatar of the Guardian, not gonna hit on anyone,
Yeah.
and the Renegade wants to fight the Alice.
No more ultimate onto Benecutie. They want to focus on the Benecutie. NXP shows. Actually, Renegade gets destroyed, but H2 still tries to get a timing. Was able to pop off the immortality against Etomax. Benecutie is still alive. Ladies and gentlemen, Yawi might be the one that won't survive. And that's 2 members gone already for NXP. Next one would be MB. This might be it for EXE. Remember, they are pushing for the mid. They have an inhibitor turret advantage in the mid. But I think that's it. They're gonna go for the Lord. All right.
In this game, I'm gonna call Benecutie Big Brain Benny.
All right.
That was so smart. The string of plays. Okay, from the top lane when they defended against Renegade, to the point where they pushed back the Ganokacha in the middle, and then he forced H2O to use the Tempest of Blades against him to hit nothing but air. And H2O all of a sudden doesn't have impact in the team fights. Big Brain Benny, man.
Big Brain Benny. And, Benecutie is just dancing around. He's actually waiting for H2 here. H2 hovering, trying to decide. Chester here will be caught. Next one on to MB. That's Jackman focusing onto the Lord. You get H2 dancing around. Jackman did saw him. They are now here. Hate is also dancing around. 3 members of NXP still gone, and the pressure established on the mid. H2, he needs to make a game-changing play here. He dances around. He is going to gamble. He has the retribution on. If H2 gets caught at that's it for NXP. And the Lord is gonna be on the side of EXE. The gamble is lost. NXP here loses their carry. Oh my god.
Mistakes were made.
I mean, that's a gamble.
That is
a gamble. The gamble is lost.
The gamble has been lost. I mean, if he was able to get the Lord, we would. I'm sure that we're gonna say that was a big brain play. But,
yes.
But if not, it's a mistake. And that's the nature of a gamble. And now Execration are definitely stronger when it comes to the full team fight.
Yes. Here's the thing. We have the Lord walking in the mid. Yawi is doing what he can to stall. You know why? Because they want to buy some timers for H2.
And H2O this is quite 15. A long respawn timing. 15 seconds, man.
13.
They might lose this.
Yeah, we got 10 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, it all goes down to the wave clear. 8 seconds on the H2.
Where's the wave from NXP Solid? It's non-existent at this
5
point,
seconds on the H2. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lord is focusing. The turret is focusing onto the Lord. That's going to be Yawi saying goodbye. No minion wave still in the mid, but they were able to secure at least a bottom lane inhib.
And that's the top lane also in trouble now for NXP Solid. They might be too late to defend this, and they won't. They can't. They don't have the wave clear, Shinbu.
Oh my god, that's very good. He stays in the mid. H2 burns his Blade of Tempest, and that's it. That's gonna be the Avatar of Guardian just to walk away. It doesn't matter, as the members of EXE, they can easily focus onto the base, and that's it. We have a game 3 as EXE takes the victory.
And through adversity, Execration will win it. They don't have the right to do so, but Big Brain Benny.
Oh my god.
The doctor is in, man.
Indeed.
Indeed. He fixed everything that's broken for Execration. The wave clear aspect, the fact that the team fights are always lost, the ever so scaling AP damage coming out from Execration made it sure that the lack of defenses, the side of Nexplay Solid is there. It's all about offense now. I mean, when it comes to the overall siege, there's not much when it comes to NXP Solid. They don't have the best wave clear. In fact, they have 0 wave clear compared to what Execration has, and it only took a lot of time for Execration. It was a long time for sure. It was a long wait for Execration, but boy, oh boy, did they manage to win it when it mattered the most.
When it mattered the most. That was a very good game. That was not just a good game. That was a great game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great gambles, great attempts. It's you can see, it's all heart.
It's all heart.
It's all heart there.
And you can see that the lack of, for the side of NXP Solid, they were taking this in a methodical way, and they're trying to make it. They're trying to tame themselves and try to take it in the disciplined way. But Execration says no. This is a brawl.
This is a brawl.
This is
personal.
This is personal.
This is personal. You know.
And the bigger heart wins.
You know, and the bigger heart wins. Crazy. And we are very lucky because we have a game 3.
That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, oh my god. I hope we have a
Stonks, man.
Viewership will totally blow up for this game number 2. Let's see the insights coming in from Butters.
Masaya si Ginoong Valdez sa lahat ng nangyari. We are gonna go to a game number 3, NXP versus Execration. At kung yung unang sapak ay nanggaling sa NXP, hindi hahayaan na Execration na maka 2-0 lang dito. Ang NXP, babawi sila ng suntok na sarili nila, and this is going to be our topic for this segment. What really happened there? Paano ba nawala ng NXP Solid yung kanilang lamang in the first place? First, you have to look at the idea dito kung paano gumalaw etong si Renny J and si H2O. Kung paano nila shutdown dito etong si Zapnu. Zapnu didn't really have the greatest game nung una. He was forced to go for a Demon Hunter Sword para mapil kahit papano dito yung mga tank heroes na nasa side ng NXP. Meron silang, sabihin natin meron silang Gatot, meron silang Baksha. So that really covered a lot of the damage capabilities na meron dito yung Execration. And keep in mind, Benny Cutie, kailangan din niya mag-scale into the late game. And that's what really happened. Kung nakikita niyo, may Clock of Destiny din siya. So it was scaling na iniisip dito gawin ng Execration. So, one of the things na mapapansin niyo dito, ladies and gentlemen, is etong si Chaknu, hindi usually talaga ginagamit etong si Khalid to be, you know, one of the tanks na meron tayo dito sa MPL. But the thing is, hindi kasi ganun kalawak yung pool ng tanks natin dito. Even though the high loss is there, may mga times talaga na mas magiging beneficial na kumuha ka ng mga ganitong tanks. This is trend na sabihin natin ginagawa din sa ibang MPL countries. So this is going to be a really great talking point to delve into. Mamaya-maya papakita natin yung highlights in a bit. But right now, let's head on to the post-match data. Eto Max dito really did a lot of things para sa team niya. He really controlled etong mga kalaban. He stopped the people dito from NXP from doing whatever the hell they want. Ang kailangan natin pasinin kasi dito sa NXP is kung paano naging sobrang ganda nung kanilang positioning. H2O and Renny J, lagi silang magkasama. Lagi nilang pinupuntahan dito si Zapnu. At kapag si Zapnu naman, hindi niya nakikita kung saan nanggagaling yung mga teammates niya, that's the time where they go in and they punish him heavily. And eto this is actually a bit counterintuitive, pero kung iisipin mo, one of the things na sinabi ng isa sa mga pro players dati ng mga MOBA games is, what do you do kapag medyo na nagkalamang yung ibang kalaban? Ang sagot niya is, hayaan mo lang makabawi na sarili yung lane. And that's what they did. Hinayaan nila ni Zapnu na kumuha ng sarili niyang gold. Hinayaan siya doon. And if ever yung pressure nasa kanya talaga, hindi na nila dinivide papunta doon sa ibang mga teammates. And that led Execration into getting kung ano man yung nakuha nila dito. Looking at the turtle, wala ni isang nakuha dito yung Execration na turtle. That's the thing. Wala rin talaga kasi silang retribution dito. So you can't really say na priority ng Execration yon in the first place. But in terms of the Lord, mas madami nakuha yung NXP dito. Execration, on the other hand, got what mattered the most. The last Lord na bumasag dito sa base ng NXP Solid, and it marched on dun sa base nila, and that literally got them the win. Chester dito, I would really like to commend his playstyle kung paano niya sinuportahan yung team niya. The thing is, lahat ng vision, lahat ng posisyon, lahat ng information na pwede niya makuha dito onto the side of Execration na bigay niya sa mga teammates niya. Although it didn't pay off in the end, but still, both of the teams dito showing us why they are the most favorite and why they are the most hype team dito sa MPL-PH. Let's head on to our highlights of the game. Kung papansinin nyo dito, ano nga ba yung pinaka-importanteng gagawin ng Execration para manalo? What is their checklist? Lagyan natin ng 4 na square dyan para cool. Hindi, joke lang. Check natin yan. They have to scale. Scaling is the thing. Nagawa ba nila to? Yes, it became a 20-minute plus game. It happened for them. Ano yung kailangan nilang answerin dito? Yung tankiness nung kabila, the sustain ng side ng NXP Solid. They answered that. They got the items for it. Even though hindi nila masyado sabihin dito, binigyan ng emphasis yun into the early game. They got what they wanted and they did great. Napil nila yung kalaban. And yung pinakahuli dito is yung Lord. that match was really set up for the last Lord fight. They couldn't really end it nung na magkabilang side, sabihin na natin. But the thing was, kahit may retribution dito yung NXP Solid, you have to take notice na nung pinakahuling fight, Execration got the position sa lahat ng binato doon ng side ng NXP Solid sa kanila, nakabawi sila, nakapag-set up sila, and even H2O couldn't really do anything. And nakita niyo naman yung sobrang taas na contest na pinakita ni H2O doon. He went in, he knew that he had the damage, he had the retribution. Hinuhold pa nga yun ni Chaknu ng matagal kasi ayaw niyang makuha lang yun basta-basta. Eto, this certain part, ang call niya dito is for them to actually collapse on H2O here kasi ang sinasabi nilang nila dito, more heroes means more chances of winning. MVP of the game, Benny Cutie. Scaled Alice dito, not really a hot commodity pagdating dito sa MPL-PH, but right now, pinakita sa inyo ni Benny Cutie kung ano ba yung mga pwede niyang gawin. And looking at it, Winter Truncheon, Queen's Wings, Lightning Truncheon, Clock of Destiny, you name it, he got it, and look at the damage received. A whopping almost 200,000 damage output or damage received na nanggaling sa kanya. He really sustained through a lot, and he did really well in this game. Kakaiba ang posisyon dito ni Benny Cutie. So, ladies and gentlemen, the question right now is, sino ang makakuha netong game number 3? Pero bago tayo sumugod dyan, meron tayong giveaway codes dito na nasa baba. Ayan. Kunin nyo na yan. It will help you dun sa mga laban nyo sa Land of Dawn. At dahil madaming sumali sa ating mythical raffle draw, we do have another giveaway code na ibibigay sa inyo. With this one, meron po 20,441 people na sumali. So, malamang sa malamang, isa ka doon. So, ladies and gentlemen, hindi ko napapatagalin to. Let's head back to our casters. Kayo na muna bahala. Dalhin nyo kami dito sa storya ng kwentong to. Para mali
Game number 3. You know what makes a good story? You know, a story always follows a format, right? There is the beginning, then there's the conflict,
rising action,
yeah,
the
and there's the resolution.
Yes.
You know, we get game number 2. That is clearly
the climax.
The climax. But you know, part of the climax, we always want a heated game number 3.
Yeah.
But without a doubt, this is it.
This
is the final game. This settles everything. This settles everything because we have a 1-1. You cannot easily say that NXP landed a 2-0 against EXE. You cannot easily say that EXE landed a 2-0 against NXP. It all comes down to this. One game, ladies and gentlemen. Just one game.
Oh, man. We have officially broken a lot of records now when it comes to viewership, when it comes to the hype.
Yes.
And I like that we are granted a game number 3 for it.
Yes.
No matter what happens,
yeah.
If you're a fan of either NXP or Execration, thank your team.
And, you know, on this high-stakes match that we've seen, I'm very happy to see an MVP on an Alice.
Yeah.
On Benny Cutie on an Alice.
We went full circle now. This is season 1 all over again when Alice was the topic.
If we're accounting for the meta, Alice, those numbers are, you know, record-breaking. 192K.
192,000 damage
received. Imagine
and
that.
To go with it, 160K damage dealt. And you're gonna have to ask, what was the impact of the Alice? And your mind will always tell you, Alice is a mage. It's early game, it's mid-game, loud blood, that's no close in it.
Yeah.
But in the realm of Mobile Legends, if you know your limits, if you know how impactful you can be, if you play it smart, and you know the limits of your hero, you can be impactful in any part of the game. And obviously, Alice, he wasn't there for the closeout kills. He wasn't there for the big team fights. He was there for the purpose of taking down the important members of the team and dishing out the damage when it all mattered.
Yes. Making plays, surviving. He's transitioning into a secondary tank, actually. Well, most fighters kind of, in a way. But the strand of the Alice in the late game is brushes are... Does the first skill provide vision?
Yes. When brushes, when it hits the opponent.
When it hits the opponent.
Not actual vision.
Not actual vision, right? When it hits the opponent.
That's
so
right.
there is one. That's the best part about the Alice in the late game, or considering in the late game, because if you are already tanking enough, even if you don't dish out big damage, Alice does big damage, but the problem is it is spread over time.
Yeah.
You know, that's continuous damage. But even if you don't dish out big damage instantly, the idea of just being allowed to really sip through anyone, you know, bypass anyone in a team fight, being a tank, that's already a very, very nice kit for someone whose role is to disrupt.
Yeah, and you know what? I was talking to a lot of carries, and I was asking them what are the main things that really bothers you as a carry? What stops you from being that hyper carry from your team? One is being stopped in the early game by being by getting harassed. By getting harassed, especially a Diggy.
The Diggy, right? Yes.
And in the late game,
honestly, the Diggy is so irritating. The Diggy pick is so irritating. But a lot of carries would admit that they really don't want the Diggy. Very disruptive, right?
Because it's a lot of harass. It's very irritating. It might not deal enough damage, but the fact that it's always in front of you, that's a problem.
Yeah.
And you know what's really scarier? When you do it in the late game. When you aren't that confident hiding in the bushes or hiding in the walls, says the Ling, you see that it's a problem. And this guy is shook as well as you are. And I think that this will be what we call the remake.
Yes, I think that is a remake. You don't put...
Yeah.
All right, I think we got...
It's impossible.
Impossible, indeed. You know, Eudora.
Okay. Anyway, it's equally irritating in the late game. We cannot position yourself, and the BenQT provided the vision. It's all. You know what? In the late game, they always say, "Do not ever face check." But if you're an Alice like that, you have the license to do it.
No, when you have the license to do it, you could just really dance around.
Yeah.
Alice by the late game, I would dare say, is all about managing cooldowns. Really, right?
Okay.
Yeah, you have kind of shorter cooldowns. Because you have a lot of durability. You have a lot of regeneration. You have a lot of sustain. You have a lot of uptime. Anyway, getting back into the key points of this game, I actually want to observe what will be the adjustments of NXP here. They might really start looking into the late game. They might adjust the Yaoi hero, right?
Maybe they want to go for those big ticket heroes. Yeah. But like the Kufra Atlas, right? But in game number 2, they were the ones who banned it out and they picked up the back shot for sure. So that's one thing that they should be considering now. Because I always feel that Yaoi, when he is able to pop off, he's giving a lot of W's to Nexplay Solid. And what are the heroes that allow him to do that? It's Kufra, it's Atlas, your big ticket heroes. Also, I will not be surprised if he pulls up something so cheeky like the Kaja back in action, because Yaoi is such a good Kaja player. His decision-making with that hero is actually good.
Very, very interesting. I mean, you are studying the stats for Season 6, but you're mentioning stats for Season 5.
Season 5, that's right. And this is only me saying this because we are in the 10-ban system.
Yes,
there's a lot of things happening, and everybody's just taking heroes away from each other. And when you're down the wire, you might go for your sucker punches, right? If your back is against the wall. The question is Nexplay's backs actually against the wall after the game? Are we saying that if you lose a nail biter game 2, does that mean that you're on the back foot?
Yes, that's one. Actually, in terms of competitive psychology, it's very easy to understand, guys. Whoever wins the previous game has the momentum. A game that is hard fought takes a heavy toll on the losing side.
Right.
That is reflected on so many esports titles, on so many games, and there is a demand for that. You know what, we always mention it, the reset. There is a heavy demand for a reset onto the side of NXP. Remember that they got beaten on a Ling on H2. Yes, the Ling got nerfed, no problem. But H2's Ling earlier was a Ling that was allowed to puff up. It was a really good Ling. It was I would dare say it was a really good performing Ling. Chester on Selena, right?
Yeah.
You got Chester on Selena. So those are, it's like NXP on their strongest form, right?
I like that. I want to pick up on what you said. This is NXP's supposed big, good form already.
Yeah.
And the fact that they did not win it, that is gonna take a toll on their mindset. And couple that with the fact that they lost a crucial game, a nail biter game, which, like we said, teams will rather lose on a stomp instead of losing a close game.
Yeah, yes.
It's easy to recover from a stomp as compared to a very close game.
Yes, yes. Especially on that close game, because there's a lot of question. There's a lot of anxiety going on around. What went wrong? Because things are going wrong to the side of NXP.
Yeah.
Zapnu is getting devoured onto the side lane. Even Chaknu is not as impactful on his Kali.
That's
really.
right.
It's all about, I mean, it's not all about Benny Cutie, but Benny Cutie, that's the only hero, or it's the only player that we've got really no questions on, right? And here's the thing. Let's leave that topic. Now let's go back onto Execration here. Maybe this is a very defining game for Execration. If you want to characterize this team, I cannot but feel that Execration is, I'm not too sure if it's like Bruce Lee's description of water. You know, I'm thinking of form. Usually, I try to see teams and I try to observe their tendencies. I mean, you look into the stats. You base your prediction, you base your analysis onto the stats. That's also looking into tendencies. But, you know, sometimes you just watch a lot of games and you see the tendencies of the teams, right? The problem of Execration, it's very confusing. It's very confusing. Like, one match, their drafting decision will go this way and go on the other way.
For Execration.
And especially on this game, on game number 2.
Yeah.
You don't expect that kind of drafting from Execration.
That's why we
It's
call
very
them
true.
Chaos.
Yeah,
right?
very chaotic team.
They're the team with the madness in them.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I think that Execration, they're always feeding off of energies. Their energy should be channeled from Execration. What I'm trying to tell you is that when somebody from Execration pops off, all of a sudden, when there's a superstar trigger, whether it be from Hate, from Etumax, or from Benekute, this time from Chaknu, there should be one superstar trigger.
Yeah, I see.
So game 1, there wasn't any.
Yes.
Game 2, all of a sudden, from darkness there was light from Benny Cutie, right? And then all of a sudden everybody's playing good. Imagine Zapnu's, you mentioned Zapnu's getting trampled in the side lanes, and Benny Cutie all of a sudden triggers his there's a superstar trigger already from Benny Cutie, and then all of a sudden, Zapnu remembers, I'm a good player. He almost all of a sudden just realizes that, man, I'm skilled at this game. Why aren't I picking up?
Maybe because that answers why Execration has a lot of fans. Because they play very dramatic. Like, you know, here's the thing about Execration. Execration will fight a heavy contending team, like a champion team. And your answer is, I don't know if Execration will win. But I'm not so sure if they will lose as well.
Yeah.
Then Execration will fight an underdog team. You know, a lower tier team, and you will still answer your gauge for Execration. I still don't know if they can win.
They can lose.
They can lose still. Like, it's very hard. I mean, let's base on the power rankings. Like, for example, Aura or Bren versus Blue Fire. Without doubt, you can easily predict. You would put it on Bren.
Yeah.
You put Execration top of their group, then you take Blue Fire.
Yeah.
You have this running feeling
they
of,
can win, but they can also lose.
Yes. I'm actually not thinking of how Execration will win, but of how Execration will do it wrong.
Yeah.
Again.
You know, as I told you, studies say that in the future, a lot of Execration fans will have heart problems just because of how stressful it is to be a fan of Execration. Be it for the good, for the bad. When the highs are high, the lows are low.
No, whatever happens here, there will be a lot of status updates later on.
Oh man, I can't wait to open up my Facebook. Man.
Yeah, this game number 3. It's very crazy. I kind of but feel that really I was predicting an XP.
Yeah.
And I was even thinking it might even be 2-0.
That's
so
right.
I'm really surprised here. I'm also worrying if I will lose my bet with Manjin here.
That's
for game
chicken
number
tikka
3.
masala,
Yes,
man.
it's one of the best food that I'm really anticipating. And the thing here is you cannot even predict what will be the next pick for game number 3 of Execration, because I really doubt that the Alice strategy will be pulled off again. It was an adjustment. It is clearly an adjustment from the Gatot Ketchup pick on the 4th pick. After the 4th pick, it was the last pick, right? The Alice.
And it's hard to predict as well. I mean, there's a lot of things that we can see from Execration, but then Execration says, okay, let's go back to our roots. Let's go to the Alice. If it works now, it worked before. It will work now.
Look at and because of the hype of game number 2, I already forgot that Execration picked Lunox, Gatot Kacha,
and Estes.
and Yisun Shin on game number 1. And you know, Execration will pop off on a game like this, game number 2, against a very stable comp.
Yeah.
and then you will see them rolling a Lunox with
right.
Estes. It's
like I
crazy.
told you, it's
very
hard
crazy.
problems
It's
are
very crazy.
inbound. Hard problems are inbound.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, I think that we have to also address the fact that this is a mind game. We already talked about you being more comfortable, having more momentum on your side of Execration.
Yeah.
And you also have Zapnu, the veteran player for the team, and you can rally your team with that. Now, looking at Nexplay, they're obviously devastated, but they have to rely on Chester. Is Chester veteran enough to rally his team and get back the motivation? Will YOLO, one of the best veterans, now playing as the role of the coaching role of the Nexplay squad, will he be able to also motivate his team heading into game number 3? I think that's gonna be
let's start accounting possibilities because you know, we spent enough time on saying how hard it is really to read Execration.
Yeah.
But one mix-up that NXP can do, they could have Gymnast play in. That could be one. Could be one. It would be one big mystery because right now we clearly established, even NXP I think is starting to think this, it's very hard to read Execration.
Right.
But there's one thing that is constant on Execration. I really feel that putting a proactive hero on Benny Cutie, you know, a very disruptive hero, especially for the late game, the likes of Joe, the likes of this time Alice, is very rewarding. I don't know what will be the hero of Benny Cutie. I'm really not guessing it will be an Alice again for game number 3. But I would really suggest to not put any farming heroes or a core hero onto Benny Cutie and put him on, you know, a disruptor role.
Yeah. Now, taking that and transferring it to Execration now, it's quite a reverse when we're talking about Zapnu. Are we going to put Zapnu in those
explosive heroes
or the quote-unquote Tito heroes or the uncle heroes?
Yes.
Right? Like the Thams.
The Thams, yeah.
Because here's the thing. While it's true that I want to see Zapnu play those explosive heroes, I think that for the benefit of Execration, it's better he stays on those heroes like the Thams. The Thams is a hero that's not as explosive. It still requires a little bit of skill and a lot of smarts.
Yes.
Nevertheless, it allows Zapnu to be that quarterback for the team.
Yes.
Right? You need that floor general.
Yeah.
As we've seen in basketball, you need that point guard for the team that can really like AFK look at other parts of the map and say, hey, you should be going in this wave, or while he is playing, the Thams is clearing the waves. Right? I think that's for the benefit of Execration.
It's kind of Tito, meaning uncle.
Yeah.
It's it's somewhat relating to old age.
Yeah.
But what we were saying,
30s.
it's saying that there are really some heroes that when you add contrast to it, like if you compare Ling to Thams, I mean, Ling is more mechanically demanding compared to the Thams. But there are, of course, some balancing onto the heroes, pros and cons for that part. But I would agree on that one. I have this term called there are easy heroes to really pull off.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter whether they're easy or not. If they're impactful, they're impactful.
Yes,
there are those kind of heroes, really. Impactful heroes that are easy to use. You get Chango, you get Thams. I would even dare say actually that Esmeralda is...
Esmeralda and Uranus falls in that category,
easy
honestly.
hero, And look at this. Execration. Speaking of Esmeralda, Uranus, Execration has a first pick advantage. Look at that.
That's right. So they banned the Yuzong instead. And the
Esmeralda ban.
Yeah. So this is Harith. Execration is really affected by that game number 1 loss against the Harith from NXP Solid. But again, this is a brawl, and we're talking about everybody just taking away.
And they are laughing. Look at Zap. Zap is laughing there. On the ban on the Alice.
Oh my, an instant ban on the Alice. But instant as it may go, there's the Farsa from Execration. Duly answered by NXP Solid with the Kufra. Are they going to go Kufra Ling now?
Eto Max Farsa.
Okay.
Farsa is actually a top tier hero pick right now.
Yeah.
In PH. I'm not so sure if the number 1 support right now is Selena or whether Farsa. Because Selena always gets banned.
That's
but
right.
I really feel Farsa is... I mean, some are arguing that Farsa is the number 1 support right now.
That's right. I know, and I agree with them.
Yeah.
And there it is, the Kufra Ling that we're talking about. Now Execration can answer this with their Cho or something that explodes, less explosive as the Thams, perhaps. And there's the Atlas!
They're going for the Atlas.
Here we
go. Here we go. Chak new hero. Now online, Execration is taking on a better form. NXP, this is going to be it. MB or maybe Renergy. for the Khalid. Now they will start targeting the core hero of Execration. They might start eyeing onto Hate, but Zapnu's hero is still going to be available. They're going to be removing that uncle hero, Thams, ladies and gentlemen.
So now with the Atlas for Execration, it kind of reveals that this is absolutely a side lane Cho. And
Oh my
again,
God.
it also makes
Benny
sense.
Cutie Cho, without doubt. That's Benny Cutie Cho.
Impact, where impact is
Yes. I mean,
asked for.
This guy has his hands burning right now.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
very sure he has the momentum. He is the obvious MVP for that game.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it totally boosted his morale. I'm very sure
definitely.
Benny Cutie.
For an XP, banning out the Lunox this time. And then all those hate specials. And they know that the Lunox might be a problem in the side lanes. Maybe to be controlled by Zapnu in there as the lane stabilizer. We're looking at those heroes. I'm looking at the ban on something like a Chango now for Execration, or evidently the Valier. Valier was
Chester hero, yeah.
A good Chester hero indeed.
Loyi is still available here. You got PNK still online for the side of NXP.
They need a side lane stabilizer again. A wave clear for NXP Solid. I think that they learned their lesson previously. So I'm looking at Chango for the side lanes.
Yeah, Django.
Something along the lines of Alice, but not Alice, because obviously Alice is banned out. You need a mage in the side lanes. And NXP Solid might be... Okay, so it's just gonna catch it now. All in on the physical damage.
Execration start going with Django, just with this. But
yeah, but they also already have the Farsa, so this is probably why not they're considering it. That's why.
But we're still lacking a side lane here for Execration.
Yisun Chin is available, but that might not be the best for NXP Solid as there's Gatal Cash to start the jump from NXP. There's a lot of ways for them to peel to the backline, so instead they go Lancelot and X-Borg.
Very, very stable comp here for Execration. All right.
And Execration game number 3 decided that they will not be as gambling.
Gambling, yeah. That is a very safe lineup, yeah.
Very safe. I don't like the Lancelot, however. But this is only because of the fact that NXP Solid picked up a very dive composition. But now, maybe they go Liu Yi now. Instead, they go Kagura. So it's almost the same. You have that big AoE team fight, and you also have a little bit of wave clear in the end.
Yeah, I'm worrying actually about the Lancelot here onto Hate. I mean, the most explosive player I still see, and a more stable player on the Lancelot would be on H2, would fall into the hands of H2. Even full clip might be more stable, and even Drix. Hate, my doubts on Hate is still not yet cleared. Not to mention, Chester has a nice pick there on the Kagura for those melee lineups. Right?
There's a lot of good catch coming out from NXP, but I guess the problem that they have might still be as the same as in the previous game. Game number 2, they don't have the best wave clear in the world.
Yeah.
While they do have the Kagura, that Kagura spending all of his time just clearing the wave in the mid game and the late game. Might be the best for Nexplay. However, I still don't feel as comfortable for Execrations because they do field the Lancelot and there's a lot of catch in there.
Yeah.
There's Gatot Kacha that can... Here's the thing, right? The Thorn Rose, as good as it is as a tool to dodge a lot of skills, you can still anticipate it. And there's Kufra that I always feel is a good counter against the Lancelot.
Yes. You could just layer, wait out one Thorn Rose, wait out one Puncture, and you could flicker ult.
That's right.
That's the thing about the Kufra. Here's the thing. I think one of the edge heroes here for Execration would be the Farsa.
Yeah.
And also Benny Cuties Cho. I always have very high expectation of Benny Cuties Cho. But yeah, we got Chakno here.
Chakno special.
All right. So this might be it. It might be a nice saving grace here for Execration because we did mention that upon revealing the first 3 picks, Execration is taking on a good form, right?
That's right.
I'm going to be sticking on to my prediction. I would still stick with NXP.
All right. Nevertheless, Shinbu, what I do like about Execration is that they have this Atlas and there's no Purify for NXP Solid.
Yes, that's the problem.
However, NXP Solid, they still have Khalid, a very good anti-all-in strategy in our Nexplay Solid. Obviously with the sustain. Nevertheless, I want to see how Hate will use this Lancelot in a game that he will not be as comfortable in.
Indeed. And NXP has a good read on the disruption being done here. by Chaknu. It is going to be a bit of a slow game, totally early game, but don't worry. I'm very sure we have a very bloody fight, considering the lineups here, considering the teams.
Yeah.
Execration, we just need to be careful of the team fights. Earlier, we keep on mentioning that NXP has a nice early game, has a nice lane control, has a nice pickup capacity. But in terms, they need to be careful on taking team fights against Execration. This time, I would be advising that for Execration because the Kagura is very threatening.
Yeah. You know what? Here's something that I'm gonna say that's weird. I think that in this game we have to eliminate our analysis of the micro between the matchups, but maybe just depend on how both teams will approach this. Because again, there's a lot of weakness when it comes to the Lancelot. There's also weakness when it comes to the lineup of Nexplay Solid. So both of them have their pros and their cons. That when they do clash, it will always depend on how they will execute. And as cliche as that sounds, man, it's literally what's going to happen. However, on a micro scale, I still will favor the lineup of NXP Solid.
All right.
Because of the fact that they have an easier way to push as compared to push in the late game, right? As compared to this lineup of Execration that when the Lancelot doesn't finish this game by 15 minutes, it's incredibly hard for them to dive now.
Yeah.
That is if Nexplay Solid is going to play as genius as Execration did in game number 2 when it comes to defending, right? Because it's not the best when it comes to defenses for Nexplay Solid. But if they do play it as smart as what Execration did in the first game, they do have the chance in the late game.
Yeah, and I would account for the new picks on the lineup of NXP here.
Yeah.
We did mention that an Execration here is in their good form.
Yeah.
We got some picks who's really onto the favored side of NXP, like a Kufra.
Yeah.
On Yawi.
Yeah.
All right. We still get the Ling for H2 here. What about the timers?
Okay.
Late game favors what? I kind of feel that. I mean, seeing game number 2, I kind of feel that NXP should close out the game quicker.
Yeah. So it's easier for me to say that it's NXP. They have Ling, which is a superior late game superior late game hero compared to the Lancelot, absolutely. Then again, there's an Atlas factor from Execution. I always felt that if there is no Purify for your opponents, an Atlas with the true aim on his ultimate and with the right timing can win the games no matter what. Even when they're behind by 5k gold, they can eliminate their opponents with the Lancelot, the Atlas combo, especially because this is Chaknu and there's no Purify on the side of Nexplay Solid. So if you're asking me what my predictions will be in the late game, it's scientifically Nexplay Solid, but emotionally Execration.
There
it is.
Emotionally Execration.
Right.
That's some good pick. I'm actually trying to review the schedule for the matchup. They're within the same group, so they will be facing each other once again.
Yeah, that's right.
So
there's round 2 at least.
Yeah, we got a round 2 for here. We will have there surely be a rematch, and I'm just curious about the post-game banter for this.
What would you call this matchup?
Is it totally bad blood? I would say
bad
blood.
Oh, yeah, right. It's
totally bad blood.
So bad blood number 2 is coming in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, we could like maybe name the second matchup so like Unforgiven, something.
Oh my!
So hardcore, right? Something edgy, maybe.
Something edgy more.
Because
right?
that's what's happening right now between these two teams.
Okay, so a standard setup for both teams, and Execration is leading in terms of gold. That's what you get from a massive wave clear.
But they do have tendencies here for NJ. Always staying in the back line. But that's the setup. That's the call for setup here for NXP. That's what I'm talking about.
They get baited in.
That's kind of what I'm talking about.
So
about hate.
Yeah. So the thing with Lancelot is that if you land your dashes, which is considered as the Phantom Execution, and your what do you call puncture? There it is. You can infinitely go to your use your dash. But if your opponents group up and they're in range of one dash, that's considered already
one dash.
One dash, no reset.
On two targets, right?
Exactly.
No reset. Yeah, that's the thing.
NXP, what they did on that first blood is that they said, okay, the boat is sinking. Let's group ourselves into 3.
Yeah.
And that spelled the doom for Hate. Hate had an angle, but he did not realize that NXP Solid can outplay him there.
Yeah, I actually love the hero design on Lancelot. It's like a beautiful duelist. He likes taking these triangle formations, not just in the form of the tornadoes, but on the puncture.
That's right.
Again, the more spread out the targets are, the better for him.
Yeah.
That makes his dash, that gives more sense on his dash. And Maxir gets caught out. And that's what we're talking. I mean, not what we're talking about, but those are quite the easy pickups there by NXP without any conversion. On Execration.
I wonder if Execration have exhausted all of their adrenaline after all those pauses and those remakes, because that's a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes, particularly that jump from E to Max, and you cannot afford that in the early stages of the game. Oh no!
Very, very interesting play. The sync between these two teams. You got here Chaknu dance around with his own Fatal Links. It forces Benecutie to walk. It forces the Blade of Tempest to the H2 here by Benecutie onto the side. Hate was able to get a kill. I'm not so sure, but of course he gets killed as well by H2. 1-for-1, ladies and gentlemen, but overall a 4-for-1 in favor still of NXP.
No, man, this is very scrappy from Execration.
Yeah.
And nevertheless, this is Execration anyways, right? This is what you expect.
What you expect from a game of Execration.
These guys.
Yeah, that's why we're not so surprised on the early mistakes, right?
Early game mistakes.
Yeah, and the problem here is that we cannot really say if this continues on, Execration will be lost because we'll be losing, because that's not always the case for Execration.
Oh, I kind of want to say that Execration did use an early game composition in game number 2. And Roger said he's on a timer.
Yeah.
And they still won it after not having a control in the early stages of the game. I will dare say that it's literally the same this time in game number 1. Execration needs to win the early game.
Yeah. Just a quick look onto the items. I was looking into. Alright, let's go for the play-by-play here, ladies and gentlemen. That's gonna be Atlas, though, falling down quickly. Renegade zones out everyone. Actually, just one Etomax with that Avatar of Guardian. I just want to emphasize. 5-minute mark, actually, we got the Clock of Destiny bought onto Chester. That was an early lead there for a support. That is a big burst there for Chester. Added to his combo, he got the flame shot.
The 4 assists allows him to be so farm at this. Renegade might even survive this, and indeed he will.
He got the turtle on.
The shield. Oh, wow. Okay.
Man.
So Nexplay Solid is definitely on a roll now.
Yeah.
And
I mean, if you're looking into the numbers, that's Nexplay's control already.
Man, this is really scary for Execration.
Yeah.
They are so dependent on winning this early game, and they need to steamroll. They don't have the right tools in the late game, apart from their Chaknu ultimate, which is the Atlas Fatal Links. But apart from that, they might find it incredibly hard against the lineup of NXP Solid.
Execration always plays with a miracle, and it will require a miracle to win this one. Look at that. That might be the 4th death. Full combo here by Nexplay. Puts in the P to perfect execution, ladies and gentlemen, against Execration. You got Chaknu getting destroyed there. And the only ray of hope is not there for the party. It is going to be Benecutie. A 4-4 non-exchange NXP Solid.
Oh man, this is where your classic video content makers will make something like the symphony of skills.
Yes, man.
From NXP Solid, it's like a dance that it's not all together. It's layered properly, especially with that Yaoi initiation.
Perfect
and we are saying this. Yaoi special, and whoever pops off when it comes to the supporting roles really elevates their team. Yaoi with the jump, followed up by Renegade's ultimate.
Yeah, this is how the fans love NXP. NXP knows how to layer their spells in an explosive manner. And man, Hate here.
Yeah.
Again, like what we expected. We're sitting here, 0-4 on the main core, on the Lancelot. Totally not good news. Remember that in a way, Lancelot kind of plateaus as well by the late game.
It's a problem with the Lancelot.
Yeah.
I can see that even a draft, we did say that we are so scared of this Lancelot. We were talking about how incredibly hard this is for him.
Yeah.
And he's already at 5 deaths, 7 minutes in. And Execration, you're going to blame yourselves now for drafting that Lancelot.
Yeah, man, and that is the damage we are talking about. Down for Chester. He did receive the Fatal Links. It doesn't matter. Maybe after receiving the last Insanity, it will matter. Gets the kill aside for Zapnu. And H2 would have to walk away.
Oh, man.
Keep on saying, man. I mean, it's what we expected on the Lancelot pick. That's the problem.
We were saying that there's
Killing spree Lancelot.
Yeah, there's a lot of
not even gonna be touching the late game there.
That's right. Now Benny QT is gonna be pummeled down, forced to use the ultimate. The Phantom Execution is quite off the mark, but they still take out one. Unfortunately, they will not get an additional. While they badly want to give it to Hate, Hate did not have the enough range for him to be able to reach Yaoi. And when all things is said and done, they weren't able to give the kill to the core, and that was a support death. And Nexplay Solid are not really hampered by that kill, by that death. I mean,
Execration needs to be reminded of the bad blood of the importance of winning this match. That's
they need that anger, that adrenaline back in them, because it seems like they have really lost it at this game.
Yeah, look, H2 with the bad blood against Benny. H2, he went for the dive. He did commit. Was able to walk away very quick on the finish points.
So the punishment from Execration is to just take the turtle, but that might not be even given to them.
Oh my god.
OMB.
Heartbreaking.
Heartbreak indeed.
So heartbreaking.
Everything is falling apart for Execration like a house of cards. Take one away, and that's Lancelot, and it's already over.
After one of the biggest wins for a regular season, that game number 2.
Oh, to lose like this. We're talking about mental reset, not
6,000 gold lead here for NXP.
And
man,
I think that we have to go back to the draft indeed.
Yeah, social media will be so explosive this Friday night. Everyone will be on their phones.
It's a freaky Friday, but NXP Solid, they have solidified their case. Yaoi with the jump, but
remember the jump? There is the follow-up done by Renegade. H2 follows through. Yaoi still alive. Was able to let his own ultimate down for Zapnu after bagging in Benny Q. But still, it's going to be Yaoi saying his goodbye. Zapnu here. His immortality gets popped. Chaknu follows up. Fatal Links. Where is that? Not going to be hit already. Legendary after the double kill secured here by H2. Mega kill.
MB is feeling it. Even diving. That's another death on Hate.
Yeah.
And they have hated Hate now. It's just E2 Max, and he cannot defend.
Oh my god.
And this might be it.
It might be it. We're seeing actually the artillery minion. If no one is actually tagging no artillery minion, the defense of the base would be up. The anti-backdoor for that part. 570.
A 10,000 gold lead for NXP Solid. 10 minutes in.
Man, the draft.
How the mighty have fallen.
Yeah, the draft, man.
The draft.
The draft. I would say the draft. I just on the Lancelot. I mean, it's not really so stellar seeing the Exberg there, the Lancelot. Maybe seeing something so unique, like as unique as an Alice.
Yeah.
You know, on that last pick.
NXP Solid just drafted this so well. So they go for the Kufra Link combo, which is a little bit greedy, but it works almost all the time because the idea is you pick the counter against your opponents.
I'm worrying about the performance rating here. Wolf.
Oh, that's right.
We might be seeing some bronze performance rating
we
here.
might see the Chocolate Factory.
Yeah.
So after the Link pick and the Link of back-to-back picks, Execration went for the Atlas as well as the Cho. We expected the Cho to be there, and we also saw that Atlas is a good pick for Execration because it might be banned out by NXP Solid. The problem was they revealed so much of their hands. So it's definitely a side lane Cho and definitely support Atlas.
Yeah.
And
what
you get from it is the fact that this is so all-in. It allowed NXP to just pick up that Khalid.
Yeah, Khalid. And counters, you know, Kagura.
Right? So this is your counter against the all-in strategies, because what all-in strategies do is that they jump in, they hope to get a pick-off or two, and they don't have a plan B.
And the problem about all-in strategies, they have obvious inherent weaknesses. Normally, heroes that has all-in kits are very vulnerable to pickups.
That's right.
Especially all-in compositions. And all-in compositions, they require complete sets. Yeah. If someone gets plucked out quickly, the strength of an all-in composition is easily removed here. And that's why it's now so hard for Execration, because even if they went all-in here, their core will not be adept to follow up. You know, 0-6 on that. That will clearly lack in damage. Facing a Gatot Kacha for that part. You know, you got a Kufra as well.
And a 10-0-5 Ling.
And 10-0-5 Ling.
That's big problem for NXP Solid now. And it's not like H2O did something that's really out of the box now. Or It's not like the best Link performance, like skill-wise, but the fact that NXP Solid allowed H2O, hashtag conserve H2O in this game, it's wonderful to see. And that's the complete opposite of what Execration did with channeling the hate.
Yeah,
they did not.
I actually want to mention. And acknowledge that NXP's competition shouldn't be as easy to go for push, but the lead is too much here, right? The lead is too much here.
It's massive.
You can expect an inhibitor going down against Execration here. Top lane is gone. Bottom lane here, at least the wave clear is complete.
Yeah.
Lord is also cleared as well by Execration, but there you go. That's what we are talking about. The lead is too much. You'd be expecting an inhibitor threat to really go down.
So they go far for their airstrike to go with that ultimate from the X-Borg. The jumper we have.
Alright, Chaknu sets in with a Fatal Links, makes an explosive play of his own, and no one's focusing under the base. It's a shutdown against H2, ladies and gentlemen. Execration tries to answer 4. Inhibitor turned on the bottom lane, already saying goodbye, and there is gonna be it. That's a 1 by 1, and that's gonna be removed, and everyone is gone. Onto the NXP side, Execration takes the defense by wiping out Solid. And those are kind of late game timers. Those are pretty long timers.
Oh my goodness! Emotion from Execration. We were talking about this.
Oh my god, they can way! They might be able to jump again. They have enough damage. They're banning way! There's the minion wave. Ladies and gentlemen,
they have the minions.
They have the minions, and that's it. That's it. Oh my god! Oh my god! Chaknu in the place. The bad blood is settled! That's it! That's it! 2-1! And Execration has won! Execration has won!
No words!
Oh my god.
We'll explain this!
Oh my god!
Like I told you, man!
Oh my
Science.
god! Zapno is crying! Zapno is crying!
Chakno can't believe it. He just landed
oh my god.
The fatal licks of his life.
Look at the face here of NXP.
Duality of man.
This is...
Oh my goodness.
This is MPL Philippines.
Take a moment, everyone, to appreciate.
It's crazy. Look at Hate. He's crying. He knows how bad he was doing on that game.
Oh man, what did we say? It will only take one massive initiation, and it seemed like everybody from Execration just all of a sudden felt that they've channeled whatever oversoul they have.
10k gold lead. 10k gold lead.
This
is inhibitor turret's gone. The inhibitor turret's gone.
Probably the only game that we are going to see the winner having less gold compared to the loser.
Yeah, man. And that's the only team fight they've won. That was a defense. That was one setup that was...
And one artillery minion to finish them all.
Yeah, one artillery minion to finish everything.
No, everything was laid properly. And we were talking about the Atlas Fatal Links. And when they group up together, just the Ferndos just will tear them up. And obviously the Feathered Airstrike in there.
Greatest moments. That would be... I would bet. That will be included in one of the greatest moments of MPL here in the Philippines. It's very hard to be an Execration fan. And I lost my lunch. I lost my Saturday lunch to Manjin. I don't care. Doesn't matter. I actually requested an additional.
You'll have additional one.
I got an additional one. So, congratulations to Execration. That was a very beautiful game. I lost my lunch, but we won. Everyone won.
Thank you, Execration.
Let's go, Butters.
Really happened there? Saan nagkamali? Or where did things go south here for the side of NXP? Himayin natin yan unti-unti. But first, let's head in dun sa ating post-game stats. Let's check dito yung mga item build nila. H2O got a lot of stuff going on for him kasi sobrang ganda din ng kanyang setup in the, sabihin natin, in the early game. Nakuha niya lahat ng buffs na kailangan niya. And even Hate, siya dapat yung mag-shutdown dito kay H2O, but it seems that it went the other way around. Hate dito didn't really have the best game, but still, it paid off. ito lang yung masasabi ko si dito. Ito yung masasabi ko dito. Chester was in the perfect position to actually counter Etomax. Si Etomax dito, ang dali niyang abutin onto the side of NXP. And alam naman natin na yung Farsa dito is isa sa mga pinakamalalaking artillery. Kumbaga, kapag sinabi natin na kaya niyang pumesto ng maganda at kaya niya ding magbigay ng damage output dito para sa team niya. But then again, you have Renny J, you have Chester, so accounted for siya in the early game. So a lot of the engagements dito na ginagawa ng NXP ay pabor talaga on their side. But things just happened in a way na parang pinilit dito ng NXP yung pinakahuling push nila. They could have gone a bit more conservative sa lahat ng bagay na ginagawa nila NXP. They really knew how to hold the lead at that point. Kung nakita nyo yung camera, yung pinakahuling camera view dito sa side ng NXP, they were devastated. Alam nila na dapat sa kanila na talaga yung larong yon. MB dito, his performance on the Khalid last week, sobrang, NXP solid. Sobrang solid na kanyang performance. MB dito right now, he did well. Sabihin na lang natin na pareho lang din yung kanyang nabigay in terms of being a tanky hero per se, but still, it was all about that split second decision making na tinatawag dito sa ating game. So, right now, let's head on to the post-match data. This is the thing about H2O. Look at the turret damage na nagawa niya dito. It's really high. It's on, sabihin natin, this is 11,174. While on the side of Benny Cutie dito, naging patient lang sobra si Benny. He just went for the split push. Alam niyang hindi talaga sila nakaposisyon dito para manalo. He just went in, tried to take the turrets kasi yun talaga is sa mga magandang bagay na pwede mo gawin if you really want to get back into the game. It's just get a turret, get a bit of map control back, and position mo yung sarili mo na kapag kunyari, napalalim yung kalaban, you can actually go for the punish. But then again, look at the turtle lane dito onto the side of NXP. Tatlong turtle ang nakuha dito netong team na to. And Ling, he was really set para doon sa mga fights. And nakikita niyo naman dito, 10-1-6, it was really good for him. Kumbaga, si Benny Cutie dapat dito yung mag-shutdown sa kanya. But then again, it didn't really look that way in the end. Let's head on to our replay and let's check kung ano nga ba yung mga nangyari sa game na to. There is this thing about Kagura na sabihin natin si Kagura ngayon isn't really, masasabi na siguro natin na Kagura is one of the top picks ngayon na pwedeng kunin for the support role. Not everyone does it, ladies and gentlemen. Meron lang iilan. Let me give you an example. Aura-PH. Aura-PH, they really like to go for it. At kung papansinin nyo dito, yung lineup ng NXP Solid, it's really easy para dito kay Khalid na itama yung kanyang ulti just because of the sheer amount of holds na meron sila dito. You have Yawi, you have Kufra, you have Kagura, you have Renny J on the taunt. So, this is going to be a very easy positioning or setup para dito kay Khalid na ma-turn niya ito into the best setups para sa team niya. Execration on the other hand, kung titignan mo dito kung paano nila ginagawa yung mga fights sila, they were really just going for the scraps of war. Hindi nila talaga fino-force out yung isang buong laban. And this is the part na talagang pakaramdam na natin, NXP Solid, they're gonna win. But at this certain moment, Chakno dito with that setup, damage output from Hate, and lahat ng binato ni Zapno dito, it just really went on to NXP Solid. And that's the thing. You should know when to fight. And kapag yung position na yun isn't really good on your side, then you probably should enforce it. Eto Max dito, the player of the game, Farsa. And man, this guy really loves to, play around with this hero. Kung nakikita nyo, he has Clock of Destiny, 535. And look at the damage dealt, 55k for a support. Malaking bagay yan, and he really did this job. Kumbaga, ito yung isa sa mga pinakamahihirap na games na pwedeng gawin ni Etomax, but he did pull it off. And miraculously, they just came back from this game na akala natin lahat talaga na sila na ang matatalo. So, yeah, I think in a way, the game actually tells its story na sarili niya, but still, there is a lot to, get from the player interview na mangyayari mamaya-maya. Di natin alam kung sino yung interviewin natin, but still, there is going to be a giveaway code para sa inyo. Since nanood kayo and ang taas ng viewership na nangyari sa atin, and man, this is wild. And naniniwala ako na maraming tao na napasok dito sa ating stream na ngayon lang nakapanood ng MPL. So welcome to the MPL. Ito po yung MPL at sana bumalik po kayo dito at manood sa amin. Giveaway code, dahil yan ay nandito kayo at meron pa tayong isang giveaway code dahil doon sa mythical raffle draw na meron tayo. Merong nag-participate na 20,441 people na, alam mo yon, na talagang gusto lang kunin yung skins na meron doon. And that is a skins package, pero mamaya natin, actually bukas pa natin pag-uusapan yan. So right now, I think it's time for the interview. Okay. So, there is a bit of a, sabihin na natin, change here in the terms of Chakno being the Atlas para dito sa team. I kind of get why they went for an Atlas doon because they really just wanted to go for the power setup nung first 3 picks nila. If you would look at it, yung ginawa nila doon, as far as I remember, ang nauna nilang pick doon was the Farsa, was actually the Cho, and the Atlas, yung pangatlong pick nila. So that was a really greedy setup coming out from Execration. And I'm actually surprised that they pulled it off. You don't really do that kasi usually ngayon, yung mga teams balanced lang yung ginagawa nilang drafting. They get support, a tank, or a side lane, or 2 side lanes, then a tank or support. So, wow, Execration done. I'm actually surprised that they did that. And in terms of dealing the damage, I feel that the AOE really worked on their side. Then again, NXP Solid, hindi naman natin pwede tanggalin sa kanila yung performance nila doon. It was a really good performance na himay nila kung saan mahina doon yung lineup ng Execration. Na-push nila yun, but at the last moment na kailangan nilang mag-show up, nagkaroon sila ng problema, nagkaroon sila ng lapse in terms of decision making, and that really costed them the game. I mean, H2O, nagamit niya yung heroes niya. They were really comfortable with everything na binato sa kanila, but at that moment in time, hindi mo talaga kasi masasabi kung, alam mo yon, ano ang mangyayari sa mga bagay-bagay na to. Bilog talaga ang bola ng MPL. Minsan nasa taas, minsan nasa baba, and yun yung pinakita sa atin ng Execration. And historically speaking, hindi lang yun yung first time na nakagawa ng ganitong malaking comeback ang Execration. I remember Execration did this against Archangel way back Season 3. Yung nag-champion, yung Archangel na team. So there is a lot of things going on. I would like to ask the players dito kung ano ba yung pumapasok sa kanila. You can see hate actually. Hindi ko alam kung umiyak at that moment in time And si Billy din ata umiyak, si Zapnu. I'm pretty sure, ladies and gentlemen, na itong mga team na to, they really have a lot of respect for each other. Magkakaibigan tong mga to, even though masyadong madaming masasakit na salita ang nabato sa isa't isa. But still, remember guys, gusto ko lang ipaalala sa inyo na you don't have to, hate yung mga kalaban ng mga favorite team nyo just to make your team look superior. Tatandaan natin na we're trying to promote healthy and fun environment para sa ating mga pro players na supportahan nyo sila and sana bigyan nyo pa ng pansin yung ibang mga tao dito. And that's what MPL is all about. Healthy competition, and tatandaan natin at the end of the day, tayo-tayo lang din ang magkakasama at tayo-tayo lang din ang magkakaibigan. So this is only week 3, day number 1. Ganito nakainit yung mga laban. And I'm pretty sure, ladies and gentlemen, na madaming nasagot sa mga tanong nyo. Hate, H2O, anong tingin nyo? Pakiramdam ko, pinatunayan naman nila yung sarili nila doon. They were really consistent sa lahat ng bagay na pinakita nila. And I'm pretty sure na this game or this series will actually develop them to have a better draft, to have a better outlook on rotation sa mga susunod nilang games. And I'm pretty sure na mas madaming lessons sa tutunan yung mga teams natin dito in terms of, just playing against each other. So, ladies and gentlemen, hindi na tayo pupunta ng ating interview. And we would like to thank our following sponsors. Our official telco partner, Smart. Forge stronger bonds with your team as you conquer the battlefield with Smart Giga Games. Enjoy 1 GB games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Dial *123# and choose Giga Games 99. Our official sponsor, Realme. Realme is celebrating their first Realme Fan Fest and #Dare to be Realme campaign. Visit their official page at fb.com/Realme Philippines to know more. We also have our official sponsor, Gillette. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, and or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. #Shave the day with Gillette. We do have our partner in eSports, PayMaya. Get 5% balik bayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya, the better way to pay. Promo runs until September 15 and get free 50 peso credit from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Just upgrade and add money to your account to get the reward instantly using the 50 pesos reward to level up your gaming by buying gaming pins in PayMaya. That was a mouthful, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move on to our other partner in eSports, TikTok Live. Search nyo lang yung MLBB sa TikTok or Mobile Legends ng TikTok to watch legendary videos. Again, search nyo yung Mobile Legends sa TikTok to search for legendary videos, mga Mobile Legends gameplay, tips, and other stuff. We also have our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, Here Like a Pro, and of course, this tournament is powered by Moonton. So maraming salamat, and that is it. Hindi lang yun yung laban natin ngayon. We also have Bren and BSB upcoming. So huwag kayong aalis, dyan lang kayo. MPL-PH will be right back. Pero bago pala ang lahat, papakita muna natin yung top 5 plays brought to you by Realme.
Game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Game.
on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Mas gutom ako ngayon. Gusto ko makuha yung championship ng Season 6. Mahirap man pero tatrabahuin. Yun yung pangarap namin. Kasi di lang basta nandito ka, laro-laro ka lang. Hindi ganun eh. Gusto namin makuha yung achievement namin na makakuha ng championship. Palagi kang positive, may mararating ka sa buhay. Palagi ako naniniwala na makakapasok ako ng MPL. Mindset ko lang, laro is laro. Lalaroin ko lang yung laro ko. And alam ko may ibubuga ako.
Shider is back!
Nung nawala ako ng Season 2, may katim na ako sila Demon, which is yung katim ko ngayon na si Drix tsaka si Demon. Palagi lang kami offline tour na. Noong Season 3 and Season 4, pinilit kong makapasok. Pero, fail. Nang Season 5, yun, kinuha ko ng BSB din. Pinalad naman ulit. Naging fighter ako kasi nabago yung meta. Kasi mid lane ako nun dati. So, malaking adjustments yung nabago sa akin. Lumaki yung hero pools ko. Marami rin kasi nagbago sa laro Sobrang nag-mature ako.
Pushback itong solo kill by Shider QT of the carry at the bottom lane. Walang laban-laban ulit sa sigahan.
Yung dragon naging
Marami ako natutunan, lalo na kay Cap 1. Kasi every time na may error ako, sabi ko sa kanya, huwag siyang mahiyang magsabi sa akin kasi gusto ko nakikinig ako. Gusto ko matuto lalo. Si Ana, palagi rin nagbibigay ng payo sa akin. Mag-champion. Kasama yung team ko ngayon. Yun naman yung hangad ng lahat, di ba? Yung makakuha ng title. Magtatrabaho ko na mabuti para sa karir na to. Mas pag-iigihan ko pa. Siyempre, pangarap mo makapunta pa rin ng MPL. So, masaya ako. Kahit nung wala pa ako sa MPL, masaya pa rin ako. Kasi ginagawa ko naman yung gusto kong gawin. Kaya gusto ko rin makapasok ng MPL kasi gusto ko rin makatulong sa family ko. Thank you, Ma, sa suporta. Sa ate ko, sa kuya ko, lahat sila kasi tuwing may laban kami, lahat sila nanonood. Pero may isang taong palagi naniniwala sa akin, yung girlfriend ko, si Ashley. Palagi niya sinasabi pag nadadown ako, laban lang palagi. Huwag ma-stress. Every time na pag natatalo kami, nandiyan siya palagi sa akin sa tabi. Kahit hindi ko kasama, talagang pinapaiwan. Siyempre sa teammate ko, kay Boyet, kay Wilson, kay Drix, Robert, saka kay Coach, maraming salamat. Kasi nung Season 2, hindi pa naman ako sobrang mature. Kala ko parang wala lang. Parang may sponsorship lang na ganyan, maglalaro ka lang. Pero para siyang trabaho talaga. Kunyari, palagi na sa office, 8 hours, maglalaro ka.
Go to BSB!
Lumawak yung isip ko sa paglalaro and sa mga nakapaligid. Kaya mas pinag-iigihan ko mabuti. Maraming kailangan trabahuin. Pag kailangan mo ng ganito, pag gusto mo yung ganito, tatrabahuin mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Philippines. Now on its Season 6, we're going to be your casters. I'm your anchor, Shibu with the one for an eye with my partner analyst here, Wolfcast. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to our official sponsors, our official telco partner, Smart. Forge stronger bonds with your team as you conquer the battlefield with Smart Giga Games. Enjoy 1 GB games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Dial *123# and choose Giga Games 99.
MPL-PH is also brought to us by our official sponsor, RealMe. And RealMe is celebrating their first RealMe Fan Fest and hashtag Dare to be RealMe campaign. And if you want to know more, just visit their page at fb.com/RealMe Philippines.
Thank you so much to our official sponsor, Gillette. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, and Simple Force Pack in select, and Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Hashtag Shave the Day with Gillette.
Our favorite, by the way, Simple Force Pack, by the way.
Yes.
Anyways, our partner in eSports, PayMaya, get up to 5% balikbayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya, the better way to pay. The promo runs until September 15, and I believe that all you have to do to get free PHP 50 credits is to pay with PayMaya. Download and register it using the code MLBB, and you can use that reward to level up your game by buying gaming pins via PayMaya.
Of course, we also got our partner in esports, TikTok. Do check out MLBB's page in TikTok Live. Get a chance to win out awesome schemes and awesome goodies from ML. And our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro. The MPL-PH Season 6 is powered by Moonton.
Yeah. Oh, man. After, have you gotten over the intensity?
We cannot deny that fact.
Yeah. So
with
there's a
series, that
man.
Was crazy.
Was a crazy opener for our week number 3.
Yeah.
But we still have to get into business. This is BSB going up against Bren eSports and David versus Goliath.
Yeah. Actually, I would dare say both teams are my favorite. I mean, on the upper end you got Bren, on the lower end you got BSB. I really can't help but think that BSB is not, they got potential, but they're not quite there yet. Closing series, 3 series with 2-1. I'm just worrying that they started having a series that went 2-0 just last week.
Yeah, that was the first one that they had that puts them up to 3 points in total for the group standings. Bren eSports is enjoying in the opposite end of the spectrum where they have 3-0. I believe that they have a 2-1 and back-to-back 2-0s. So that's a lot of points that they have racked up. And unfortunately for BSB, this is not going to be this is going to be a tall order, to say the least.
Yes.
So here, BSB cannot close out their series and their games, while Bren eSports, this is a team that's orchestrated by one of the greatest minds here in MPL-PH, their coach, Ducky, and obviously the best in the business when it comes to mechanical skill. You have few Kartzi, gold medalists in there, and they are fielding in the rookie, one of the potential rookies of the season.
Yeah,
Flapsy.
Do you have a rookie of the season award?
Why don't we have
We
that
have
one?
MVP. We have MVP of MPL. That's
Yeah.
sure. MVP of the season. We don't have rookie. I think we should acknowledge having
Why
a
not? Yeah,
rookie of the season. No?
Yeah, I mean you're looking at Flapsy in there, but honestly, there's
have a lot.
a
We have
lot of other
contenders,
ones. Like Full Clip is there.
Yeah.
And other ones, and exciting to see, of course, from the team.
Yeah, and of course, again, Bren is really under top shape, only losing 1 game, but never lost any series for this one. They're the ones standing at the top right now, if you're accounting for Group A and even Group B.
Yeah.
They got the most points here for a regular season, and things are looking so well. Just really, totally fine with Bren. Let's check out Bren here.
Pinapili ako ng magulang ko mag-aral or magpo-pro ako. So pinili ko yung pagpo-pro ko, tapos sinabihan ako ng magulang ko. Hindi nila ako sustentuhan na kaya ko naman na daw sarili ko, mas pinili ko daw yung passion ko kaysa sa mag-aral.
Yung pinakamalaking sakripisyo ko is yung pag-aaral ko. Di naman sa nag-stop ako, pero kasi parang napapag-iwanan na ako ng mga kaklase ko kasi sila po ako sa pag-aaral, ako po sa pag-ML.
Ang pinakamahirap na parte sa pagiging pro player, nagsasakripisyo ka sa lahat ng bagay. Focus ka lang talaga sa pagpa-practice. Tapos yun, magagawa mo lahat pag naging successful ka sa pagiging pro player.
Kung kilala nyo lang siya sa personal, malalaman nyo kung ano tunay niya ugali.
And of course, Bren eSports with few, Rebo, Lusty, Flap, TZ, EJ, and the star player, Carl TZ. One thing that he mentioned in that interview is that it's hard to juggle between studying and playing professionally. Not because he wants to stop, but he felt that he is lagging behind his classmates. And this is Carl TZ being one of the competitive ones. He always wants to be at the top of this game.
Yes.
And here's a fun fact. There was one time last year when I asked Carl TZ to play with me. And instead, he told me that he was doing homeworks. And instead of playing with me, he asked me what is a quadratic equation. And from there...
Were you able to answer?
I was.
All right.
So
that's good. That's
it's
good.
basically just an equation where there is a...
With a square. With x squared.
Yeah, basically. And... from then on, we exchanged. Gave him tips.
I'm sorry. Let's make it better. You can answer a quadratic equation with a quadratic formula.
That's right.
Right.
So there's always two
answers. Two values for
two values.
Yes.
Two. There's
two y's?
No. There's two variables.
Two variables.
There
all right.
is.
Yes. For the quadratic equation, because you get the degree of it. It's actually up to the second degree. I'm really getting educational here as we break down Bren eSports, because on their video feed, it's more about sacrificing studies and of course getting into pro. It's totally understandable. We're not sending a message here of you guys setting aside your studies. What we want to emphasize here of the heavy sacrifice that our players are making. It is in their studying, and studying is no joke. It is a very big thing to really sacrifice. It's a very big decision that was taken in by our players. Again, it doesn't work for everyone, but it did work well for Carl Z, for Lusty. They are gold medals. They bring honor to our country just because they were gold medalists in the SEA Games, right?
It's all in. It's either you're playing or not playing at all, because that's how brutal the professional scene is, even with Mobile Legends. Now in the Philippines, you're seeing that the teams that aren't that committed easily lose their matches. In Bren eSports, you cannot deny that their sacrifices are so good.
Nasanay ako ng may trabaho ako. Nasanay ako na nagbibigay ako monthly financially sa magulang ko. Tapos pinursige ko yung paglalaro nito. Kasi yung mga pro players may sahod daw. Tapos yun, malaki na yung esports natin ngayon eh. Kaya talagang sobrang nakaka-challenge para sa akin na may pagsabayan bilang kapwan sa mga ibang pro players.
Magkakaroon na ako ng baby. Tapos ngayon magiging MPL Season 6 na. Bihira ko lang sila makakasama. Mahirap din, tas mahirap pa yung financial din. Kasi mag-uumpisa pa lang, magsimula pa lang. Hindi ko sila masyadong makakasama.
Gusto ko siya kasama sa bootcamp kasi minsan yung mga problema, nasasabihan ko siya.
Yeah,
by every episode,
week,
by the day, every week, as it is revealed to us. I mean, we haven't watched this yet, you know, the full version of this feature videos. But if you're accounting for the studies that was sacrificed by the members of Bren, this one is some adult level sacrifice.
That's right.
That was done here by the side of BSB, Cap 1, Trevor, Wilson, Scheider, Anna, and Drix. I was surprised because I'm starting to really like Wilson as one of the heavy side laners here of our season. He actually has a baby. Even me, I think I cannot do that. You know,
it's
sacrificing
hard.
family, not seeing your family for your career. You get Cap 1 here, who's supporting his family on his previous work, and he did gamble in taking on the professional career, professional player career.
Yep.
Right.
The thing with esports athletes is that they need to go into the boot camp, stay there all the time. It's like you're always quarantined, like from the start, from the get-go. And unlike in sports, wherein the athletes have the chance to go home to their families, when it comes to professional esports, that's not possible. You really have to go all in. And while it's true that you can argue that, okay, I'm going to just spend some time now playing, the moment that you give up an hour of your training time and the rest of the esports world plays on that specific moment, you're gonna be left behind.
There is a saying.
That's how brutal it is.
Yeah, there is a very famous saying by one professional player. He did mention that if you don't practice, somewhere
Yeah.
Sometimes someone else is practicing. And when you face him or her, you will lose.
That's right.
You will lose. That's how important practice is, and that's how serious business is in terms of pro play. In my time here in the industry, I've actually characterized because we've seen so many roles in the esports industries. We've seen so many characters. We've seen so many jobs, and I would characterize the professional player career as do not get this wrong. It is like the easiest in terms of job description because you have to continue playing. You have to play.
On
Compared to production team where they have to really study and upgrading the production, compared to shotcasters wherein they need to actually study the league, the game, and of course forge their verbal skills compared to streamers or content creators who try to continue create content. Pro player fundamentally is if they continue to play, they will improve. Of course, there goes the studying, there goes the coaching on that part. It is, in terms of job description, it's as simple as that. You need to play. You need to get better into the game.
Yeah.
Because everyone needs to get better on other careers,
That's
right?
that's
But
right.
in pro players, if you get better, you really get the rewards. You really reap the rewards. You get the most rewards for it. Like basically, you play and you win. When I say play, of course, that includes improvement, that includes growth in terms of being really good with the game. But the thing about professional players is it is kind of one of the highest rewarding jobs in esports. It's also one of the most short-lived.
Yes, that's right.
That's the running risk of that career. That's why actually this is now being popularized onto the side of Doggy the Aether House. Doggy is a preacher of this. That you need to be very vindictive. You need to be very alert of what you do after becoming a pro player, especially if you are a successful pro player. Because by default, pro players has really very short careers, and that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. The thing here is that there's some studies yet to be done for this, but sometimes the younger ones are better.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
You know, the perfect example of that is one part of the Bren eSports squad. Aether made the championship squad.
Yeah.
Coco, where he is now. Where is he now?
Yeah.
And then even Yuji. And if you recall, that's just late 2017.
Yes.
That's
So
less than 3 years.
Yes.
And you're already at the twilight of your career when that happens. So that it's good that we give way to the the young ones, right? The rookies.
I want to emphasize, it's very hard to get championships yearly. It is no small feat. Actually, getting back-to-back championships in just 2 years, that's already a performance in terms of esports that calls for like Hall of Fame level.
Oh yeah,
right.
You know what? There's an old man fear in one of the games that I've watched.
Yeah,
and he's just 28 years old at that moment when he's being called old man fear.
Yes.
That's
Because
how-
it's
so
been so
ridiculous it
long.
is.
It's been so long in his
We are
own
actually
game.
gonna go to
And
the
there we go.
other
We got the
head-to-head,
head-to-head here,
which is
ladies and
going
gentlemen.
to
Let's
be
get back onto
Flap
the Bren
and
and of course
Drix.
BSB squad.
Napanood ko,
And we did saw the stats there
napanood ko
quickly,
yung,
ladies and gentlemen.
Ay,
And the
hindi ko
thing here
napanood.
is
Nabasa
that
ko yung statement ni Flap.
all right, we are comparing the
Sidelane.
fighter and carry here.
Oh.
Sidelane and carry here.
But
the
again,
best part is both of these two players are new.
they're
new
rookies.
players, rookies.
I think
yes.
this is all that matters.
Yeah,
And
we're considering the rookie part here, right?
okay, so you're looking at the KD of Lapteezy, 5.33. That's incredibly high for a fighter because when you look at the other successful teams, fighters average about 4. And Drix, 6.43 on the carry role. That's also very high. In fact, he's placing 6th. And BSB is losing.
Yes.
On a losing record, 0-4,
yes.
you rank 6
Six,
over the league.
Yes.
That's really impressive for Drix.
Yes, totally impressive for Drix. That's why I keep on mentioning individually. Probably there is, I'm not so sure about Cup 1. Maybe yet to be proven. But there is some obvious threat as well on Cup 1 side.
Yeah.
But Wilson, Drix here, Ana,
yeah,
they are very, very promising players right now onto the side of BSB. And Flapsy, doubts on Flapsy is getting removed by the day.
Yeah.
That's the good part about this new rookie here because it's very hard,
Yeah.
You are performing with gold medalists.
Now,
right?
it's very hard for
Very hard for
Flapteasy,
Flapteasy,
and
yeah.
it's easy for us viewers to compare the
Compare him,
performance of
yeah.
Flapteasy to his teammates
Yeah.
because those are gold medalists.
Yeah.
Imagine putting few besides
Flapteasy, yeah.
Here's the thing though, Flapteasy is such a good player. He was scouted as one of the most mechanically skilled player over the season. I think it was an interim of MPL Season 4 to MPL Season 5.
All right.
Around December this last year and January this year, he was drafted into Signal Ultra. Actually, it's a 6-man. And a lot of people are wanting to get their hands on this specific player. It's really good individually and in ranked matches. Now, on his debut in the professional matches, it was a tournament outside of MPL. A lot of people are wondering, okay, so he's really good at pubs, but it kind of crumbles into pressure when it comes to professional play.
They said, right?
They say, and sometimes you can argue that it really reflected during his first few matches. He's not like that rookie that when he played first, he was amazing already.
Yeah.
Flapteasy, during his literal first few matches, he was underperforming.
Yeah.
Not performing as advertised. So, looking at now, I think he's very comfortable in the Bren.
Yeah, actually,
Bren
the
esports
recent
side.
matches on Bren, especially the 2-0, that was Flapteasy.
Yes.
So, really, I personally won't judge this kid, and I think he really deserves to be within the ranks here, playing with legendary names such as Rebo. Without doubt, you can really consider this like a David and Goliath match where the challenger clearly is BSB.
Yeah.
And the one who has the advantage or an edge on getting the win would be Bren.
Yeah.
But in every match wherein there is an underdog, fighting like somewhat a champion labeled team, it's an opportunity to actually rise up, to prove yourself, to make a statement, and to test your metal as well against these powerhouse teams. Anything can happen. It was shown.
And we already know that in Mobile Legends, literally anything can happen.
We just saw it in the series earlier.
Correct me if I'm wrong. BSB already took a game away from the champions themselves and from very strong teams. And Bren eSports, as bad as it might sound like, BSB, I think that winning a game away from Bren eSports is already a victory for the team.
Yeah.
Now, here's what I would want to say about Bren eSports. Their form right now is top shape. I think that I haven't seen Bren eSports this strong in the past 6 seasons, including their championship run.
Yeah, including the...
I mean,
starting to think about it.
No, here's the thing. If you look at Bren eSports Season 3, you're going to say that this is an entirely like Super Saiyan level, especially their MPL Season 5. I personally am disappointed on how Bren eSports utilized their gold medalist squad in MPL Season 5.
Okay.
But right now, I think this is the perfect mixture. Now, I always tell this to my co-casters and all of the casters that I've been in. Few on the... I'm a big fan of Few, man.
All right.
And I know that he's one of the most mechanical skilled players. He's once called the idol of the kids or idol of the youth.
He's the one who inspired me in playing Selena.
Exactly.
And,
he's a very good core player.
Yeah,
but
and
here's
I've been playing Selena for, and no other hero, for years.
I've said this many times. I'm going to say it again.
Yeah.
Him on the support role. On the captain support role, it's the best.
He is the captain of our Southeast Asian CRC Games team. He is the captain of Team Seaball, by the way. Also that part.
So when he was captain of Signal Ultra, you won MPL Season 2, but I doubt that he can ever win a championship on a marksman or on a carry role and the captain simultaneously. I think it's just literally impossible at this moment because if you're the captain of the team, you need a bird's eye view of the match.
You know the funny part here? They became champion of him being the marksman of the SEA Games team of Team Seaball.
That's right.
But that is true. I would agree on your point because you know why? A lot of fans during that SEA Games matches is hating on Pew because he was trying to force speaking Bruno, which is Bruno back then, was really kind of off meta.
Yeah.
And Pew is kind of ahead in understanding the game that the Bruno works compared to the Granger.
Yeah.
But eventually, the result for the SEA Games is that Pew loses the Bruno matches and easily won the Granger matches. That's the thing.
And Bren Esports, you're gonna wonder why are they getting eliminated by from starting for MPL season 4 until season 5. Why are they getting eliminated by teams that have great captains like Raflesha and Oh My Venus?
Because they got few on the carry roll.
Because I just feel that there are some wasted talents on Bren Esports.
Yeah.
That's so easy to say when you are pertaining to teams that are all-star teams in general. There's some just unused talents in there, and few just stepping back, man.
Yeah.
And
I just realized how strong it's not just the lineup here on Bren, it's actually the way, as you mentioned, these talents are allocated.
Yeah.
You know, in roles like Kalzi, core.
Yep.
Rebo, side lane, the biggest pool right now for all the roles, you know.
Exactly.
Flapsy, you got the rookie onto a side lane as well. Lastly, without that tank, few on the utility support, which is, right now, I would agree as well that the utility support position is very impacting.
Yeah.
You got Chester as well, the captain of
That's
NXP
right.
on the utility support role as well.
yeah, and you can honestly say that most of the victories of Signal Ultra, for example, are off of Imba DJ's way of being the floor general. By the way, Farsa being secured now by Bren Esports.
Yeah, but Yuzong on BSB. Look at that.
Man.
Bren Esports very willing on giving the Yuzong. I'm very curious what kind of tactic this is.
So, few on the Farsa, I think that he carried a lot of games with it in the previous matches.
Yes.
And it fits what we were just talking about, the bird's eye view, literally and figuratively.
Yeah.
With this Farsa, there's a field of view for Bren Esports is going to be immaculate from this guys. I like the Esmeralda answer though, but here we go with BSB, the Link plus Kufra combo.
Yeah, very, very interesting ban here from Bren Esports. I think they're trying to get a read onto BSB. Maybe give something good for them on game number 1 and, you know, totally crush them by game number 2. That's one tactic, but I believe, especially on Wilson's hand, BSB might punish Bren Esports complacency here if we're just accounting for draft.
Yeah.
But let us see. Also want to emphasize on the utility support position. To give you an idea, guys, we're calling one support the utility support. This is what is dubbed to be like the post 4. This is like the likes of Selena, Valier.
Their mage supports.
Yeah, the mage supports. The one who doesn't hold the mass too early. You can consider them, for easier understanding, they're like the point guard.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like the point guard, like a playmaker.
They're just making the plays for the team.
Yeah.
And
Pickups.
again, they have...
And vision, actually.
Apart from the in-game vision, they also have this overall view of what the direction is for the team.
Yeah.
Because if you're the carry, you're way too focused on getting the farm and then eliminating your opponents. But if you're playing on the point guard position or the utility support position, not only do you bring impact to the fights, but you're also very good when it comes to controlling and puppeteering your team. Lilia and Alice.
Very interesting draft here for BSB. Lilia is a bit telegraphed. There's still 0 success on the Lilia, by the way.
And BSB is the only team from MPL Season 5 to actually use this Lilia, and they're doing it again. Even when Scheider is no longer playing for the team, he's a 6-man, right? Now, for Bren Esports, they're going to secure this one with a very good side laner, maybe a Gadot catcher, honestly. It's the last week for Bren Esports, and it makes a lot of sense with their composition. They have Farsa and the Yisenshin to provide the vision, and it also supplies them a lot of lockdown in their team.
Yeah.
But instead, they go Ruby, because that's what Bren Esports does. And that's Rebo.
Yeah, that's Rebo. When people have been asking, like, how many heroes can Rebo play?
Yeah.
The answer is many, guys. You know.
Yep.
A true multi-role.
A true multi-role, yeah.
The MPL has proven it for 6 seasons already. Well, I've seen Ruby actually in competitive. Quite some time, man.
A lot of control,
Yeah.
AOE control. And you want that against your Ling, right? The more stunts you have against the Ling, the easier it is for you to take him down.
Yes.
The damage output is going to come in the late game where the Yisenshin will rise, and obviously the Esmeralda plays a good role. Flap TZ, I honestly think that he's the hero Esmeralda fits Flap TZ the way that he wants to be more aggressive, faster. Because when he plays a Tams, he needs to stay in lane more and kind of farm more. When he plays the Cho, he's very creative, but at a certain point, you kind of see Flapteasy just split pushing, and you don't really harness the big energy that you get from the mechanically skilled guy. But when he's Esmeralda, it's just a nice how to say this, a nice mixture of being aggressive and being passive, and he can be participating into the fights more with this hero.
Yeah, I actually want to account for the Lilia once again, the never-ending Lilia onto the side of BSB here. Because I kind of feel that BSB really considers this as their pocket pick. I would be expecting a big pop-off onto Wilson despite the Ruby being present on that part. And I'm watching onto Bren if you will try to abuse the Lilia pick.
Yeah.
That's one. Because clearly, despite, you know, the dodge, you get a Black Shoes onto the Lilia. He has some nice zone control. Range is still better on the Farsa.
That's right. I think that there's a lot of punish in a way that they can just continuously like whittle down this Lilia, or I guess the proper term is poke. That when you're trying to from long distance just force him to use the magic shoes on, and this happens a lot when you're looking at very squishy heroes, and with, you know, the mixture of squishy heroes with very good cleanse mechanics or reset mechanics or regeneration, sustain, whatever. Just force him to use that and then fight afterwards. And all of a sudden, even when you have plenty of items on the Lilia, you're always tiptoeing between fighting and backing down. Because again, you don't have your ultimate anymore.
You don't get your ultimate
so
anymore.
Imagine
Farsa,
really. Farsa and Yi Sun Shin just taking down their HPs low and forcing all of these.
And for
skills.
utility support, the biggest strength of Farsa really is the wings by wings. Trust me. Like, you know, if I'm gonna be nerfing Farsa, I might target the wings by wings.
Yeah.
He can be anywhere. It's pretty fast.
No? It's incredibly fast, and the
for a support.
The cooldown is very low when it comes to, like, I mean, obviously teams of players will eventually understand how to use it in the best that it can.
You can even do wings by wings after receiving damage.
That's
That's
right.
where I find a little bit too strong onto the Farsa, because it kind of gives freedom for Farsa players on picking this high burst, supposedly immobile hero.
That's right.
To escape assassins, you know?
And many times we see that you get either flicker or, more importantly, flame shot, and you just push them back wings by wings. Nobody can reach you, and you can also get out of terrain. By the way, so
especially on that side lane. I think they should also fix that.
They should also fix it. It's just
side lane escape.
It's just OP.
I think it's too OP. It's like a free winter truncheon.
That's right.
In my opinion, it kind of gives you a free winter truncheon with mobility.
Yeah. And we know that the grand scheme of things, Farsa is a late game hero. Here's interesting. What's interesting, right? When Farsa was buffed about September of last year, they were already. I was speaking to the pros, and it's weird for me to hear that a mage can scale into the late game.
All right.
There's a late game mage.
Okay.
So there are early game mages and there are late game mages. My natural MOBA mentality tells me that cannot be true.
Yeah.
Magic based damage is not supposed to
supposed to plateau. Spell casting is supposed to plateau by the late game.
Right?
Especially with tanks getting tankier by the minute.
And then I learned that there are a few of them that's very good in the late game. So there goes your Farsa, your Alice, obviously.
You got
and Chango. Those are the three best mages in the late game. Obviously, Sicilian is there.
Yes.
And Sicilian is a different case because that's her nature.
That's within his kit. Yeah.
That's in his kit. But just because of the fact that you can deal damage from long distance and you can clear waves from safe distance, that's the case for Chango and Farsa. And then Alice is just, I don't care if you can try to burst me down. I'll just clear the wave. I won't care. So these are the heroes that are very good when it comes to the supporting role. Save for the Alice, who can be played as the main side lane. So yeah.
Actually, very curious. I think we have some maybe early technical pause once again. It's quite usual from the side of we get a technical pause written right there. It's quite usual onto the side of BSB. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is our series number 2. We just came in from that very heated series number 1 between NXP and EXE. We're in, Execration won on a very, very surprising match.
I still can't get over it, man.
Yeah, and I think the hangover from that match will last for a whole week.
Yeah.
Right as of broadcasting, status, social media status updates are being done right now. Clearly, banters will not stop. That's totally understandable. It's totally normal. It's probably the biggest fight right now as of broadcasting again for the regular season.
Word of the day, Shinbu, is
MPL.
primal. I think that we are always reminded of the primal form of esports.
Yeah.
In the sense that in game, no matter what happens, a game can be turned around. And
no matter what happens,
it will just take literally one team fight.
Yeah.
As cliche, I mean, we always say it's cliche.
It's
One
cliche.
team fight
That's
can win you the
kind of
game.
obvious,
when
right?
when we're asked that, imagine there's a 10,000 gold lead, and your co-caster says, "What can they do to turn this around?" And your default answer, the cliche answer, is wait for a team fight that can win you the game. 90% of the time, it does not happen.
Does
but
not happen.
when it happens, you know that your esports primal self is just
realized-
rejuvenated.
I just realized I said in that game number 3 that it would require a miracle.
Yeah.
It would require a miracle just for Execration to win that fight because everything is collapsing in front of them. There was a miracle play down for the bottom lane. It was really crazy.
A lot of little things that added up, right? Even the fire stakes as a skill from the export that you will not attribute to a game-changing one. It really changed.
Contributed, right?
That's right.
Already contributed. Let's see. There goes the poke. Nice punishment onto the... Oh, wow.
Okay.
Catch onto the Lilia. I thought it's going to be Capone who will be going down. But nice catch onto that aggression by Lusty. It's 1-for-1.
Is it actually a really good trade for Bren Esports?
Yeah.
I think yes, because of the fact that that's a support that died.
Yeah.
And they kept their HPs intact on their course, which means that they can now contest.
Oh my god, they were able to get the reset from the buff. But nice meter there by Ana, is staying down for the bottom lane.
Okay, so all of a sudden there are 5 members.
Flapsy onto the side.
Where's Flapsy? Flapsy is here, right? So it's 5 members of Bren Esports here in the middle.
They could punish Flaptizi. That's one. But my curiosity will lie if Farsa can follow up, maybe, to protect Flaptizi.
I think that
it's a very awkward position there by Flaptizi.
But if he did skill up the Curse of the Crow, it just means that they can... Yeah, that there could be a follow-up because that's a stun for sure.
Yeah, he can actually stun the moment that the Kufra tries to fall back a bit, rotate onto the side of where Flaptizi might be. It's very aggressive on Bren. It's very, very aggressive on Bren. They have the range for it. They got the range. They got to poke for it.
I think that they have understood that they can fight. It doesn't matter if they can kill as long as they can fight. And it's always a Tosca in there, but you put yourself in a position wherein you can be lucky. This is what they say, when you put yourself in a position that you can be lucky in those moments that you don't really know if you can win the fights. What matters is that if you have the HP and skill advantage, you're okay. It doesn't matter if you get a kill or not. The fact that you are bullying your opponents, you're good. And if your opponents decided to fight you, you know that you're in advantage. If you get, you're easier to be lucky.
And I would dare say, again, just basing on the previous games of Bren Esports here, no one's doing a direct counter against the aggression of Few. Few is now being allowed to just, zone out, land those Curse of Crows and Energy Impact freely. We're not even accounting for the Feathered Airstrike. Few sits at level 3 for that part.
Is he actually level 3? I failed to notice that.
Level 2. He's just only level 2. Just look at that. So Flap Z did die.
Yeah.
Nice entry there by Ana. Re-engaged by Cap 1.
Okay.
Let's give it the Traceless by Carl Z. Look at Few. How deep Few is here.
Yeah.
That still stops the buff. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And heavily delays Ana. Actually, if they did complete the delay on Ana, that is totally rewarding. Or on anyone, if they deny this buff.
Yeah.
Again, the one who's denied here would be of this Lilia.
Oh, man.
Or even that Alice. And Few is not leaving.
Why? Looking at Drix is just freshly off of level 3. At 1 minute and 44 seconds in.
All right.
Finally gets the buff, but he is gapped.
Yeah,
right
I almost
now.
forgot. We got a Ling. We got a Ling, so it's supposed to be a buff for the Ling. And that's a lot of delay. Still for Drix.
Nevertheless, BSB still is comfortable with this. I mean, they were set back a little bit, but the fact that they're up in terms of gold, I think you're gonna take that as a positive for Bren eSports.
Yeah, still got 3-1 here for our running game. And Drix, it's not just the buff that he was able to secure. He also got 1 kill on his arsenal. Not to mention the side lanes. Rack up 1 kill as well for BSB. These are very good leads for them. Quite expected actually under Wilson. Look at Wilson now punishing on Toribo. BSB wants to punish Bren here. Those are good, lane kills now being secured by this squad.
That is a massive. So that means that they are parking 3 members just to go up against this Rebo Ruby.
Yeah.
Now Cap1 might be the one in trouble, even though he's the one that dove, but in comes the Yuzong Shinbu.
Yeah. Few is also too deep, right?
What
there is 1 kill for Curl Z. Wilson is also there. Bren is approaching this a bit brawlish, really. Cap1 goes for the dive, followed up by Ana. No answer here for Bren, clearly. And that's not even with Drix joining. Bren needs to be careful. BSB is establishing a lead here that from what it looks like, they're not going to let up.
It's very uncharacteristic of Bren eSports. You always look at this team and they're more than likely to get the better trades when the trades do happen.
Yeah.
It's not happening now. That's BSB having a good time now. Having a kill onto Drix and Trevor on the Lilia, the supporting role. That's going to be really good for the team.
Yeah, Cap1 is also being allowed to make the jump against Lusty here. I would dare say, early mid-game, it might be on BSB already. Now what I'm looking forward is, this is a nice statement for them to get the win. And also if they are able to close out the game.
Cap1. And for whatever reason, he's reading Bren eSports.
Yeah.
Specifically this Movements of Furious. Always making sure that he is on top of this Farsa. Not letting Few get the better, like we're just saying.
Yeah, but it makes it awkward for Trevor to actually initiate onto Few. There's enough time for the Wings by Wings to be casted. Lusty re-engages, and I think that's it. Wilson also draws in near.
You know who saved Few in there?
Yeah.
Flap Teasy.
Flap, alright.
What a nice usage of the ultimate as well as the Purify. At a certain point, he stopped the Ling from going back to Few.
And Few's not stopping. Few's not
Aggression,
stopping.
man.
Staying there. Trevor yet to actually get another black shoes. Few totally capitalizing on the fact that the feathered airstrike is a shorter cooldown compared to the black shoes. Few is staying into the front line, even willing to show himself against Cap1. Wow.
Such a weird display from Bren eSports, but whatever works, works. BSB, on the other hand, they're very comfortable spot now against Bren eSports. 12.8k compared to this 12k of Bren eSports, leading by a little bit. There's of the kills, that's 6 and 2. I guess the only thing that's really not going well for BSB is that their turret pushes aren't that.
Yeah, yes. For some reason, Bren eSports was able to even up the map. Things might go weird here because Lusty this time is driving towards the front line. I just realized you have a very easy, again, to pull off comp here on Bren eSports. You got Farsa, you got Few here. You also have the Mountain Shocker.
Yeah. And Flap TZ able to score the first third of the game.
Yeah.
And
that was
that's
good.
Alice.
Stun onto Trevor. Blackshoes gets pop. They're focusing towards Few. That is the kill completed against Few, ladies and gentlemen. Killing spree already for Wilson. This Yuzong pick that was given towards BSB is paying dividends now for their squad. But look at Carl's here. Totally online was hitting that neutral creep, ladies and gentlemen. Ana re-engages onto him. Ana has to respect. Ana dives in forward onto Carl's with a soul of lava. Wow. 3 for 1. That's Bren.
A very questionable play from Ana. But you kind of get what he wants to achieve now. Then again, that's Carl Teasy, and he just freshly popped out the killing spree. Now it allows Bren eSports to get another invade incoming. Perfect timing to go for the dive. But look at BSB, they're still leading.
Yeah.
Probably because of the turtle.
Yeah, that was nice. Nice attempt there by Lusty.
Yeah.
Quite close really on landing that knockup.
Nice try, nice try. Anyways, this pretty good team fight coming out from BSB. Knowing that they do have the early game advantage, they have the early game team fights going in their favor, and the fact that they took the Lord, that's very good for our Ling. And now they put 4 members against this Flap TZ Esmeralda trying to survive. Not going to make it in time.
Usual suffering of off lane. Let's see here. Cup 1 aims for a dive. Nice follow-up by Lusty. Delivered Cup 1 under the turret. There's going to be the follow-through, but no! Feathered Airstrike should be available onto Few, and that's even him getting punished.
And again, just support's falling now for Bren eSports. This is the reason why Bren eSports is still comfortable in this map, that the lead isn't that massive, mainly because of the fact that they're trading heroes for cores.
Yeah. Lusty is still waiting for his ult to be up. This is very dangerous for BSB. Lusty can make a play here. I can sense anytime. There we go. You got the Way of the Dragon already available. Had it been that Ana overstayed his welcome onto the bottom lane, Lusty will be able to complete the kick. And look at that. Side lanes, all turrets again are plucked out against BSB. So maybe this is what we are, so this is like the lead manifesting despite the early kill lead that was given towards BSB.
As good as Bren eSports' record is, and I'll say this, the highlight reel guy cannot get much from Bren eSports.
Let us see though. Wilson here. They're focusing towards Carl Z. Nice kill onto Carl Z. Few would be the next victim here, and nobody is focusing towards Few. They want to target Drix. Drix was able to make his jump. Rebo stays onto the side. They will hunt down Drix. Drix, not a good recall point for him, but he might be able to escape.
Not
with
much
a few
energy.
Points. Not much energy. That's the problem.
Man. Well, my point earlier is that the fact that Bren eSports don't give us those big highlight reel plays. It's always just methodical approach to the game. And BSB, on the flip side, they want to really pop up against Bren eSports. And let's see if this will happen in the purple buff. Who took it? Was Ana.
Ana, he was able to secure here. No mana available already for Flap Z. Quite unnecessary getting caught out like this. Let's see. Rebo commits. He did show himself onto the side. Onto the triangle brush. Gets greeted here by Few down in the mid by his Feathered Airstrike. That leaves Curl Z with the freedom to take this turtle. Curl Z already hurt. It's 13. A lot of crits.
Man, talk about funnel. Now they've taken the turtle. That also means that they are now getting a hold of the economic battle, Jinbu.
And members of Bren here, they know they have to fall back. Curl Z, not wanting to join this fight, will be focusing on getting his own buff. Oh, will they get a kill? They might get a kill. There is going to be one onto Wilson. Flame shot, I think, did it miss? Yup, Wilson was able to get a tag. Killing spree already. Carl Z has no choice. He has to join the party. He will be landing that floods, and that's it. A shutdown. Last hit by Lusty.
A little bit of mistake. Falling Storm now catching the Alice. Can they burst down before the flowing blood? The answer is no, but look at the Cho already.
Yeah. Lusty, hot fit, ladies and gentlemen, has been able to get a tag onto 3 members here of BSB. And the problem is about the fun. I think Carl Z is really too strong right now. Compared to Drix, honestly, like I'm just surprised where did all this strength came from.
Yeah. This is
Mountain Chakra, I think.
Yeah, Mountain Chakra, and the fact that it's literally the biggest funnel, right? They're putting everything on Carl TZ, and that's a 5-1-2 record for our Geese and Jin.
Good catch, very good catch there by Cup 1. Next one would be the Blade of Tempest by Drix, making sure that the follow-up will always be awkward onto the Bren. The Dragon form finishes. Focus onto Rebo. Flap Z onto the side, and Rebo will collapse. Flap Z wants to join the party. He got his shield on. And I mean for the cut. He's staying in the mid lane, in the middle of these 2 mid lane turrets, and Few comes in late.
Very weird decision from Bren eSports. They fought even after the loss of their core.
Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering why it's not easy there. But then again, you have to go back to the fact that there's a lot of dive heroes coming up from BSB.
Auto Mobile Legends, automatic ML,
yeah.
right? AI ML. That's what I'm seeing right now. Like, really, some not mindful moves.
Yeah. What they call
just do it,
some people call it AFK, some people call it brain dead. That I find it offensive. I would love to call it the autopilot mode for players. And
you keep on mentioning that, yes.
That's
the
right.
Autopilot mode, yeah.
And honestly, professional players do the trigger their autopilot mode. That it should be fewer than an average casual gamer.
Yeah.
As for me, that's my main problem. That's why I felt that, and I easily gave up on the fact that I want to be a pro player. My autopilot instantly kicks in.
Instantly kicks in.
That's
yeah.
right. Because I just want to enjoy the game.
Yeah. The idea about when we are saying autopilot mode, it's on the idea of you know that vibe of a game where you're not really conscious of what you are doing.
Yeah.
You're just doing it like the same casual thing over
That's
and over
right.
again for a game. It's it's falling into your own tendencies, right? And not really being tense.
You run down lanes, you clear the waves,
You
but
clear the waves, you're
You're
overstaying.
overstaying, you're thinking about something else.
Yeah.
And when your teammate is killed by your opponents, the usual autopilot move is to help him out.
Yeah, you're not really mindful of where your enemy can come in.
Yeah.
You're not really accounting for the cooldowns. You know, you just play, you press those buttons. But let's see here, 18-10. Yep, we got the lead once again from BSB. Quite expected, ladies and gentlemen. But this is where our story will head on to. Again, BSB, one of their biggest tropes would be of not closing games quite quickly. And that's gonna be it. They focus on 2 lasty. The problem here is no more ultimate onto that Kufra. That gives freedom for View to chase down. Drix backs up. That's gonna be Wilson focusing now. Carlsy again with a very interesting position, but a Trace Less should be enough. Wilson goes for a little dive. Forces Lusty to use his way of the draw. Gone here. Focus to Cap 1 as well. Lots of shield on the Flapsy. Rebo chases down.
Okay.
Will Cap 1 go down? No, I don't think so, yeah.
That's I guess that at this point is just for zoning out, but you can honestly say that Flapsy is overstaying now. I mean, they will not get a kill on the Ana, but I guess this opens up the Lord, or will it?
Look at this. Rebo, shield. Oh! Beautiful steal there by Drix. That's how it's done. BSB now totally saying to Bren eSports, you know, do not take us lightly, boys.
There we got some tricks up our sleeves,
Yes.
but at the expense of his own HP. At least this is a Lord denial.
Yeah,
this is
Lord
not
denial.
a Lord take for BSB, more like a denial in the sense that they will not get anything out of it, but at least they take it away from Bren.
That's totally good. That's totally good because that Lord will be rushing towards the mid. It'll be not good here for the side of BSB.
Oh, one more hit. Oh man, oh there it is. Of course, the Mountain Shocker.
Oh yeah.
Classic.
Classic, yeah.
Big shoutouts to Manjin, who's the main benefactor of the Mountain Shocker Ultimate.
Yes. Our core, a number one core.
Number one core, best core.
Really don't get it why he is our core for our own team.
We're not the best when it comes to decision making.
Indeed. I would agree to that. Always taking 3v4 fights.
Yep.
Always going too deep. You know, your engages. See here, complete kick. Trevor won't be burning his black shoes. Feathered Airstrike might force him to, but Feathered Airstrike a bit too far. I think that's the playstyle of View. He always try to land that Feathered Airstrike on maximum range, you know?
Min-maxing is the key for this guy, and he knows that he can do it. He
utilizes the range. He always utilizes the long range here of the Farsa.
I don't know what the other term is, but I always call it min-maxing. And I honestly feel that if you constantly do that, you'll know the limits of your hero, and at the same time, you're gonna be better as a player when it comes to like your in-game knowledge.
Yeah. I think I would want to adapt that whenever I'm playing MOBA.
Yeah.
Practice the idea of knowing the limitations of the hero. I think it's not accounting for weakness. I think that's accounting for a really masterful play.
Yeah.
Because you know the weakness of the hero. That was very beautiful by Ana. Stun onto his second skill, ladies and gentlemen. And that would, of course, allow us to explosively shot against this. You get Cap 1. Zoning out Flapsy. Nice catch onto the core. Nice catch onto the support.
What is wrong with this day? We're seeing a lot of good plays from very, very unexpected times. Nevertheless, BSB, they still are trailing but a little bit. But like you said, the flicker and the stun from this Alice. That's
Blood Ode. I think it's a Blood Ode or something. Right? The second skill, I'm very sure. You know, not even the ultimate to land on that one. Continuous momentum of the BSB. They're committing towards the dive. Who's taking up the third hits. It would be of Cap 1. They will be bypassing that one. That's going to be Rebo destroyed again. And now we got Courtesy about to respawn. There's that. And I think, members of BSB would have to fall back.
This is why we drafted the Alice against the higher tech MPL Season 3. We put a lot of value in that instant stuns. One of the fastest stuns out there. It's like a petrify. You can see the big, massive gold swing in favor of Bren eSports. Now it's going to be in favor of PSB.
It's a very sharp swing there.
It's a very sharp swing.
That is a very sharp swing of gold in favor of BSB here. I'm just very, very surprised that the gold has been swinging back and forth here. If BSB wins this one, I am actually looking forward to game number 2.
Yep.
It would be very interesting as we go to a full circle if BSB pulls off a 2-0 against Bren. Not to mention that it will be their first win.
Yep. Their first series win of the season. That's what you want. BSB did not fare that well in the previous season of MPL Season 5, and MPL Season 6 might just be it for them. Not the best start, though, and not a promising one, but
Rebo and Ruby.
After this day, I can believe in any miracle.
Yeah, it's Rebo, you know. It's not just, what? Rebo on Ruby, that's called Roby. Let's see here, ladies and gentlemen, you got Tricks getting sold out by Flapsy. No court to join the party here. Wilson falls into Currency. Currency is destroyed. He went for the flicker and also a traceless up. He will try to cut back. He got a Cyclone in. He still was able to walk away and goes for the turn. Wilson already on the weak spot here. And that's where Currency knows he is already online. Mountain Shocker will be handed on to BSB. And then Drix will be joining again this fight. Everyone is in position to actually be in the Lord. Ana pushes forward with his own buff. Lusty gets the knock up on that Little Wonder, but it's going to be secured by BSB.
A little bit of a toss around the Lord area, and even after such a good display from both teams, only one death. That's onto Few the Farsa. There's a lot of jump potential from BSB. It's probably why they were able to constantly take down Few. 8 deaths already for this Farsa.
Yeah, and Wilson is a constant threat, really, for Bren here.
Oh, look at that.
That Yuzong is paying dividends. Let's see here. The Kufra landed on a lot of crowd control onto the members here of Bren. Currency will be destroyed quickly. Done by Drinks. There is going to be some minion wave here for the mid. It would be very bad for Bren eSports, and BSB takes a win as a kill is completed against Lusty. Flapsy goes for the back line. Will be handed on and worked towards you by Yuzong, by Wilson. And Wilson is losing against Flapsy. Yeah, no Dragonfall for that part. That's going to be the Ruby going down, and a few would have to fly away. It might be Flapsy and not Kurt Z who will be lifting Bren eSports on his shoulders here for this game.
And speaking of lifting, Drix wants to badly go for this play. Capon is trailing low, Chris down by Latizi. And
that's lots of shields, man. That's 2 health bars.
The longer you stay against the Esmeralda, the easier he can take you down. And there's another kill for Flapsy.
Oh my god. Look at the health bars there. That's a lot of...
Lots of whites, right?
Lots of shield
Magic
there.
calls it the glutathione.
Yeah. For the health bar. Actually, the health bar, I think the health bar did change.
Yeah.
Because of the shield.
Nevertheless, guys, do not fret. I think this is a visual bug, and it's one of the things that we are talking about. He doesn't have the full HP for sure, but he is very tanky nonetheless.
That's why the mana is not needed. He got his enchanted talisman on. That's why he can easily gain his first kill. He can easily gain the mana. But I'm curious, he was willing to take the fight with the mana.
HP,
yeah, with the
mana.
I do understand the confidence because of the shield, but without any mana. So we get the enchanted talisman on that Esmeralda to explain it. Look at Flapsy.
And he's not done. With the help of the Mountain Shocker.
One-man show.
It's a one-man show indeed.
Oh no.
He says, okay, Few take a few steps back.
Yeah,
few steps back. Cartesi, I'll take this.
That's like Benny Cutie's Alice earlier.
Yeah.
And this is supposed to be the role of Rebo.
Yep.
This is Flapsy.
And this really facilitates for a Lord take.
Round 2. Look at Drix dancing around the Lord again.
Okay. Oh, Few, you have to be careful.
Yeah. Got the Winter Truncheon onto Few. Ana focuses towards him. Flapsy again. Unstoppable already. Wilson says goodbye. Cap 1 here will be getting the attention of Flapsy. Whereas for the top lane side, Ana getting focused in by 3 members here of Brenna. And I think that's it. We got Flapsy. Still not over. Still not over, you know. Chasing down the boys.
Oh, wow. Okay. Nice timing in there. Using the Tyrant's range. But this means that Bren eSports will be able to take the Lord.
Should be.
Or will they? There's still the threat of the retribution on the Ling.
Oh, no
but
first
Lusty.
skill. No first skill. Okay, get this ultimate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, they're taking a lot of time, but in comes the initiation from Lusty. Once again, a good setup for the rest of the Bren members to jump onto that Alice.
But that is good delay
Yeah.
by Ana for that Lord. Should have been Lord already for Bren. But I really cannot recommend for Bren enforcing that Lord because, again, Ana can just turn back and also engage them on that Lord and totally disrupt them. Lord damage is still hurting a lot during these timers. Guys, we have a 22-minute game. That is the interesting part here. Lead, yeah, we got some onto the side of Bren, but I'm not so sure. The game can actually swing both ways now. But maybe if you are the one that's building confidence heavily here for Bren, would be a Flapzy.
Yeah. Flapzy, that's what you want to have for Bren eSports. Somebody who will take over the game. And in the absence of Carl TZ or Few now, the next target for the superstar here for Bren eSports, definitely Flapzy, the rookie wonder.
Yeah, I just realized the 5v5 here will be in favor of Bren eSports. I could gamble. But for the side lane split push, this will continue again on lane compositions. Look at, you can actually see how Drix focuses now onto the side lanes because Flapzy is totally unstoppable. But that gives freedom for Bren. This is a very, very free Lord.
Or will it be? That's the question. Ling is incredibly far now.
Mobile.
But that is a Ling with the wall, with the jump. So now at 40% HP, Bren eSports, can they close this one out? The first one was already stolen, Shinbu, by Drix.
Cap 1 is there. Drix is dancing around. Focuses onto Few. Again, another disruption towards the Lord, but the kick is completed. Drix is still there, has the Blade of Tempest. Few trying to guess maybe where Drix will go. He was able to disrupt. Carl C stays onto the Lord. That's two members. Flapzy is also there. They're going to be focusing in to Ana. The Lord is once again stolen here by BSB, but at the cost of the Ling on Drix. Now Trevor will be the next one here as Lusty chases him.
And just like in the previous Lord take, it was just BSB just stealing it off so casually against Bren eSports.
Yeah.
I honestly could have sworn that they already took it, but it seems to be that Bren eSports still has not yet figured out how to take the Lord. They don't have retribution.
They don't have retribution. That's their problem. That's why they need to chase down Drix.
Yeah.
That's what makes everything awkward. I honestly believe that they should just force fights. Really go all in on the fights. I think a lot of moments there presented itself that they can bait in BSB and fully committed to BSB as they poke Bren onto the Lord. But look at that. BSB is willing to fight with this Lord. If this pays dividends, they're going to be taking this game. Number 1. Few is already gone. Flapzy just walking onto the side. Mid lane. Now goes for the side lane. He'll make the jump, will get attacked towards Ana, and Trevor. Trevor forces onto his black shoes. Flapzy bumping towards the walls, and of course the Lord bumping an inhibitor. Inhibitor is already completed, and look at that. That's going to be mission completed by the members of BSB.
And it's all just smoke and mirrors middle. There's a little bit of lane pushing in as well as the top lane. BSB decides to not push the mid lane and instead just go for the top, and all of a sudden, BSB have broken the tag of war of the economy, and they have taken it.
That was a nice utilization of the Lord. That is still a Lord, a pushing Lord destroyed, but you got an inhibitor. The boot. Carl Z might be a non-factor here. Ana still denies to go for the dive. Drix wants to complete it. Carl Z is gone. That might be it, but Bren is still alive. They have no minion waves. BSB that is. So they have one on top, and it will be completed by the Lilia. And of course, Flapzy tries to cover up. And man. Carl's getting got out.
That's 46 seconds without your carry for Bren eSports, and for BSB, they can really utilize this. Maybe refresh their buffs or just refresh the lane and fight once again. I like the Sea Halberd pickup here coming out from the Ling. It's great versus all of the regeneration from Bren eSports, all the sustain that they have.
The use of pick, the use of pick, very, very good for Bren.
Yeah. Give up the use of.
Very, nicely done. Very nice. Not banning it, giving it to
give it to your
blue
opponent.
side. You give it to Wilson.
You give it to Wilson. You expect to win, huh? Nah, just kidding. This is Bren eSports. There's obviously a plan for
there's a plan here.
But the plan, let's see if it will really materialize this time because they are trailing. Or are they trailing, Mr. Shinwo? Apparently, the gold says not.
The gold says not, but the problem here is Gold is not given any freedom, really.
That's right. 9-5 for the Eason Chin.
Especially we're accounting for the late game here. And all that BSB needs is, if they can catch Carl Z, it is a team fight win. If they don't, they will just go for splits.
Yeah. And we know that there's a lot of approaches now for the side of BSB.
The problem here is Bren has no long-range catch. Yes, they got few. They got the Curse of Crow, but nothing like Selena.
Yeah, they
nothing.
don't have the immediate catch, the big-ticket catch against the Ling. And the problem with only having one stun against the Ling is that when you use it, you're already gone.
Yeah.
Because that's Tempest of Blades, there's a lot of mobility on this Ling. Yeah. Although they do have this Ruby, and they have the Cho, the fact that they will have to commit a lot just to take down the Ling, it allows the Ling to be more comfortable taking the fights.
Yeah. Now everyone is spreading. Bren wants to regain control of the side lanes. It's actually pretty even for the top lane side. But pushing, a little bit in their favor because without a doubt, Bren wants to fight for this Lord again. And the problem here is in terms of mobility, in terms of side lane control, with regards to the Lord, I cannot but feel that BSB has the advantage. Again, they have the retribution. It is quite impactful for them.
Well, here we go. And this is just
classic.
The teams, what is the term here? Just looking for somebody to make the mistake. And the thing is, BSB, they are known to not be able to close out games in series. Bren eSports is the opposite. They know how to operate like that. So what is stopping Bren eSports now from doing that? And I think it's only fatigue at this point.
Yeah.
Bren eSports, they have they have been playing a lot already. And BSB is not really the more motivated one, but the team that with, I guess, the hunger is there.
I actually feel that because of the pressure of not allowing Bren to capitalize anymore, BSB might fix their issue of not closing out games early.
Okay.
I cannot but feel that the #1 priority of BSB here is to close out the games as soon as possible because Bren is very, very threatening.
However, what I like about the Ling, which I will explain later, because there could be a big clash now.
Yeah, let's see here. Trevor already gone. Black Shoes casted here. Lots of shield coming in from Flapzy onto the members of BSB. Wilson focuses towards Cap 1, and the trick here is to not join the party early. Carl Z still forming for the mid. And of course, the follow-up done in by Few. No Black Dragon form. No Black Dragon form. That's the advantage that they can actually capitalize on.
That's a big ultimate that they have already expended. When you're looking at Bren eSports, their cooldowns aren't that
there we go.
But instead, Bren eSports says, okay, let's stop for a while and maybe just take the Lord this time. Few might be in trouble because of this.
Yeah, and looks like Bren has a new read. The Lord focuses towards Few. There's gonna be a catch. Nice Winter Truncheon. Winter Truncheon answered for by Ana as well. Immortality, Legendary, should be available as it is secured by Flapzy. Now on to Drix. There's the kick done in by Lusty. And Drix has no immortality, no energy. No, one last. He's waiting up. And of course, Lusty was able to get a tag even under the wall. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe that is all that is needed by the members of Bren. There are some minion waves up top, but this is might be an inhib for them in the mid. Or maybe a Lord.
The least that they'll get is the Lord. The Bren eSports, we were just talking about how they will not be crumbling under the pressure and how they can close out the games, and BSB walked into that trap of Bren eSports, and they were so heavily invested on taking down the Farsa because they know that losing the Farsa for Bren eSports means a lot.
Yeah.
They were so enslaved by that idea that they really chased until the very end.
Yeah. And beautiful adjustment there by Few. What he did is not just on the Winter Truncheon. I think by that time, Few has an immortality.
Yeah.
He gets popped. So lots of maximum uptime here for Few. Does not necessarily give anything for Ana. Ana did answer with his own Winter Truncheon as well, but not with an immortality. 29-26, 31-minute game. 31-minute game, man.
You know what? This is the only first time that Bren eSports are going to be able to close out a Lord.
Yeah.
As funny as that sounds, BSB really made it incredibly hard for them to do so.
And that's a Luminous Lord, honestly. There are some turret protections, but Artillery Minions should allow for one hit to complete this mid lane inhibitor turret. Drix onto the side, focus towards Cultzy. Wilson was able to get a tag towards Cultzy, and that will be the second round. But everyone gets greeted by the Feather. There's like a few here. Wilson already destroyed, got immortality of his own in his arsenal, but won't be enough. That's gonna be it, ladies and gentlemen. Cup 1 will be the next one. Immortality round 2. And of course, followed up by the members of Bren eSports. Got Lasty here for the backline. Trevor still has his black shoes on, but it doesn't matter because what is lost there would be of the third inhibitor turret up top, Legendary onto Flapsy, and that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, Bren was able to capitalize. Quick kill there for the killing spree of few against the allies, and yeah, Bren eSports wins. You know, it's not that easy actually. Bren eSports won 1-0 against BSB.
And in the end, the veteran team prevailed. The team with the more experience when it comes to dealing to high-tension situations.
Yes.
Went in the end.
I think it started on to the catch. Nice bait on the Lord.
Exactly.
Probably. Yeah.
The last one.
The last one.
And you cannot imagine how bad it is on the camp of BSB. Again, very close to a victory. Very close to taking a game against a very strong team. How many heartbreaks can they take until they fully crumble? I hope that they have still a lot in their tank because they're so close. They're so close.
Oh. Now I just realized why the Yuzong was allowed to be. Still very weird though. Why the Yuzong was allowed to be handed on towards BSB. Maybe they want to. Bren wants to lure BSB of, Yuzong is very strong for you, so you should pick the Yuzong and not ban it as the red side.
Yes.
So they can capitalize on the Yuzong being free as they are on the blue side. Well, those are some just weird theories, but guys, if I'm gonna be suggesting it, autoban Yuzong.
Ban the Yuzong and Farsa for Bren eSports, man. So good.
Let's see the insights coming in from Butters.
Number 1 dito with a surprise Ruby pick. Pero bakit nga ba pinili ang Ruby dito onto the side of Bren eSports? If you would look at the hero pool na meron dito or yung draft na ginawa dito ng both teams, you would actually be surprised kung ano nga ba yung nag-transpire doon. If you would look at this item build-wise, everyone has their items. This was a 30-minute plus game. So, in terms of getting the items, I think everyone is really in an equal path. Sabihin natin, equal footing, ika nga nila. You have to look at why Ruby was picked. The main idea was Cultzy was actually heavily countered by a Yuzong. Kasi ito, sabihin natin, hindi talaga nagtatrive dapat ang isang Yison Shin kapag ka merong Yuzong. And the thing about it is, Cultzy si Yison Shin, he doesn't really have the capability to dash away. Kaya nga kung makikita mo dito yung battle spells, makikita mo na si Cultzy ay naka-flicker pa. So that is double the trouble pagkadating sa escapes. Now, once nagkaroon ng konting problema or walang flicker dito ang isang Yison Shin, that is going to be a big problem at madali siyang habulin ni Wilson. Why do they have Ruby? It is actually to supplement, ladies and gentlemen, yung pag-place dito ni Ribo. Pag-place dito ni Yison Shin rather. Kasi kapag nakakalapit si Wilson, the word for this is actually displacement, na pwede mong ilayo si Wilson sa kanya and you can actually give him time to get away. Same as Lusty dito na pwede din siyang sumipa sa isang Yuzong rather to actually just give Cultzy a way to breathe. And Flapsy dito, my goodness, what a performance. Ginawa niya lahat ng dapat niyang gawin. He knew his role, he stuck by it, at ang ginawa niya, hinabol niya lahat ng pwedeng habulin dito aside ng BSB. Let's move on to the post-match data. As you can see here, Flap TZ dealing 259,375 damage sa kalaban. He was sustaining a lot of these things or a lot of these damage for the side of Bren eSports. Look at the damage output na meron si Flap dito. Mas mataas pa yung tinangke niya doon sa ating sa tank natin na si Cho. And that is going to be a thing kasi why is Ruby picked in the first place kung meron naman ibang mga heroes? Well, displacement is one thing and sustainability is another. Same tema as the other offlaners na ginagamit ngayon. Just sustain. Do well in your lane. Just control your lane. Huwag mo pa push agad. And that's the thing about certain offlaners ngayon. And they took into consideration si Ana din, the Alice. So, they had a lot of people or they had a lot of heroes to account for the side ng BSB. And what better way to deal with it with Cho and a Ruby pick para dito sa side ng Bren eSports. And one thing to consider din pala, ladies and gentlemen, the flame shot pinakita sa atin ni Feudon kung paano siya gamitin ng tama. The thing about it is, there are times na makikita mo yung Farsa, she would go for a purify usually, pero at this stage of the game, parang ginawa ni Few, sige, Swiss knife tayo. Gagamitin ko yung flame shot para palayuin or maging safe lang si Carl Z. So this is the strategy na nakikita natin from Bren eSports. They really just wanted to protect Carl as much as possible and let Flap thrive in a way kasi kumbaga ang BSB dito nakatutok na rin naman sila kung paano kukunin si Carl Z, seeing that they have the Ling and they have the Yuzhong as well. Highlights of the game brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Displacement and the game of 4. Bakit 4? Ladies and gentlemen, there's always a few na nakandun lang sa may backlines at dun sa BSB naman, meron din silang Trevor na nasa backlines lang din. So, hindi mo sila aasahan na lalaban sila agad dun sa area na yon. And ito yung ayaw ng Bren eSports mangyari o BSB. Maabot yung mga heroes na yan because they are integral or they're a big part in determining victory for both sides. So that is one of the things that you really have to consider. Look at the skirmish power here of BSB. They got a lot of the best heroes para dito. I think Yuzhong is one of the most OP heroes na meron tayo ngayon. The sustain is just way too much for this guy. And at the same time, if you would look at Flap kung paano siya naghahanap ng laban dito, look at his positioning. Nandun siya sa may pinakalikod, hinahabol niya lagi si Trevor. Because he knows na kapag si Trevor dito ay may freedom gumalaw sa may game, that is going to be a big problem for Rebo. That is going to be a big problem din para kay Lusty. So, you really have to look at it in a way na Flap dito, kung tingin nyo medyo nag-overextend siya, it's his job. Hindi siya nalalayo dun sa idea ng binigay sa kanya ng coach niya dito. And I would really like to commend them for actually making this 4-man clash setup na napilitan din yung BSB lumaban. Although BSB really had a way to win this, pero medyo nag-fall short sila because Bren eSports, they were really prepared for this certain series. Flap dito, 14.37, net worth of 24k gold. Damage received. Look at this. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Higher than Lusty na nandoon sa may frontline at sinusubukan protektahan ang isang Yi Sun Shin. So, a lot of things, Bren eSports, they're showing us na, alam mo yun, may mga ideas pa sila na pwedeng gawin dito sa ating MPL at hindi yun magbabago at yung timpla ng kanilang setup dito is just gonna get better as the regular season unfolds in front of our eyes. Giveaway code na yun sa may baba and you can use that para sabihin natin gumanda yung takbo nyo sa Land of Dawn. Onting skin, onting emblems. Alam mo yun? Bibigyan ko pa kayo ng isa. Sige, isa pa. Yan, para sa inyo yan. Kasi merong 20,441 people na nag-participate sa ating Mythical Raffle Draw. Interested kayo, no? Bukas malalaman nyo kung ano ba yung Mythical Raffle Draw na yan. But right now, huwag na natin patagalin to. Casters, kayo nang bahala.
Sorry guys. All right, let us see if my guess is true. If this is some like freedom or leeway in terms of drafting that was given by Bren towards BSB, because that was the first Yuzhong we've seen in a long time. If we're considering the recent matches of MPL, there's some Yuzhong picks, but there's really this running peg, especially on the week 2 on the 10-ban system of the Yuzhong always getting banned.
Yeah. So the idea is there's no really an auto-win hero right now at this moment. Even the classic Diggy was not a factor. I mean, the win rate was recorded. So the professional teams, they are very scary when they actually let go of these power picks, of the OP picks. I'm always scared when Bren eSports, putting myself on the other team's shoes, when I'm facing against Bren eSports and they're letting me pick this powerful pick. You're always scared. Why? At the back of your head, you're saying,
why?
Are they able to counter this? Are they prepared to counter this? And that's exactly why Bren eSports is a good team. They don't really counter their heroes, right? Those OP picks. They don't counter it. They just work around it in many ways, like that you'll only realize in game that, oh, this works against those specific picks.
Yeah, I'm actually curious about the bootcamp there by BSB. I think that's very hard for the eyes,
it's
the lighting. I mean, the yellow, the
science tells us that if you want to preserve your eyesight, if you want to make sure that you will have to you have your top performance when it comes to your vision.
You want proper lighting. You know, not just a single color on the lighting on that part. But you know, enough about the lighting. Again, I would like to go back onto your point. Indeed, if there's something that is given towards you, what does this message send? Because again, professional level, you would want to assume that all players are capable of actually playing almost all heroes or maybe teams. And whenever they do the drafts, it's all about like a chess game, you know? Forcing your enemy to react based on what message you have sent. And that's the thing. That's the question you actually asked earlier, Wolf. And why are they allowing this? So let us see if is that Bren eSports saying to BSB that we are comfortable with the Yuzong Open and finally pick that one, because Flap Z is very threatening on the Yuzong as well. On his previous game.
It's like Bren saying, okay, I dare you to pick that, because if you give that to me,
no Yuzong ban. Look at that. Same ban as game number 1.
Not even a Uranus ban now for Bren eSports. Because they're saying, okay, fine, I let you pick one, but I also take another.
Yeah, and look at that. That's still a Wilson hero. That's Stamps. If BSB doesn't ban the Yuzong, Bren will be securing that one, and that clearly that's one strong point of BSB. BSB might be forced into choosing, and they even banned the Khalid. They have no choice. They have to ban the Yuzong.
Okay, so
they have to respect Flabzy here. Flabzy was very strong on that Esmeralda earlier.
Like we said, it really fits the profile of how we want to utilize Flap as a player. Yuzong ban means the Uranus is open. As well as the Farsa once again, that we really see Bren eSports play often. And I doubt that Bren eSports will give out the
I think they should just go for the Uranus. They should just go for the Farsa, give out the Uranus.
Okay.
All right.
Because here's the thing. I don't think that Farsa is a hero that can answer the Uranus at all.
But they can still choose the Esmeralda.
That's right.
That's the thing.
That's also true.
You got Flapsy on the Esmeraldas. You're accounting for Flapsy's performance on the Esmeralda. But yeah, maybe let's see here.
I'm sure that they've planned for this.
They have plans on this one. They could actually force an Esmeralda pick against BSB, and that's where they will secure a natural holder of a Durance in the form of a Farsa, in the form of a Chango. That's one approach that Bren can do here.
And maybe get a mage side lane like your Alice, like your I think Chango is good, so there's an automatic pick on the Esmeralda, a Ling to answer with it. And Bren eSports, Few is happy. And they might go for the Kufra or the Farsa.
I don't know.
So after the Farsa, you either go for a mage now. I think the Alice is going to be picked by Bren eSports, but no, instead they go Cho.
Very, very safe here for Bren. Not revealing really anything.
Not at all. Even if you say that this is a first pick Uranus or counter it all you like, we're going to give you a sucker punch that you will not be able to counter the Flaptizi hero or the Hartizi hero.
Again, guys, that doesn't necessarily mean that the Uranus gets deleted by the Farsa. The idea here is that Uranus is a very reliable shield, a reliable source of the shield for Farsa. For Esmeralda.
That's right.
And what you do, you counter it with any necklace of the runs holding hero. And yeah, you got here if you can actually hold to that.
No matter what happens, though, if this is a full team fight, Esmeralda versus Uranus, the fact that you're staying in front of the Uranus means that the Bren eSports side, they don't even have to stun you because you're freely hitting on that Esmeralda.
Yeah.
And I like this Angela ban. Bren eSports are making sure that they cross their T's and they dot their I's because they know that they don't want to give out just Angela that could be potentially good for BSB.
And I just realized that the pick on Cho on last day is also very rewarding. You denied the Cho onto Ana.
That's right. So there's the Natalia ban. This is okay.
YSS setup probably, or
either a YSS setup or something like a Lancelot.
Yeah, they could go for a
setup.
Lancelot. They could go for Roger. Roger.
Yeah,
I think Roger would be better.
So if you're BSB, you're looking at a good mage now, the good wave clear. You don't have... Maybe you're going to be forced to pick up something like a Cyclops or a Kagura.
Claude?
So it's Popple and Koopa.
Is there a possibility of a Claude?
It's already banned out, unfortunately.
It's already banned. Sorry. Yeah.
So Bren eSports, I think Roger is good.
Yeah.
If you're going for a full-on early game, and then you close it up with something like Alice or Chango in the side lanes. I think Chango is a really good pick now for Bren eSports.
Yeah.
Then you also have the idea of going for a late game composition. So you go Exburg instead on Bren eSports. Okay. So that's your side lane. That's your
very interesting on the on the side laner here.
Yeah. So it's how you whittle down the high HP heroes and high sustain heroes from VSB. And then you go for Roger or Lance at this point.
All right.
This is weird because Bren eSports are really going standard, honestly. Even in game number 1, it's so textbook the way you see their draft.
Yeah, I have no qualms on the YSS, but on the Exburg, I was thinking of maybe a different side laner here.
I guess what you want for Bren eSports is that extra teamfight factor in the early stages. Because you're banking on the Yi and Shin in the late game.
And probably because Tam's already banned, Khalid's already banned. I don't recommend the Chango here for this lineup. So why not? Maybe just go for X-board.
Yeah, it's another side lane for BSB. Yeah. Maybe they go Lunox sometimes, but a Guinevere
side lane.
It has been such a long time since I've seen the Guinevere.
It's a very big problem here for... I'm not so confident on the Guinevere. You could even have a Uranus execute for that.
Oh, man. Level 1, if you try to fight against the Uranus as the Guinevere with execute, maybe you can win, but FlapTZ will not let that happen.
Yeah.
Oh, man. The last time I saw Guinevere win was probably MPL season 3, season 2.
Yeah.
Might be even, not even MPL, maybe just the qualifier of MPL. And
I think, without a doubt, we have a very unified. Without a doubt, we have a very unified doubt here for the Guinevere. But let's see. Let's see here. Still, this time the lineup of BSB is not as free as the lineup of them in game number 1.
Yeah.
Right? For this game number 2. So, let us see what will happen here for Bren eSports. That's Wilson's Esmeralda. So we got Ana on the Guinevere. I consider Ana as really a high adrenaline side laner, but that is on the Cho. Let's just observe. Let's just observe how will he perform on this Guinevere.
So it's execute. I kind of didn't see what the spell was on the Uranus, but knowing that the execute is the standard pick for the Guinevere, you can also go purify. Honestly, me personally, what I'd want to do against the Guinevere is not to go execute anymore. You go purify.
Just to remove any combo possible.
Not only that, the thing with Guinevere is the only time where Guinevere is strong is when he's able to knock up his opponents, because that's a bonus damage that you get when your opponents are disabled. And when you go purify, obviously that's...
And the combo is a bit slow. In a way,
can see
the moment of the knock up, the moment you get the knock up, the moment you saw it's Guinevere, you just pop your purify. Yeah, I think the purify is good. Right?
It is. It's perfect. It's against the Kufra. Many answers definitely. What I'm really concerned about is BSB has a very weak laning stage. All right. What I mean is, obviously they have good wave clear when it comes to the jungle because there's Popol and Kupa and Kufra, but that will not match the speed of a Yi Sun-Shin plus the Farsa. Not gonna happen. And then you have X-Borg going up against either the Esmeralda or the Guinevere, and X-Borg will win both. I think Esmeralda has a little bit of way to go about the X-Borg, but I still will favor the X-Borg when it comes to just staying in lane. Esmeralda needs to kill someone there, right?
Yeah.
Uranus might have a problem against Esmeralda, but when he gets to level 2, Guinevere is not a problem anymore. Esmeralda can be outplayed. And the fact of the matter is...
You get YSS on Carl Z.
You get YSS.
Yeah. I mean, you'd be here's the big difference between game number 1 and this series number 2. That's still Yuzong on Wilson for that game number 1. You got it. You got the YSS on the Carl Z. Did Carl Z underperform on game number 1? I don't think so.
No.
I don't think he did. He underperformed. But I think it's too wild for Bren to really give out the Yuzong.
Yeah.
You know, and picking a YSS against
afterwards,
that, right?
Yeah. Is the YSS a good pick here? Absolutely yes.
Yeah.
Not because he counters his opponents, but also because of the fact that he's gonna be he's gonna be activated. You have solid side laners, X-Borg and Uranus. No matter what happens, you're gonna go to the late game. If you don't win the early game, you're gonna go to the late game. That's the thing.
And it will work well. Yeah. The Yi Sun-Shin really synergizes well with the Farsa. You know, the side of the Farsa even just works hand in hand with the Blood Floods.
There it is. Level 2.
There it is. Level 2. Ladies and gentlemen, a big fight here. Rebo dishing out big damage. Lusty dancing around. Even got the knock-up onto Wilson. Wilson pushes forward. Not going to be enough. Onto the cooldowns to get that execute kill onto Lusty.
Why am I always talking about the level 2 against the level 1 Guinevere? Because Uranus has all the kits in the world to clear that first wave. Guinevere doesn't. Yeah. And the moment that there's already a jump that's transcendent ward from the Uranus, that's a second skill, there's no way for the Guinevere to recover.
Bye-bye Ana here. On
Goodbye.
This lane. Yeah, on this lane. This is already checked.
Yeah. And
I mean, they need to do something about the Uranus as early as 2 minutes.
And what can they do? They drafted the Esmeralda, and this is supposedly the hero that they will match up against. That level 3 Flaptizi, almost level 4, and Ana just reached level 2, and he's even dodging all of those jumps. Ana is making a lot of trouble now on top lane.
And they got the YSS.
Yeah.
You know how it works with the Uranus? If the Uranus is doing the cut or pressure in the top lane, you have an idea who is coming.
Exactly.
Oh my.
And this will allow Bren eSports to move more with the supports because the supports doesn't even need to mind the top lane.
Yeah.
And he can help bottom lane to get the push there. And just constantly do this. He's already level 4.
Oh my
Purify
God.
is available, so he can get out.
And the problem here is they're starting to react towards Flapzy. Drix here? No. I don't think so. Okay, he will get a kill, but still, that is still a reaction. That is still a reaction from BSB.
Yeah, weird usage of the Purify. I guess he timed it perfectly before he gets knocked up with the Tempest of Blades, but I honestly thought that the first time that he had a chance to get out, Flaptizi should just run away. He got greedy a little bit there.
The Campsman.
Yeah.
Getting secured steadily by
Flaptizi is level 6.
Level 6. He's not even getting his green dot camps on his own. He has a very early timer on the blue buff.
Yeah.
On the purple buff rather. So, you know, that is the reward of the Uranus. Uranus, he is back again. Flapzy is back again against Ana.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. That's why, Drix may be able to get a kill on the Uranus. It's not really that rewarding. Again, Flapzy is starting to snowball. Few is there. We are angry activated. Carl is starting onto the turtle. Now that is risky na. That is ballsy.
Yeah.
But I think that's it. Yeah, they will fall back.
Okay, so it's going to be up to Wilson and how he will be rallying with his troops. Cap 1 is just level 3 at this point, and Bren eSports are still punishing this low-level heroes from BSB.
Yeah.
It's a few even.
Yeah,
dishing out damage.
Wilson cannot make the jump onto Carl Z. He's waiting, of course, for the Traceless to be burned. And there's even Flicker onto Carl Z. But nice invasion here by Drix.
Yes,
but Carl Z knows it.
He has the retribution.
That was good.
Nevertheless, he gets it. Lusty in trouble, but gets away.
That was really, really good there by Drix, I would dare say.
Yeah.
Because I
I
think
agree.
Bren Esports has their vision tunnel towards the turtle. And now Flapsy is getting punished here by the multiple members of BSB. And yeah, I would dare say it's another action, but this time I think that's paying off because Bren is not really converting this to something
And
heavy.
honestly, Flapteasy might just have he might not have been playing Uranus for quite a long time, and the thing is, when you don't play Uranus, imagine you're playing a lot of Uranus, and then you pause, you play other heroes, and then you play Uranus again. You forget how squishy it could be at certain points because you're overly confident in how tanky it can be.
Yeah.
You overestimate it. And I guess that's what's happening now with Flapteasy.
I just realized, Cho support is really good. Lots of disruption really there.
That's right.
That's few. And again, wings by wings, very balanced ability there. Nice! Still there by Drix. I think that's it. That settles every lead to be established by the members of BSB because that's too much to give away. You got the turtle. You got some kills handed on easily towards the main funnel here of BSB.
The thing with Turtle Gold as well is that you give it to everybody from your team.
Yeah.
All right, so now that really good timing allowed Wilson to get the Enchanted Talisman, and that will allow him to stay in the bottom lane even more. And it also helped BSB secure a turret top lane.
This is good. This is starting to be good for the side of
I
BSB.
agree.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think that is too much already for Bren, those kind of pickups. And if BSB takes this one steady, the lead will just continue. Nice early item there on that Necklace of Duran. Early towards Ana. Rebo answers Wilson here with his last Insanity just to get a wave clear. And of course, remove the pressure handed on by Wilson.
Oh, what?
Curlzy is picked up by Ana. Look at that. Curlzy actually not accounting for Ana there. Lusty running for his life. Will be allowed to actually get the Cyclone Eye. But again, Drix commits on it. He is completed. Drix here with 3-0-1. And the link is fed.
What is happening to Bren Esports, honestly?
Again, like I said, that lead earlier, that was too much. BSB could easily snowball this again to a victory.
Never let go of your steering wheel, Bren
Yeah.
Esports. You need to always pilot this train, and the moment you go autopilot,
Yeah.
that's the moment when BSB puts it out to you. I think that this is coupled in the fact that they had an extremely good first 2 minutes of the match that they forgot, I kind of need to take advantage of this lead.
Okay.
Nevertheless, I think they've woken up. Cap 1 going to be taken out. That's
Yeah.
a kill for the Yisan Chin.
Very nice layer of combos there, actually, from the Way of the Dragon towards the Dauntless Fleet. That removes actually the main initiate here of BSB and could convert it into a turtle. That leaves Ana to go for the top lane side. Bren Esports is quite quick. They're going to be securing this. Drix still attempts to get that steal. Energy is low onto Drix. They may commit onto this one. Last Insanity, once again, they have an idea of where Drix might be. Now Drix gets his own energy again. Might re-engage. No, he won't. As they want to pressure. They want to get the attention here of Bren as Ana pushes the inner top lane.
And that is a push onto the bottom lane. I think that they're committing just to skills to zone out. Lusty is
down.
Not going to be stingy about that.
Yeah, Trevor is also going to be down.
Oh,
Maybe. Yep,
okay.
Curlzy did flicker in. He burned that one. Wilson traded here. Curlzy fully online. Not going to put his attention towards Drix. He will focus on Cup 1. But still, Ana is onto the top lane side. Rebo will follow up with the last Insanity just to make sure that no re-engage should come in from Drix. 3-4-2 turret is secured by the members of BSB here. Still, they have control.
That is when you say you made a mistake on BSB. I understand the idea. It's a high potential that they win that match, but unfortunately they went in one after the other.
Yeah.
You want them synchronized, but unfortunately they did not communicate that properly, and Bren Esports punished them for it.
I just realized one kick onto Ana is going to be very threatening. Right? Still not, he's not a tank, he is a fighter.
Yeah.
He's very deadly, He even has his execute just to really establish that deadliness. But if caught as well that the Guinevere, it will be over. Let's see here.
Drix.
What
a
a stun! Up the Drix completes the stun, and that's gonna be the flicker by Lusty. Getting some turret hits. Shunpo, nice destruction of the turret there by Kachi just to make sure Lusty will survive. But that leaves members of BSB. Why are they fighting? They're gonna make a kill against few, but Drix won't be here to join. Let's see. He will be jumping through cliffs just to respond. 1-4-2. Turret is secured by the members of Bren. Yeah, might be, it's just...
Oh, my goodness. A
Yeah.
lot of mistakes
Oh,
from
man.
BSB.
Yeah.
We can
is
say
fully
mistake
online.
because it's just really questionable on why they will decide to fight like that.
Yeah.
Moments where you're already out, you're already safe
No
from the
curry.
skirmish.
Yeah, no curry. Again, Drix got zoned out.
Exactly.
They committed to that fight.
And
with Cards on.
Yeah. Oh man. And when earlier they were able to take down Carl TZ, at this moment he has the Blade of Despair. And
Yeah.
he packs up a punch for sure. Even the ultimate is gonna hurt. And you look at the Uranus with the Oracle Rush.
Brute Force.
And the Brute Force breastplate.
Yeah.
Normally, Uranus players will just go Enchanted Talisman for the mana, but he wants to man up against Wilson. Wilson only has got the Enchanted Talisman, and that's not going to be
Yeah.
enough against the Uranus.
And I just realized a very awkward itemization here for the Guinevere. I did mention, it might be rewarding to pick off the Necklace of Durance on the Guinevere, but Guinevere is not really a natural holder of the Necklace of Durance. You want the Necklace of Durance on supports on
or
continuous damage. But Guinevere requires burst. No Calamity Reaper yet on Guinevere. He has the Azure Blade, but that is a little bit late, Calamity Reaper. You know, the full combo of Guinevere is threatening, but not his first skills, not some other skills. There's going to be a pick up towards Wilson, and that's a very big loss there by BSB. Guinevere will stay onto that side brush, waiting out maybe for the backline. There's the jump. It doesn't matter for Bren. They know they have to push forward and just allow Guinevere to show himself. There's Few. He has an idea of where Guinevere will come. Oh my god, Few is even landing on the sticker because he knows.
And
he knows just where Ana will be coming. And no recall will be allowed towards Ana. Drix has no choice. Drix has no choice. There's gonna be the Mountain Shocker. Drix is cutting on the minion waves, but look at Carl Z. Good cut there by the BSB, at least shoving the waves away from the base. And will be able to at least survive. And that's it, Ana. Ana did kill the Farsa, but there was a Bren really planning on finishing this game.
And that's a mid lane inhibitor that's down flat. He's going to be in trouble because of this, but he's racking up Brute Force Breastplate as well as the Oracle.
Wow.
He's going to survive
He's
that
gonna
for
survive,
sure.
yeah.
And the thing with the Durance on the Guinevere is that Guinevere needs to get up close, and maybe the best case scenario is he lands the Spirit Ball, the Psycho Ball against the person low range, but that's not likely to happen.
There are instances where some Guinevere builds, especially if they are fed, can start dueling even without having to land that Requiem,
the Violet
Requiem, right? The ultimate. So just using your Psycho Ball and everything, your first skill, right? So but still, at least we get the Calamity Reaper already available for the Guinevere. This is the classic mid game. On Uranus getting the attention of the enemy team. You can actually see that there's no worry about the Esmeralda. Because you get the Oracle.
Oracle is there. Lusty with the Way of the Dragon against Cap 1. Can I think that they'll get the kill? Or maybe not! Oh, Ana!
And beautiful jump coming in from Wilson. They focus on to Kalzi. Once again, the Lord is already enhanced, but that is not yet on the reset. Kalzi trading with Wilson. Lots of shield being secured there. Flapzy is also down for the backline. Trading with Wilson once again.
Not
there's a lot
that
of
can
shield.
happen.
Yeah, no kills for that part. They're targeting Drix. Few chasing in. Will there be an ultimate onto Few? He kept his wings by wings and will not let Drix be free from this. It's very awkward. You get the support chasing down horse, especially a Ling. Plus points for the effort.
Plus 8 for effort, I guess.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, it's a lot of opening now for Bren eSports. They're using Flaptizi as a way to scout things out in that side, while Rebo as well as Lusty taking down the purple buff. Few finds him again.
Yeah.
And
that gives freedom for Kalzi on taking the Lord.
That's all that matters.
That's all that matters. It doesn't matter if Few dies down, but it will matter if Kalzi will be gone. The timers are too much. Maybe even in this kind of situation, Lusty has to Jitkundu his way onto the safety of his turret mid. And that is a nice catch there by BSB.
Okay, so the Lord might have belonged to Bren eSports.
Yeah.
But they might not get the most out of it because they are dead in 24 seconds for Carl TZ. And then Few is level, it's just 6 seconds away. Now in the middle, they're trying to go for the Lord, and it's going to be easy for BSB to take this one down.
Yeah. They can defend the Lord. Rebo is there already. Fire missiles. That's going to be the Way of the Dragon for Lusty. Reboy still holding on to that last Insanity. Another set of fire missiles there. Ana will be connecting his own ultimate. No ultimate available for Ana here. And Farsa zones everyone out with his own Predator Strike. Lots of damage there. Bottom turret is destroyed once again. Carlsy joins the party. Casted his own Mountain Shocker. Killing spree already for Drix. And that's nicely done once again by BSB, punishing any protection from Bren for this Lord.
That is so weird. BSB, okay, Cartesi though. Capwa, this might be so good, but he does not land it. The counter though, Cartesi knows!
No, he knows. And beautiful follow-up by Few.
Best Actor Award goes to Cartesi, acting as if he doesn't know that somebody is there.
Yeah, wow. Well, we get the team fight here. Remember that Cartesi is not there. You won't be seeing any crits. Even with the miss on Ana's ultimate, that is Drix present. That's very far in terms of the traded damage. It will fall all in favor of BSB.
Still close though.
Still
Shameless,
close,
14 minutes in, we still have 41,000. And if you're gonna ask me what is the late game potential for both teams, I still feel that Ling is one of those funneled heroes that are assassin and fighter, whatever in general, which might make you think his effectiveness in the late game is gonna be depleting, but no. A Ling in the late game is actually incredibly strong, especially if you know how to use it.
Yeah. We got Lusty's Disruption, again followed by Rebo. Last Insanity, it's quite early. Drix stays onto the side. Lusty is willing to get a kill down onto Drix. Already unstoppable, but Cardzy is gone. This is a very big loss for Bren. Few is there. Drix again puts the KO onto Few. And Flapsy, he wants to go for the wave clear. He knows this fight is already lost. He wants to cut the losses.
However, that is gonna mean that Flapteasy is gonna be pummeled down by 4 members of BSB.
It will take some time actually to take him down.
But look at BSB, just afterwards they say, okay, it's not worth it chasing down that Uranus. Let's just clear the top lane and get something else from the map.
Yeah. And the well, that's good. We are angry. Immortality is not available onto Flapsy, but it still has his dash on. Lusty is there. Nice Finch poise there by Drix.
Goodness.
Ladies and gentlemen, you got Lusty as well for the mid. Blade of Tempest. And that leaves freedom for the members of BSB in taking the stop lane. Turret. No wave clear. They might be diving in way too deep. Underestimating damage of Few to get wiped out. Shut down. That is how many 45 seconds onto the death timers of Drix. And there is an empowered lane for Bren.
What the hell just happened?
Always in the base. Always in the base. It always happens in the base.
Oh, BSB. Drake, he's what I literally want to do after he finishes playing. I want to commend Drix, but afterwards, man, BSB, they went in over their heads, and you cannot do that against Bren eSports.
BSB needs to do the wave clear. They're burning all their assets onto the heroes. 8 seconds on the Drix. They might be able to defend this one. 5 seconds on the Drix. There is minion wave. The damage is too much. You got Carlsy also focusing as well. Nice clear. There are still 2 minion waves for that. Bren knows this. They can still finish this. All is good. There's another minion wave, but a quick deletion towards Ana. And Carlsy is already gone. So I think that should be it. That should be the defense complete for the side of BSB.
Or is it? The Uranus trying to push this one out. Wilson overextends rounds. They are able to clear the minion wave in the middle, but the top lane is a different issue. 2 versus 4, Shinbu.
Yeah, 2 versus 4. Ladies and gentlemen. And that's the problem. You need to be really careful in getting wiped out under a base.
That's right. This is still Bren eSports, man.
Drix is still alive. Drix is still alive. He can still go for the wave clear. He's committing onto Few. He needs to wave clear. He needs to wave clear.
No energy, no energy.
There is low energy, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's it. I think that should really be it for the defense here. That's just only 1 minion wave remaining. They're focusing towards Lusty. Flapsy is there, quite unkillable. He will be dashing out.
So close.
Indeed. That was really close. I think that's a few hits there. Maybe a few seconds under the minion.
That's right. Again, I have to really commend Drix now. As devastating his mistakes are, and that's only a few, but when he really performs in this and really punishing Bren eSports, knowing where to jump and knowing when to jump, I honestly thought that he will run out of energy and eventually die in the middle, but he had Tempest of Blades just enough to get out of there and proving me wrong.
Yeah. All right, Carlsy dancing around with Wilson. Wilson has a nice source of shield here, but Carlsy is dropped below half health. Nothing here about Carlsy on on a YSS, so it's kind of always getting killed by the late game, man. It's too aggressive. I won't say it's too aggressive, but the way he plays this, right, it's still within the range of, other teams capitalizing on the fact that they can easily access Kurtzy and punish him for that, There are some limitations for your heroes, without a doubt.
Kurtzy is like he's always dancing with death.
Yeah, yes.
It's always like that.
Kind of but feel that, he still has this playstyle he applied on a Lancelot.
Yeah.
Nagushon.
Oh no! Few and Lusty combining for that massive kill onto Drix.
And that's the game.
And that should be it.
That should be the game. That's the Lord Enhance. On a 40-second timer, Drix Wilson knows the right thing to do. He will be going for the wave clear, but it's Ana gonna be killed quickly by Kultzy. Rebo in the sliver of health will be able to walk away. Wilson doing what he can to defend his own base with a backup coming in for treble. Double kill already for Kultzy, and that's it. With the minion waves hugging into the base, the series will close out 2-0, ladies and gentlemen, and that's for the team of Bren eSports.
Not the cleanest performance from Bren
Really
eSports.
not clean, yeah.
BSB came in close in game number 1. And in game number 2, they performed well, but this is a Bren eSports squad that has been battle ready since time immemorial when it comes to MPL-PH Season 6. The players here are well seasoned, and you see that they are so experienced that they really have all of the approaches that are required to close out a game and even a series.
Yeah, it might be that, we're putting up some personal touches there. Because it's within our expectations for Bren eSports. We expected better for them for this game, actually, against BSB. Didn't expect that they would be giving out the likes of the Yuzong on that part. I think, in a way, I kind of expected it over to Kultzy, and I think that's commendable for BSB on really catching Kultzy down. But I would agree with you, it's experience that they bank on. It's experience that Bren eSports banked on for this match.
Yeah, and here's the thing for BSB. Unfortunately, you don't get points out of the commendations from the analysts, from the casters. And the pats in the back are not going to cut it. You need your wins, and I think that's the 5th loss.
That's the 5th loss, and that's the
BSB.
second 2-0 there by BSB. There is a demand to get back into the drawing board here for BSB. There's a lot of talent onto Drix. There's a lot of talents towards Ana. Towards, you got Cup 1. Wilson. You got Wilson there. And I really think, just one call, maybe an improvement in precision in BSB's side. I'm really hoping for the best for BSB.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly. And,
Bren
here still holding on. And I think we'll continue to do so in their next matches still. Being number 1 right now for our regular season standings.
Best form for Bren eSports, at least for my case. And I'm excited to see more.
Yeah. All right. Let's see the insights that will come in from resident analyst Butters.
That series, actually take that game and wins the series versus BSB 2-0 dito. BSB, they were showing signs of life. Hindi sila natatalo in a way na madali dito onto the side of Bren eSports na katulad nga sinabi ng mga casters natin, hindi basta-basta din yung pagkapanalo nila into the early game ng Bren. As we all know, there is a bit of a poke happening here for the side of Bren eSports, but let's dive into that later. Right now, let's look at BSB and Bren eSports. This is actually surprising and logical at the same time. Guinevere was picked dito sa series na to. So why? What was the thought process dito ng mga team kung bakit, ng BSB, kung bakit nila kinuha tong hero na to? If you think about it, ang sinasabi nga natin kanina dun sa Yuzhong game versus a Yison Shin na hindi siya nagkaroon ng magandang game talaga is in a way nahabol kasi ng Yuzhong etong si Yison Shin. But at the same time, pareho lang din yung thought process na pwede gawin dito para kay Ana. And with that Guinevere, as long as makita niyo nakapag-dash na si Kultzy, pwede siyang tumalon with the Magic Thump and probably catch Kultzy doon. Matumba na lang siya anytime. So, it actually forced Kultzy to take another flicker. So, There are a lot of things that are going to happen, and that really means that BSB, they have the upper hand in terms of getting the early game advantage. Just because yung flickered yung retribution dapat na mapupunta dito kay Carl Z, medyo nagig na si Sept papunta dito sa ating flicker. So a lot of things are happening at the same time. Si Ana din dito, kaya niya din abutin si Few. Hindi din makapag-setup na maayos si Few dito ng basta-basta lang. But the thing is, yung ultimate dito ng isang Guinevere is napaka brittle pagdating sa isang Mountain Shocker. Kung isabihin natin mag-ulti si Guinevere sa gitna, and that is going to be a Mountain Shocker automatic coming out from Carl Z, kakainin niya lahat yon, and that is going to be a lot of damage on his side. But then again, we do have Cap 1, Trevor, and Drix na meron ding bounce capability para sa kanya na if ever ma-bounce man yung kalaban niya, and that is going to be a good thing din para sa kanya at magiging worth it din ang kanyang ultimate. So right now, looking at the side of Bren, consistency ang pinakita ng Bren dito. Kung dito sa side na to, this is creativity. On that side, it's going to be consistency. This is the picks na laging kinukuha ng Bren eSports. And let's talk about the poke as we head on to the post-match data na meron tayo. Looking at it, damage output dito, look at Carl Z and Few. The damage output na ginagawa na itong dalawang to, it's actually surprising in a way na yung poke capability nila is good in a way na kaya nilang maabot etong mga damage levels na to. You actually see Carl Z over 100,000, you see Few na naman on an 85,000 damage dealing Farsa. So that is really a lot to take here for the side of BSB. And looking at it, Cap 1 didn't really have a good time. Although si Cap 1 doon, he did his best. And the thing is, hindi talaga nakasetup yung game na to in a way na magta-thrive ang isang Kufra pagka dumating yung mid-game to the late game. But yeah, that's about it para dito sa ating poke discussion. But then again, there are other things that we can talk about as we head on to our highlights. Smart, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Bren eSports here, look at this, on how they actually give importance dun sa mga liliit na bagay na mapa. The crab point, kinukuha nila yan. How they set up in a way na, alam mo yon, they are actually gunning for the big objectives. And seeing this, si Drix merong retribution, but at the same time, yung Bren eSports, they actually contest it. It's one of those things na parang makikita mo talaga na Bren eSports are really equipped in a way na yung understanding nila na binigay sa kanila ng coaches nila na know the limits there. Limits of your hero. If you know your limits, ladies and gentlemen, ang daling umikot, ang daling mag-dive, ang daling kumuha ng trades as long as you know that. And eto naman sila Trevor, they were really trying to go for it. Yung Aso, si Popol and Kupa, nasa front line, ang daming niyang pwedeng negate na damage from that poke, but still, it's not really enough for their side. Pero eto I would like to say, masaya ako kasi nag-perform yung Guinevere dito ni Ana. And that only means na are there going to be instances na makikita natin ulit ang isang Guinevere? We did see Ruby, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, let's see how creative BSB can get pa dito sa ating MPL. And that was your highlights. Let's head on to the MVP of the game. It's going to be Carl Z with the Yisun Shin. 14-4-10. KDA stat. Net worth, nakikita nyo na 16K. And that is going to be 135,669 damage on his belt. As a good Yisun Shin player should actually give to his opponents. Papansinin nyo dito, he did actually get yung items like a Queen's Wing, Endless Battle, and those are the normal path naman talaga ng isang, sabihin na lang natin ng isang Yisun Shin. Although, in the manner of, sabihin natin, mas mabilis niya nakuha to at mas mabilis niyang na-realize or nakuha yung power spike na inaasam-asam niya. But, ito pa pala, we are actually gonna talk to one of the players dito onto the side of Bren Esports in an interview. And I think hindi ko siya din discuss just because gusto ko makita kung ano yung mga may sasagot niya dito para sa ating interview. I think this is going to be Flap on the interview, but yeah, let's wait. So there's a thing about sustained heroes making waves dito sa ating MPL. Side laners, as long as they are strong, as long as they can sustain, as long as kaya nilang mag-protect ng wave nila ng madali at hindi sila mabubuli out doon ng basta-basta lang, they are going to make it in dito sa ating draft. Tignan lang natin kung paano sila incorporate, but right now, let's head into the interview. We have Flap, TZ, on the interview. JYP, kamusta?
Okay lang po.
JYP Nation. Okay, Flap, congratulations. Ang ganda ng performance mo doon, game number 1. Ano yung dahilan kung bakit mo hinabol lahat ng pwede mo habulin doon?
Kasi sabi ko sa kanila, habulin ko na. Bahala na kayo mamatay. Habulin ko yung gusto kong habulin.
So, ibig sabihin, kapag gusto mo talaga, hahabulin mo talaga.
Kasi yun yung bosset sa team. Kaya yun yung inabulin.
Yun yung bosset sa team. Flap, I would like to ask a question pa na isa pa dito. Ano yung statement na binato mo kanina na si Drix ay magaling mag-steal ng buff?
Wala yun.
Wala ba? Wala. Okay, baka hindi lang pwede pag-usapan. So,
bawal.
So, amazing performance doon sa game number 2 din, yung Uranus mo. Ano yung naging way nyo para talaga ma-reclaim yung early game? Kasi yung BSB, kahit papaano lumalaban din eh.
Wala, na kami sa early. Nalugi kami.
Nalugi kayo sa early. And what were the things na parang naisip ng team mo na gawin natin yan at takuha natin yung pagkapanalo ulit?
Nilamangan namin sila sa objectives.
So more priority sa objective and that actually won you the game. Si Carl hindi naka-ano dun Si Carl hindi naka-contribution dun. So kaya pala nagkaroon kayo ng extra priority pa pagdating sa mga objectives like Turtle. So that's what really happened. So Flap,
sa tower kami bumaba.
Sa tower kayo bumabawi and that is actually the best thing na pwede mong gawin kapag ikaw ay nagkaroon ng pagkukulang in the early game. So Flap, congratulations. Gusto ko i-shoutout mo yung JYP Nation. Go.
Shoutout sa JYP Nation dyan.
Sino pa gusto mo shoutout? Ikaw bahala.
Ayun, shoutout sa mga sumusuporta sa Bren. Keep on supporting mga idol. Tapos shoutout sa mga nanonood, lalo na sa mama ko. Shoutout sa mama ko.
So, na-meet ko na yung nanay ni Flap and actually, napaka-supportive ni Tita. Shoutout din sa'yo, Tita. Flap, maraming salamat sa oras mo and do celebrate itong pagkapanalo nyo. Congratulations sa inyo. May laban pa kayo dito sa day number 3 ng week number 3. Maraming salamat, Flap. And that is it for our interview. Nakita nyo yung sinabi ni Flap doon. There is a lot of thinking to do kapag medyo nagkaroon kayo ng lapse in judgment or lapse in decision making pagdating sa early game. So, what do? You try to go for those objectives. Now, probably not the biggest objectives na meron tayo, but still, it is going to be imperative for you para makuha yung mga turrets, kahit yung mga buff, and that is going to lead you to the victory. Kumbaga, one small step para makabalik ka sa pagkapanalo. So that is it for the MPL. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, meron muna tayong mga papasalamatan na sponsors. Our official tournament telco partner, Smart. Forge stronger bonds with your team as you conquer the battlefield with Smart Giga Games. Enjoy 1 GB games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Dial *123# now and choose Giga Games 99. Our official sponsor, Realme. Realme is celebrating their first Realme Fan Fest and #DareToBeRealme campaign. Visit their official page at fb.com/Realme Philippines to know more. Official sponsor, Gillette. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. #Shave the Day with Gillette. We do have our partner in eSports, Paymaya. Get 5% balik bayad when you purchase your gaming pins via Paymaya. the better way to pay. No hashtags. Promo runs up until September 15. Get free 50 peso credit for from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Just up and add money to your account to get the reward instantly. Use the 50 peso reward to level up your gaming by buying gaming pins in PayMaya. So, madaling gamitin and kayang-kaya nyo kunin agad yung diamonds nyo para sa mga roles and KOF and all that jazz. We partner in eSports, TikTok Live. Search nyo yung MLBB or Mobile Legends TikTok to find those legendary videos. Again, MLBB on TikTok para makita nyo yung legendary videos, tips, tricks, or anything in between. Official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro, and syempre, powered by Monton. And this is, thank you guys. This won't be possible without you. Maraming salamat. Malalim na ang gabi. And see you guys tomorrow for day number 2. Pero bago ang lahat, we have our top 5 plays by Realme.
Game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme Dare to Leap.